idea, steals my formula for the best bar, flavors, marketing, every single thing identically copied. I go to social media to call him out on it, and they continue to censor and shadow ban me. I just got 3 videos taken off of YouTube and community guideline strike, which means I will not be able to post or give you guys updates on anything normal for a week. So by attempting to call this guy out, I literally even explained in that video, this is what they do. They steal your idea.
But yeah, on the road like that.
They make millions of dollars off of it. They censor and shadow ban you. Now, my entire business, based off my YouTube channel, is compromised off of what that one tiny product I sold was not worth this. This is completely crazy. This is insane. I am suffering. I'm penalized for someone stealing my idea. Maybe I made a few distasteful jokes, but not enough for this. This is crazy.
Frank is such a fucking idiot, dude. Oh my god, TikTok banned him? Yeah.
And it's not just YouTube. I am being shadow banned, silenced, and censored on every social media. Here's my suspension on TikTok. I was so shadow banned, I had to start paying to promote my content to get any views whatsoever. And they banned me from using the promote tool. The only thing I did was promote my products. Maybe I called a few people out that were copying my products and ideas, but
they banned him for harassing that kid who was making the same protein bar he was.
But this is completely crazy. I am banned until August 11th of 2033. 10-year ban, basically permanent suspension. TikTok literally will not let me pay them to advertise and get views. That's how bad these corporate shills want.
He like blames other people for shit that he did. He's such an idiot.
To censor me and sell their own products and copy my ideas and make money off of them, pretending that they came up with them themselves. It's completely ridiculous and disgusting what it's like to be a legitimate small business, not a fake corporate shill business.
Frank is so fucking stupid. Holy shit.
But Frank's autopsy, which was performed the same day that Frank died, turned out to be inconclusive. The medical examiner, who had performed 4,000 autopsies before Frank's, checked for signs of strangulation or choking, and he found nothing. He looked for needle marks between Frank's toes that might have indicated he was a closet junkie, and there were none. And blood tests for cocaine, heroin, and even marijuana came back negative as well. The medical examiner would also look for signs of damage to key organs, from his heart to his lungs to his kidneys, and again, everything just appeared normal. The coroner's team then went back to Frank and Angie's house a couple of days later to search for toxic chemicals, thinking that might have killed Frank, but all they could find inside of the house was some ant poison and some insecticides. And when they tested Frank's blood, he was negative for both of those poisons, as well as negative for common poisons like arsenic and cyanide. Frank had been dead for only a few days, but his death was on the way to being classified a medical mystery and put on the shelf to be forgotten. The coroner's office was out of ideas, and the local police had never really shown much interest in the case to begin with. They didn't even send over a detective to ask questions on the night that Frank was found dead.
Alright, well, here's the cross-eyed freak.
What's up? How are you guys this Sunday? Frankie Eyeballs is back with our local CIA agent, Sam Sulik. I think this guy had less than 1 million subscribers 1 or 2 months ago, and now he's at almost 3 million. I don't know, one of you guys might be...
So now he thinks Sam Sulik is part of the Illuminati because he gets more views than Frank.
I'm paying more attention than me on that. Renowned around the world for his Krispy Kreme and Five Guys diet. It's pretty horrible, and he uses performance-enhancing drugs. He's taking Accutane, so I'm surprised he's still alive. But we can see what he's doing. I mean, this got 600,000 views 3 days ago. I mean, he's been getting crazy views. So the algorithm's definitely pushing him, and the way a lot of these super popular influencers work is it's not like a direct sponsorship or endorsement, but when you get someone really popular that has a large platform to do things, it increases the sales. That's just how it is. So that's definitely something to consider here whenever he's doing something. Yo, did he change the music? I'm pretty sure he changed the music.
Can you believe it? Finally back. Well, finally back to look at the food intake. So I've already got 3.
One thing I will say, this complete tool bag that owns Hostile copyrighted the video that I did of them last time, got me a copyright strike. I emailed him. I was like, hey, look, I'll take the video down. Just withdraw the strike. I'll delete the video. He didn't do it. And YouTube, for some reason, sided with him. But it doesn't make sense because when you post a video on YouTube, it's in the public domain. It's technically fair use, but they just...
It's not public domain just because you post a video. That's not true. Frank doesn't understand copyright.
Don't like me. So they just did that to me. That's the only positive thing I have to say about his company, and I won't be further derogatory. I will keep this 100% factual. I think that's a pretty tacky colored shirt, though. You know, lack of style. I bet they charge $70 for it. And that thing he has on his head, it's a Rode microphone. It's Wi-Fi. I mean, most people don't care or know about Wi-Fi. I mean,
Here we go. Yeah, Wi-Fi is gonna damage your brain and kill you.
Can't see. He's got the phone. I'm blocking the phone. That's right there on the table. He's got the mic. Probably 20 or 30% of your overall health is radiation reduction. I'm always
No, it is not.
wearing the clothing we have on WiFiShielding.com. I try to shield my head as much as possible. This whole room you guys can't see because there's a green screen, but it's shielded in metal. Like, very important factor that none of these people consider.
Servings of Chex. I was actually kind of disappointed. I was scanning around the kitchen. I was looking for a box of Golden Grams that used to be floating around in here. Somebody must have finished them off. But, you know, whatever. Simple carb. I know some dudes would pretty much hype up the Chex over any other kind of cereal just because it's rice-based rather than, like, you know, grain or wheat or whatever. But it's, to me, I'm looking at 120 grams of carbs. There's like 3 grams of fat. Basically, I mean,
I haven't really paid attention. Did he say anything? This poor kid's face is so inflamed. His face looks so red.
That's actually not true. I was about to say negligible. No, do not even think about skipping. Like, I just looked up the nutrition label, right? Per serving 1 gram of fat in, you know, this little dry Chex. Don't just skip over that. That's the absolute worst mistake you could do. In a bulking context, it's not bad, right? Because, of course, you'd be eating more food than you're really tracking. But if you're trying to diet down, you know, you've got to be OCD Mr. Monk level. Like, any amount of ketchup you get, that's 3 grams of carbs. Any amount of extra oil you put in the pan when you make some eggs, that's 5 grams of fat. You know, when it comes to my dieting, not style, but maybe theory, if you could call
Detonation bin.
it that, calories is the #1 factor, right? Because you got to remember, I could eat as perfect food.
So this IIFYM, if it fits your macros, like macronutrient, fat, carb, protein, warrior nonsense, is really ingrained in the dietary culture. It's what the mainstream is pushing as the end-all be-all factor in health because they don't want you to know the truth that they're poisoning you with all...
Nobody considers macros to be the end-all be-all of health. The reason why macros have kind of been in the, I don't know, fitness zeitgeist is just because they're relevant for performance and body composition. So you need a certain amount of carbs to have enough energy. You need a certain amount of protein to be able to build muscle. You need a certain amount of fat for, like, you know, just general health. Like, to be able to absorb fat soluble vitamins for hormones. Like, that's why people care about macros. It's not because they think it's the end all be all to health. Feces, fingers.
All this crap they put in the food, how polluted everything is, the agrochemicals. They don't want you to know that you need to go organic and eat high quality foods. And if you do that, you can eat whatever amount of those high quality homemade foods you want, and you will be healthy and have a good body composition.
No, Frank doesn't seem to understand caloric balance. He literally thinks that the whole calories in, calories out thing isn't true. And he thinks as long as you're eating something healthy, you can eat as much as you want and you won't gain weight. He's an idiot.
I literally eat a loaf of bread every single day, and I can't really go above 12% body fat because it's homemade and
Yeah, that's because you're burning enough calories. Stupid.
quality.
Train as hard as I want for years on end, but if I don't eat enough calories to be in a calorie surplus and actually deposit, well, mass, but primarily muscle, onto my frame, I'm not going to get anywhere. I mean, I'll look like a freak, but I'll still be like
Go back to Frank.
Don't worry, we're watching Frank. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
20. You know, the only way to actually gain weight is to eat calories in excess.
Is to use
of your
copious
body's
amounts of
ability.
performance-enhancing drugs.
And vice versa is apparently a hard truth. And from some like TikTok freakout videos I see, apparently it's a argued as truth. But the only way to lose body fat, again, same thing but in reverse.
I'm
Yeah,
honestly legitimately surprised that no one has sued these people in court yet. Like, because I think it's a pretty cut and dry lawsuit. Like, hey, you're using performance enhancing drugs. You're not putting a disclaimer at the beginning of your videos. And you're
What? Yeah, you can use drugs, Frank. I don't know how you'd sue someone for taking steroids.
people advice on diet and nutrition and stuff that is completely like, it just doesn't make any sense. You can disregard everything this guy says based on the fact that he's using like unnatural steroids to get to where his body is.
Less calories than your body burns.
That made no sense.
What's the word the kids are using now?
But
Stop
apart from
yapping.
I'm really trying to get in
Yapping.
tons of carbs. You know, my 250 grams of protein.
Grade A yapper.
I kind of stay around a gram per pound.
How many grams of
So
test?
right now I'm
bro?
at 250.
How many grams of
So I'm at
tren?
250 grams. If you're a buck,
How many
60,
grams of rat poison?
go for a buck 60. If you do 200 at that weight, or if you did 100 at that weight, I don't think it's going to change anything too much.
Oh, what's the
But good
what's
rule.
that drug called? DNP. They use it like it's called DNP or something. Literal rat poison. They used to cut weight.
I'd say gram per pound is where you're at. In terms of fats, it kind of fluctuates. Maybe a fourth of that.
Yo, I bring this up every time steroids are brought up. I can always forget what it's called. It's like DHEA or dihydrotestosterone. It used to be for sale in powder on Amazon. Like it's now it's illegal and you can't sell it anywhere. But it was crazy. You used to be able to buy it.
So usually my fats are
It's
around-
not illegal. I think Amazon just delisted any DHEA products.
Well, the bulking gets a little funky. Whatever. I don't really have a specific fat goal I'm aiming for. Bulking days, I'll get up in the 150s. But carbs, I did a whole rant in the drive back from the gym last night about how carbs are totally going to change the way my workouts and pumps feel. So that's what I'm really trying to push. So today, by the end of it, I should be about at 800-ish grams of carbs. So good start with 120.
800 grams of carbs. Holy crap.
Of course, anytime you're eating anything, at least as often as you can, food scale is going to come in crazy fucking handy. But
We made a video a few months ago and we speak a lot about the importance of vitamin B1 in carbohydrate metabolism. So I'm sure a lot of these people and most people in America in general could really benefit from a super high dose B1 supplement because
Nobody needs a B1 supplement if they're eating. Like, it's practically impossible to be vitamin B1 deficient.
That's the primary vitamin used to process carbohydrates.
Pour on, I don't know, 3 cups of milk or so. That'd be 720 grams.
You have these big commodity companies producing this milk, super low quality, super cheap, super bad for you. When, yeah, if you go to, we have all the raw milk and dairy products on Frankie's Free Range Meat, but you might be spending more money relatively to the amount of product you're buying, but you're going to drink a lot less and need a lot less of it because it's such high quality.
Perfect. So 3 servings. So that puts me about 170 grams of carbs, 25 grams of protein, and about 25 grams of fat for this whole bowl. So that's however many calories. I'll do the math in the end. I'll add like a counter. Like
Super
it
important,
was
bro.
kind of confusing a little bit last time. So each meal, I'll just write out the macros, and then at the end of the day, I'll write out the total. So
How many grams of sauna sweat
I don't know, 5 minutes.
do we need to drink?
However long
Do you
it
have to
takes me to
lick?
get this down, and then go do cardio. So this is the pre-cardio meal. Fasted, it's not going to make a fucking difference. And if you're bulking,
Are you
I
gonna
think a big-
you gonna replenish your sodium macronutrient by licking the sweat as you work out?
breakfast,
your
or at least a
arms?
moderately sized breakfast, is going to make it a bit easier. Because you got to remember, if you do no breakfast, and like let's say you're going to school. So
When do you think Sam Sulek will
Guy's the number
die?
one yapper.
then that means you've only got
Probably
5
not going to live long.
until whenever you go to sleep. That's your window to eat. Whereas the dude who had a big ass breakfast, his window is going to be the complete day. So let's just jump to whatever I eat next, the post cardio meal. All right. So apart from any, maybe tweets, apart from any treats or anything that I might have before I go train, this will pretty much be the pre-workout meal. This is what I've kind of been loving. So obviously, I actually go out of my way, cook steak. Usually I'm kind of lazy. I like getting a lot of pre-made food, like a Costco.
Yeah, he really eats like shit. So, some nice cancer-causing red meat, and I don't know what that is. That looks like it might be mashed potatoes.
Huge 15-pound turkey breast and just cut chunks off. But the steaks I've been loving. So about a pound of steak, 100 grams of protein. I'd usually just do one of these, like 8 ounces. But since breakfast was kind of lower on protein, I'll just double up.
Yeah, bro. Only three cups of milk, low on protein. This looks actually reasonable. I'm surprised people can even do the prepped food stuff because when you cook something fresh, like it's so much tastier. Like I can't even really eat like leftovers. I just don't like unless I was like really hungry and starving. And even then, if I had a plate of leftovers, I'd only eat like half of it because it just doesn't taste good.
And then a pre-made kind of I forget the brand, but
Nation Green Night.
it's like a 5-serving thing of mashed potatoes. So all this adds up. I already tracked it on my phone. I'm going to have to pull it back up. But 100 grams of protein, 20-ish grams of fat, maybe a little more with all the avocado oil I cooked it in. And then this is going to be about 90 grams of carbs, maybe 14 grams of fat, if I remember right.
I mean, avocado oil, it's always questionable quality. It's not reliable, and it's not a saturated fat. It's not the healthiest oil to cook with.
Yeah, Frank thinks saturated fat is good for you for some reason, even though literally every single randomized trial in existence has shown replacing saturated fat with poly or monounsaturated fats reduces risk of heart disease and all-cause mortality. So, yeah, don't do what Frank recommends. You should be cooking with oils like avocado oil rather than like butter or tallow or lard or coconut oil.
At least he's got some beef in there. Buying like pre-made mashed potatoes, who knows what's in there? I highly doubt they only use potatoes and butter. If they do, it's actually not bad, but it's also possible.
No, mashed potatoes with butter is bad for you.
Well, they put like vegetable seed oils and chemical flavorings and preservatives in it. So why don't you just make it yourself and eat? I mean, this is way above and beyond anything this guy would ever do. what type of water were the potatoes cooked in. I mean, I don't think anyone else on YouTube has cooked potatoes in bottled mineral water like I have.
But, that's about right. So I've never really been a huge proponent of really hitting meals per se. That's one factor which I kind of differentiate in terms of my, let's just call it rich piana similarities. Because calories are calories, dude. You can't eat something and have it not count. That's one thing that I think people really kind of have to understand. Like, if you're dieting and you're like, okay, I'm going to have this as a treat. Or even worse, let's say you're not really doing a strict diet. You're just kind of a layman kind of character. And, you get what I'm saying. You're not crazy invested. And you're like, yeah, I'll have a salad for lunch. Yeah, I'll just have a couple eggs for breakfast. Right? In your mind, you're like, I did good today. And then it's 8 o'clock, you eat a bunch of pizza that was in the fridge left over, a couple scoops of ice cream. That just 1 hour of snacking before you go to bed will completely offset all the quote unquote good that you did that day. So that's kind of why I sort of took a bit of an anal kind of stance about tracking every kind of calorie. So in a way, this is almost, if you wanted to call it that, you could say meal 3. But after cardio, I stopped in the vending machine at the...
Oh my God, I can't. My brain is too fried today to deal with this, guys. If you're like binging and eating crap food at night, it's because you're not getting what you need in your diet. If you can stick to, higher quality foods and eat what you should be for 2 or 3 weeks and get the right vitamin and mineral supplements, you're not going to have those cravings. I thought
that you're not going to have cravings if you're getting proper nutrition, that's just nonsense. There's a variety of reasons for why you'll have food cravings, and lack of vitamins and minerals in your diet doesn't seem to really cause food cravings. Monkey...
I thought he was going to explain something that I actually agree with, which is, 6 to 9 meals a day that some crazy bodybuilders do. They used to do that because they were so hungry and they were cutting and restricting their calories. So for them, it was better to break up, the beef and rice into 2 or 3 meals instead of one large meal. Because
if you have more frequent, smaller meals throughout the day, that tends to increase your appetite. The whole idea behind eating more frequently is to get in more food. And there's an idea that if you just eat constantly, you're going to be in a more anabolic state. It's not something that'll help you diet.
They're digesting and metabolizing so fast, they'd rather be hungry for shorter periods of time on smaller meals than hungry for a longer period of time on a larger meal. That's more relevant to restricting calories, because when you're trying to gain weight and you're eating a lot of food, you can't really even eat 6, 7, 8 meals if you're eating as much as possible at any of those meals.
The gym. 2 things of juice, 60 grams of carbs total, followed by 2 big ass crunch bars, 400 calories total. So that puts me
I can't.
Whatever I'm at now. But I'm sure once I finish this, plus a bunch of water with electrolytes and a couple of amino acids, I'm going to want to take a pretty...
Dude, Sam eats like a fucking 12-year-old wishes he could eat.
Substantial nap. But afterwards, right, once that nap is taken, and most of the carbs from this...
I say the meal is reasonable, and he's having like orange juice and crunch bars, dude. I mean, juice in general, even if you have high-quality organic juice, it's pretty hard on the gut candida. It can cause dysbiosis really easily because it's a lot of sugar.
Eating sugary foods does not cause candida. Candida is usually caused by compromised immune system. It's not just from eating sugary foods.
And it has a lot of surface area in the stomach. It's just digested and absorbed too fast. I mean, crunch bars and candy bars, you'd be surprised in some context, like the ingredients in the candy bar, at least they don't use a crazy amount of vegetable seed oil sometimes, but there can be a lot of crap in them depending on which one it is.
Mashed potatoes are flowing around my system. Plus, I'm fully hydrated from finishing off this tub of water. Then I'm going to feel super fucking energized for legs. The last thing I want to do And this is why I don't train early in the morning, why I like cardio in the morning, lift later at night. It's just because right in the morning, give me one moment. Right in the morning, that's when you're in your, well, you're literally in a fasted state.
I mean, don't they inject insulin after every meal? You know, isn't that something important that you can include in the lawsuit when you sue him for getting fat and having a heart attack on his diet? That he forgot to mention you need to take insulin every meal when you're eating this?
State from going the whole night without eating. So if that's when you have to train, I guess you just have to deal with it. But I'm going to feel much better, stronger, more endurance, just going to have a better pump and a better workout. If I wait for the whole day of, a substantial amount of calories and meals and carbs and
Does
water,
Hostile sell performance enhancing? What do they sell? Is it just supplements?
electrolytes, because right in the morning, I'm not very hydrated. If anything, I'm dehydrated. You lose a couple of pounds every night. I guess it depends on how big you are, but just by breathing, you're breathing out water. You're going to wake up literally more dehydrated than you were at night. So for me, it just makes sense. Tons of food during the day, fuel up, super hydrated, and then when I actually get into my lift, that's when I'm like, okay, gas tank's at F, gas tank's at full. I'm ready to try to empty that thing as hard as I can, aka, push every set as hard as I can. So that's kind of the plan for tonight. So if this is the last actual meal, then we'll get straight to the car talk. But
Yeah, that's a little subjective, but it depends on your overall lifestyle. Like if you work a manual labor job, if you go to the gym at night after doing manual labor all day, like your workout's going to suck. That's just how it is. Or if someone like sleeps really well compared to someone who doesn't sleep really well, regardless, that person with overall better lifestyle factors is going to be stronger at any point in the day.
going to be pretty sick.
Or even
I'm going to a gym that has a really nice...
someone who injects testosterone. It doesn't matter.
It's like cable loaded, but we'll just talk about that when we're there. If I talked about the workout every meal, this would be like a 2-hour video. But this will just fucking disappear in the next 20-ish minutes. I'm sure I'll probably take a nap right here and just sit down on my phone. And when I wake up, I'll be ready to take the pre and get out of here. Now that...
Imagine being so like insulin damaged that you fall asleep with a Rode microphone frying your brain. So now I think like the next like 45 minutes of this is workout. So we're going to skip all of this workout stuff.
So I forgot to add intra-workout was 100 grams of carbs in the Hostile bottle. Yeah, I forgot about that. I was doing the blue Gatorade. If you're curious why the cluster dextrin shake isn't...
Doesn't this guy look a little like Jacob Elordi? And forgive me for being mean, but like the ladies are obsessing over him. Maybe there's a little too much estrogen in the water when they see tall dudes, but like I could have the most botched eye surgery ever, and I would still look better than that guy. Anyway,
back yet the post-workout instant.
Oh my god!
100 grams of carbs plus 20-ish grams of protein. I'm kind of saving it for later. That's I don't want to call it like a last resort, but
I think he said he had a dextrose shake. And I will mention we have Flextrose on OregonSupplements.com. High quality organic dextrose, only natural one on the market. Usually.
I don't know what the fuck organic dextrose. It's literally just starch. So what does it matter if it's fucking organic?
It's made with like low quality, chemically infused corn, agrochemical, herbicide and pesticide and fungicide infused corn.
Way it kind of is. I mean, it's a super easy, like pretty much 500 calories, just like that. So I might save that for later. Like once 5,000 or so calories gets a little bit more difficult, or let's say not difficult, but it becomes my new baseline, then adding that big shake post-workout, that'll definitely put me over the edge.
Did he say what he's eating?
maintaining growth. So I kind of jumped the gun a little bit. While the water was boiling for the ramen, I was already picking at the flank steak that my dad made earlier. So
yeah, so more red meat and ramen noodles are obviously terrible for you, just super high in sodium.
basic premise, 12 ounces of flank steak, 2 packs of chicken ramen, so 100-ish grams of carbs right here, 14 of fat, 75 grams of protein, and about, I think I said 10. I might actually go back and change it. It's probably more like at least 17 grams of fat. Fat.
Hey, at least he's eating a lot more beef. Did he get a check from the Cattlemen's Association? Put steak in every meal. Maybe he'll maybe next video he'll be chopping steak up into pieces and pouring milk over it and having that for breakfast instead of the Chex Mix. It's kind of like so close yet so far, right? Because I have beef with udon noodles every night, but the difference between like the super high quality organic udon noodles I have versus this chicken ramen catastrophe is a lot. You know, you have low quality wheat. You have
This is kind of boring me. Whatever.
that is by
Well, Frank is stupid, but we already knew that.
Who knows? You guys hear that? Today is not my day. I got my car back from the mechanic yesterday, and my back left tire is completely flat. So,
Why is he driving if his tire's flat?
between last night when I got home and now, they're all emptied out. There's a garage actually close to me, so I'm just.
Dude, how fucking retarded is Frank? Like, holy shit, dude. Why doesn't he get a fucking tire plug? Or use a spare? Like, holy shit, this guy's retarded.
I'm rolling this down the street to this shop, see if this guy can help me. I don't want to change the fucking flat, dude. I'm too tired to do that shit. I mean, I have a jack and I could just.
Oh my god, Frank is so stupid.
Do it, but it's probably easier to see what this
Yes, I'll just destroy my fucking wheel and then have to pay much more money to get it fixed than just change the tire.
guy can do. You know what? I should have actually went home and grabbed my fucking winter tire. Put the one winter tire on, but I don't think that matters because I gotta get a new tire anyway. I guess.
Dude, what a dumbass.
Yeah, that's so flat. I don't even know if I should have drove it that far. For like less than a minute. Bro, it's been like an hour and a half. I don't think I'm gonna get to work on time. This guy's like all they come, but he's like older, he's not 100%. So, like, her tire had a flat from a nail. We took it off the hubcap and now we're fixing it.
Bro, I must be in some type of purgatory today. It's 3:45. My guys leave at 4, so I'm not getting any orders out today because I couldn't get over there to print them. I left my house at 12:45, so it took 3 hours to take off and mount the flat tire. Like, the guy had everything and knew what he was doing, but he wasn't like 100%, some Alzheimer's or something, so between like every single step, he literally would walk around for 15 minutes to find the tool. So I would say it shouldn't have taken more than half an hour, but I was there for 3 hours, coughing my lungs out, head hurts, migraine, like any other.
Israel's estate has nothing to do with Zionism. Who did a dum-dum today? One guess, he's an Islamophobic right-winger who only cares about guns and blowing up kids and still somehow calls himself a vegan. Logical extension of nothing is nothing.
Yeah, so, I don't even think you understand, like, what you're talking about or what you're trying to say. I think you're, like, actually fucking retarded. You told me that 45% of Jews reject Zionism. Then you send me a fucking Pew Research paper saying 45% of US Jews don't care that much about Israel. Like, I don't know what you want. Like, just fucking play Xbox or something, dude. Thanks for the Nation Quest.
He should have called a tow truck.
He could have called a tow truck. He could have just plugged the tire up himself. He could have switched to one of his winter tires. He could have called a taxi. Could have done a lot of things, but he chose the most retarded thing, of course, because he's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Zucker and Sil.
The other day, it would have been fine, but arguably I could have. I didn't really feel like I had the energy to put the spare on myself, so I thought this guy could just do it real quick, but that was not fun. That was not fun.
So Frank claims to be eating the most ideal optimal diet. He also sells supplements that are supposedly going to boost your energy and all this shit.
Hey, fuck you, I play Xbox. Don't lump me in with the retards.
Only retards play Xbox, so hate to be the one to break it to you. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. So yeah, he also sells supplements that are supposed to increase your energy and all this. And then he says, I don't have enough energy to just switch to a spare tire. What a fucking clown.
Bro, this guy had a dog that was like between the mechanic grease and the dog jumping all over me. I need to go home and take a shower. Well, we'll drive down to work first. I think we're gonna get there right when my guys are leaving, so I'm just gonna print out the orders for tomorrow and make sure this doesn't happen again. Nice guy, sweet, but I think if I left my car there for him to do any work to it.
What is that sound?
It's just Frank Tufano's shitty car. Thanks for the donation, James.
Fuck you.
Okay, well thank you. Forgot my namification. Appreciate the donation.
Probably get it back in about a week. Holy shit. God help me. I wanted to win a game. I would pay myself $100 I'm actually fucking dying, bro. I'm dying. I honestly, it might really be like, they spray so much crap in the air in these northeastern high population states. I feel like I haven't been able to breathe unless I have like the AC on and all the filters running in my house. I feel like I can't even breathe the air. It's bad. But today, when like I have the other factors compounding it, I feel like dying. I don't think I've ever been sick in front of you guys before.
What? He gets sick all the fucking time. He has made so many fucking videos talking about being sick.
It's alright, I'll go. Honestly, just like a really bad turn of events. Like me being sick, I already felt horrible just going to work in general. Yet having to sit in the heat for 3 hours. I only ate half of those pancakes and I had so much water kefir, which means the histamine content was high and there was like a lot of gut bacteria in my stomach that needs to get fed soon. But since, you know, it's 5 o'clock now, and all I had was half of breakfast, I started like getting headaches and not feeling so good. So keep in mind, if you do have that much water kefir brains for breakfast, you got to eat a lot of big meal for breakfast, or just get home fast and eat lunch, which I wanted to do. I wanted to have some rice and steak, but you guys probably know, like sometimes when you get sick, you're like nauseous and you don't feel like eating. So we're just gonna do a liver detox smoothie in infusion water for low mineral. Got the Frankie's liver detox smoothie, and I'm gonna eat I'm gonna eat some apples just to have. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm still alive somehow. Yeah, again, I don't know. Last time I've ever been this sick. Did a few more iodine rinses. Feel a little better.
He gets sick all the fucking time. He has made so many fucking videos talking about being sick.
Beyond exhausted.
Damn.
And most of you guys know I'm still not 100% with far from 100% with my health, dealing with the liver related issues. Not too happy with the eye surgery and everything, so I haven't been wanting to film as much content. And on top of that, I have continuous legal issues and shadow banning on all the social media.
What is your
I am not having a good time. And I just want to let you guys know that I do appreciate the continued support, you know, despite me not doing as much content, despite all
Donation grand, yeah.
all this negative stuff happening. And hopefully you guys can really help me and continue the support until we're in a better spot. I can't imagine it's going to be more than a year and a half. So what was the saying? Light at the end of the tunnel. So just got to stick it out a little longer. Some of you might not be aware of this situation because all the videos were taken down, not by my choice. And I was banned for 1 week on YouTube for basically defending myself. I made a few distasteful jokes, but look.
Yeah, so Frank made anti-Semitic remarks towards somebody, encouraged harassment towards this individual, and then he's wondering why he got banned from YouTube.
I didn't even get to say what I wanted. All right, imagine if that happened. So I guess we'll have to keep this 100% factual, and I will not disclose any, you know, personal information that is not available on social media or like the public domain. I want to keep this reasonably brief. So if you guys have any questions, just leave a comment down below, and hopefully the people that saw those videos will be able to answer them. But to sum it up, this kid, Jake Levy, completely copied my best bar and has been selling it for over 6 months now. Identical, like...
There's no copyright on his food product, so yes, he can do that. He has the legal right to.
Carbon copy, exactly, like T for T, recipe, marketing, flavors, every single thing. I've been selling those bars since November of last year at almost double the price of my best bar. It was called Way Better Bar, now actually rebranded to the Jacob Bar. Oh, he's so creative. Probably because he found out about the lawsuit and consulted with a lawyer, and that's what the lawyer recommended. Now, my best bars are around $3 each, and he was selling these bars, still selling these bars for around $5 per bar. But
Goku.
These people in the club, and I can't name them for obvious reasons without being censored, they control all social media platforms.
He means Jews. He's talking about Jews.
And the reason he's able to do this because I'm simply shadow banned and forgotten about, while he sells the exact same product I've been selling for years and years and years at double the price.
So, first of all, Frank is an anti-Semite. He's posted about how he hates Jews. He's also knowingly and willingly violated YouTube's terms of service by, like, again, the anti-Semitic shit, harassing people online. He's also, you know, promoted conspiracy theories against the vaccine. So if he even is shadow banned, which I doubt he is, whose fault is that? Secondly, he's not shadow banned. Your content just fucking sucks. It is boring, stupid. Not only is this guy trying to be part of a very, very small niche, this like animal-based community, his content is fucking garbage. You are boring as fuck. So no shit, nobody cares about your fucking channel. You make video after fucking video of you eating like steak. Yeah, people are gonna get fucking bored of that.
It doesn't make sense from any market or logical perspective. You know, how is he able to copy a product you've been selling for years, sell for double the price, make more money than you've ever had selling the product, and no one cares? Oh, that's how this world works, unfortunately. And these evil people banned me for explaining this on social media last time.
He thinks they're evil for selling the same product that he's selling, but again, he's torturing and murdering animals, but that's just fine.
So we filed a lawsuit back in December of last year. Tufano v. Levy, case 3:23 CV 02106. So to sum it up, I've been arguing the case jurisdiction with a federal judge for almost 6 months. The jurisdiction was proven in the first filing of the complaint. All residences and domiciles of all parties involved in the case are clear. There's no doubt at all. But the judge is saying, oh, that's not adequate. And to my understanding, this is basically these people protecting each other. Before I filed this lawsuit, I thought to myself, I wonder how they're going to screw...
Bro, like, if this is currently in court, why in the fuck would you accuse the judge of being part of a evil Jewish
Is Frank
cabal?
still facing a lawsuit from Paul Saladino?
I'm not sure. I really don't know. He never made an update on that. Since he hasn't talked about it in a while, I'm assuming either the lawsuit is done or there's some sort of gag order in the case where if he talks about it, he's going to have to pay like some serious fine. That's what I'm assuming. But thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. But like, this is so retarded. This is still already in court, and he's bad-mouthing the judge and claiming he's part of some evil Jewish conspiracy theory. Like, this is going to help him.
Me over and protect themselves this time. And well, I found out because all these papers here, all this paperwork, all these motions I've had to file, he hasn't even been summoned yet. Normally when you file a legal proceeding, when you sue someone, one of the first things that happens is they receive the complaint. They get served with papers, oh, you've been sued, and they have to respond. That hasn't even happened yet. 6 months of me arguing jurisdiction with a federal judge. They basically, it's comical. Now, I had to speak to several lawyers over the past few months for some other stuff. And when I mentioned...
So, basically, the judge just disagrees that there's any merit to the case?
This casually to them, they were kind of like sketched out. It seemed unusual. They never really heard about a federal judge arguing the jurisdiction for so long, because usually it's a very cut and dry yes or no thing. And now you know, if you aren't in the club, doesn't matter what you do on social media, doesn't matter if you file an official lawsuit in a literal federal courthouse, they're just going to screw you because they think they deserve more than everyone else. Now, if I actually hired a lawyer who are all in the club and spent tens of thousands of dollars, they might have played me, done the charades a little bit, pretended like they were going to do something. But since I'm pro se, since I've been screwed enough by these jerk-offs to figure out how to do this myself, and I'm not giving them any money, they're not playing ball at all. They don't want anything to do with me. And you can read through all the motions and filings on Pacer if you want to read if you want to read what these papers actually say. I've made about 15 filings, and again, kid hasn't even received the summons yet. It's
So he's not using a lawyer, so he probably has no idea what he's actually doing, and then he's wondering why his lawsuit isn't going forward. Maybe hire a lawyer, Frank, because they know what they're doing.
It's asinine. And I've been arguing with this judge for 6 months while he has been selling these bars. He is still active in business, selling these bars while I'm arguing with this judge. It's disgusting. Now, reading the full complaint and the motions would just take too much time and be like a 1 hour long video, but I will list the dates and what I did on those dates to give you guys a context of the whole situation. Again, you can read these in full on Pacer if you have, I think you might need a membership though. So the lawsuit was filed December 20th of last year. Shortly after we filed a preliminary injunction, which is basically asking the judge for immediate action to get him to stop selling the product because it's damaging my business, which has been completely ignored, by the way, the preliminary injunction. January 17th, about 1 month later, Magistrate Judge Schwab argues against the jurisdiction. So there's the magistrate judge, which to my understanding is kind of like an assistant judge that can handle some aspects of the case. 1 week later, after the magistrate judge says jurisdiction is no good, I refile everything, make the jurisdiction statement a little clearer, and I also filed a motion to disqualify, which is basically asking the court.
Who would want to represent Frank? He's an anti-Emetic Karen and most New York players he's around are Jewish.
Yeah, I know. He's actually had 2 lawyers that I know of, but I know there's been 2 lawyers he's worked with who dropped him as a client and refused to represent him because he's an anti-Semite. So yeah, I'm sure that's a problem for him. Like it's so funny too, he's admitting when he made these original filings, he didn't do it properly, and then he's like saying, oh, the only reason they're rejecting all of this is because they're Jewish and they're evil, but he admitted he didn't do it right. It's so fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
To get rid of the judge because I thought, and I mean, I think this is truthful, I think the judge was being a little harsh and unreasonable with the jurisdiction. So I said, look, if this is how this case is going to go off the bat and the judge is being this unreasonable, I want to see if I can get a different judge. So then February 2nd, another week later, the main judge, Malachi Mannion, I think, denied the motion to disqualify the magistrate judge. Go figure. So then on February 6th, the magistrate judge Schwab made jurisdiction arguments again. So basically, and it doesn't make sense because I said this jurisdiction clear, and they're just repeating themselves, and I'm giving them the same answer, and it doesn't really make much sense to me. Because they're asking, oh, where does this person live? I'm telling them where the person lives, and they're like, just nonsense. So I responded 1 week later, February 13th, again, being really, I made it even more specific, clarifying the jurisdiction, which, I mean, how much more am I going to say it? You know, what else is there to say? You know, there's no like other known places where this kid lives. We have proof of I delivered product to his house. We have proof of where he's operating the business. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So then on February 22nd, they dismissed my complaint and made me amend it. So they wanted me to fix it and file it again. So a week after that.
Yeah, so he's not doing it right. And then he's mad that they're rejecting his complaints. Like, hire a fucking lawyer and maybe not make anti-Semitic fucking claims so that the lawyer just drops you as a client.
February 28th, I amended the complaint and refiled everything. Then 1 month, they make me wait a month. March 26th, Magistrate Judge Schwab does the same thing, arguing the jurisdiction of the case. And at this point, I'm like, well, this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They're obviously just not going to take the case. They're protecting this kid. I'm completely screwed. I'm never going to get any recourse for this. So then I was waiting for the judge to do so. I thought the main judge was going to do something, but he didn't. So then I waited a few weeks. April 10th, I responded to, so when that judge did the jurisdiction arguments again, I get to respond to that. So I responded and said, look, I've proven the jurisdiction beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, what do you want me to hire a private investigator to follow him around? Like, what do you want me to do? That's unreasonable. That's not what you have. That's not required for the court. Like, the evidence I provided for where he lives was perfectly reasonable. And then I put in that, then the last thing I filed, I don't know if I have it here, but I think I said something along the lines of, look, the purpose of the court is to find, a reasonable solution between parties. And I was explaining to them, if you're really so unsure about the jurisdiction, which I have proven, I'm sure we can have Jake Levy come into the court and tell us where he lives, okay? This is beyond ridiculous. So now it's May 15th. They haven't responded yet. It's been over a month. I don't know what they're waiting for. I paid for some in service once, and then I had issues with the judge, so I don't want to pay to have him served again. I'm not going to pay another $500 to have him serve the papers. So I'm going to have to file, and this is why I'm making this video. Maybe this goes public. Maybe someone higher up sees this. Maybe they get their act together a little bit. But now all I can really do is I can ask the judge, hey, what's going on? At this point, because he's changed the business name, because all that stuff, I have to amend the complaint again and refile it, which is a little more work on my end. So I'm gonna have to refile everything and explain, hey, look now.
I wonder if the problem is Frank is claiming this guy has a specific LLC and he changed the name of the LLC. So then when he makes this filing, they're saying, okay, this isn't the right person.
Now he's operating, he changed the business name, he's trying to pretend like it's just completely ridiculous. So I don't really know what to do. I've spent a decent amount of money and a lot of time on these filings. I'm tired of driving to this godforsaken courthouse in Scranton. And it's upsetting because this kid, and it says it on his website right now, if you go to his website, GetJacob, I think it's getjacob.com, it's ridiculous. Point is, he's sold out of the bar. So he's selling a lot of this product every month, making a lot of money. And the judge is sitting there twiddling his thumbs. They're probably laughing at me in their lodge. It's pretty clear what's going on here. I'm not going to spell it out. I've basically done everything I can. And I mean, am I going to keep doing this? Am I going to keep filing motions and amending the complaint and getting them to do something? I don't know.
Maybe just hire a lawyer so it can be done right the first time. I don't know.
I really don't know. I don't think I've said anything on this video that they can take it down for. Everything is available on the case record. And
I'm pretty sure it violates court decorum to name judges specifically. So probably not a good idea.
I try not to care that much, but the whole reason I keep going and doing this is because I'm genuinely here to help people, and most health and nutrition influencers say that. Everyone says the same nonsense, and then they go to Costco and show you what to buy at Costco.
Do you think Frank is a career suer? Some people keep suing companies in hopes of winning big. Or do you think it's just narcissism?
I don't think he's going to win big at anything. Most of the time, Frank is the one getting sued. The only other time I think he sued anybody was with his business partner, but I'm pretty sure his business partner sued him first. But Frank's just a narcissistic whack job. I don't know why the fuck he even bothered going after this kid. Like the only reason he would is because, again, he feels that he's entitled. It was my idea, therefore you can't copy my idea, even though there's no copyright on his recipe. Thanks for the donation, though, Grandam.
So, I'm just ready to get off this godforsaken planet if it's going to be this difficult to help people, because, you can have good intentions.
Yes, please, Frank, leave this planet. Ask Jeff Bezos if he can borrow one of his rockets, get a rope, I don't know, whatever you gotta do, leave the fucking planet.
And try to do the right thing, and I can't imagine ever treating someone like these people have treated me. It is despicable, it is evil, it is parasitic. I could go on and on and on, but it's getting to the point where I'm like, is this even worth it? What's the point? Because you guys know, and you've seen, when I get some money, when I get some support, the things that I've done with my business and in the span that I've done it, I can't name one other person that has had as many creative ideas, as many, especially in the health and nutrition related space. Anything you guys see related to like nutrient density animal foods, the animal-based diet, most of the grass-fed carnivore stuff, there's literally...
Oh, hey everybody, eating nothing but meat is the perfect diet. Oh, I destroyed my liver and my health eating this diet. Now I'm going to eat a different diet. Yeah, nutrition genius right here.
hundreds, if not thousands, of influencers right now that are basically carbon copies of the things I've been talking about on YouTube years and years ago. So to say that anyone else has had much of an influence, what am I getting at here? The point is, they've made a lot of money off of my ideas, and they've done nothing with that money besides pad their bank accounts and for their own selfish needs. There's nothing good that will ever come out of supporting these people or giving them money, and that's proven fact. They only care about each other and they only support each other, and their goal is to steal as much money from you as possible. It's like a game to them.
All streamers compel.
You know? Yeah, I don't really care at this point.
You think Frank is going to set up another fake fundraiser to get a new lawyer?
I doubt it. I don't think he's gonna do that, and even if he did, I seriously doubt anybody would give him money for it. Like, he has a pretty small community, and they're not like sycophants like Sferage's community. So Sferage could do something like that, and he'd probably get the money. Frank, I don't think there's really any point of Frank doing it. I doubt he'd do it. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
It'd be nice if the judge was just upfront and honest and be like, dude, we don't like you. He's our friend. Stop wasting your time. So until they do that, maybe I guess I'll file the complaint. Who knows? Probably my guess is they'll just dismiss the case. My guess is which is nonsense. Like imagine this. Like I'll leave you guys with this. What's 2 + 2? And I say 4. And they pretend they didn't hear me and they ask me again, what's 2 + 2? And I say 4. And they're like, huh? What's 2 + 2? 4, right? And then they say, oh no, sorry, you failed the math test. You failed. You're out. You're out of the math competition. That's what I feel like is going to happen here. I think they're just going to say, that would be my guess. Oh, plaintiff failed to prove jurisdiction, case dismissed. Like,
Oh, Frank, you stupid son of a bitch. I don't even understand why he bothers doing any of this crap. Like, and by the way, if he hired a lawyer, they would have told him this is a waste of time.
I'm sure some of you guys that have purchased probiotic supplements know that they have to stay refrigerated or the bacteria will die. You know, with nutritional yeast, you're basically buying a dead probiotic. So
nutritional yeast isn't a probiotic. Yeast is like a fungus.
That would be called an unfortified nutritional yeast. They have to add.
He doesn't even understand what nutritional yeast is. It's not a bacteria, it's a fungus.
Vitamins to it. Then we have the fortified nutritional yeast that has synthetic vitamins added. That boosts the nutrient content. That is what most people are selling and most people are referring to. You know, if you go online and buy nutritional yeast, that's what you're getting. It's actually pretty difficult to find an unfortified version. These synthetic vitamins that are added to the yeast are highly processed with various chemicals and factories. Plus, if you're adding 10, 15...
This is a guy who sells vitamin and mineral supplements.
20 different vitamins to something. Each of those vitamins needs to be sourced from something. Is that source contaminated, polluted? Is it organic? Then these vitamins aren't...
Organic zinc. It's a mineral, you idiot.
even bioavailable. You know, what the body easily absorbs. I'm sure some...
What a fucking moron.
A standard American diet is so unhealthy, you have far more concerns than the anti-nutrient content of a plant. Pollutants and toxins in the food supply, rancid omega-6 seed oils and feedlot animal products all make a cup of oat milk look healthy. That is, until you see how some of it's made.
This is where the magic happens. Oats are being milked right in that head. Yeah, that's where the milking is. Jeez, yeah. Got it. This might shock you, but oats cannot actually be milked. The Oatly recipe relies on natural enzymes, high-pressure heat cylinders, and a lot of complicated science. The process is patented, and there's secret tech we weren't allowed to film.
What's actually in this commercially prepared stuff besides oats? A standard...
Okay, so Frank doesn't understand how oat milk is made, therefore it's bad for you.
Yogurt. And the reason you would want to consume yogurt maybe
I think he means Cumgert.
a couple hours
Speaking of which, we haven't checked in on Blaha in a while. We should watch some of his vids.
for breakfast, lunch, a snack prior to your Thanksgiving meal is due to the probiotics, the different cultures, mostly lactobacillus based, that will help you digest the food you're eating later in the day. The bacteria in yogurt will digest carbohydrates, so mainly starches and sugars that are consumed with the meal in the form of mashed potatoes, stuffing, maybe dessert later on. This will help keep your gut bacteria in check, help prevent overgrowths of candida, stuff you don't want. And in regards to the actual yogurt, you want to make sure there is some type of lactobacillus culture. And for the most part, any whole milk yogurt is pretty safe.
Yogurt is disgusting slop that only degenerates eat.
How are you guys? We're just gonna do a quick vlog, show you what's new this week, sale items, everything we got back in stock. We are giving away collagen broth free with every order. Last week we did 2 local ground beef and the beef blood free with every order. This week we're giving away the collagen bone broth. So if you guys haven't wanted to try it, free with every single order this week. And we got a few new products to show you guys too, some new sausage and a few other things. I'm trying not to have a heat stroke because I gotta wear all these clothes and it's like 80 degrees outside because I'm working in the freezer, but then like the rest of the day I'm just sweating. That beeping is a new DVR I installed on the camera system. Because the company wanted like $2,000 to just swap out a new DVR because I couldn't view it on my phone, which is complete BS. You know, camera system's already there, so did it myself for about $200, so save some money there. I'll show you guys the new supplements first real quick. So you guys saw this if you watched the day of eating last week. We got vitamin D in capsules now, 1,000 IU per capsule. So nice convenient dose. You know, the liquid can be a little bit difficult to gauge how much you're taking sometimes even with the drop.
Okay. I don't know why he says amount per serving is 3,000 IUs when this makes no sense. Yeah, what? So he's suggesting a single serving is 3,000 IUs, but there's only 1,000 IUs per capsule. So you need 3 capsules to get a single serving, and then there's only 33 servings in the entire container. So this will only last you 10 days. Why would he sell a fucking supplement like this and not give a month's supply? It's fucking retarded. Even if you were to take 2,000 IUs, which is the...
So then it's...
So we have vitamin D3.
Yeah, even if you were to take 2,000 IUs per day, which is the daily recommended intake, this bottle still wouldn't be enough to get you to a full month supply. So, how much is he even fucking selling this shit for? You know what's funny? Frank added me to his mailing list manually. He actually just looked up my business email and then put me on his mailing list, even though I never signed up on his website. I don't know why he did that. I don't know if it's like fuck you type of thing, but it's kind of retarded. Where's this vitamin D? Is this even listed? There's liquid vitamin D. Yeah, apparently he doesn't even have it listed on his website. He just has the liquid form. Servings per container, 65,000 IUs. That's more reasonable. A reasonable price, but what's he selling the stupid capsules for? I can't even find it on his website. Okay, that's kind of stupid.
1,000 IU per capsule, safe dose, you know, start with 1, 2, or 3,000 per day, see how you feel. Most D3 supplements are way, way, way too high. Anything more than 2 or 3,000 for some people can be too much, so you gotta be careful with that. Something new is calcium. Ever since I've been taking high doses of zinc and magnesium, those deplete calcium. So first time in my life I've ever really needed more calcium in my diet. So we have, again, a safe dose. This is 100 milligrams of calcium carbonate, which is the natural chelation, per capsule. I don't think there's any supplement this low dose online. I'm actually curious to know what the lowest dose calcium supplement currently available is, because most of them are like 1,000 milligrams, 10 times what this is, but 100 milligrams is what you get.
Would you risk buying any vegan merch?
You mean, would I buy vegan merch from Frank Tufano? No, never. I'd never buy anything from him. I fucking hate him. Thanks for that donation, James.
Get from drinking a whole bottle of water. So to go a bottle of mineral water. So to go 10 times that with some of these doses is a little crazy. So this perfectly lines up because you take one of these, which is 100 milligrams of calcium, and then we have our magnesium capsules, which are 50 milligrams per capsule. So it's nice because you take one magnesium, one calcium, and you get a 1-to-2 ratio of magnesium to calcium, which is pretty good. And then probably the most significant one, because the other liquid K2 is very expensive. I think this is only $15 or $20 a bottle. We have vitamin K2 in safe portions again. 100 micrograms of MK4 and 10 micrograms of MK7 per capsule. We got to fix the label. It's a little incorrect here. It shows amount per capsule, but it says amount per serving. So I'm going to fix the labels on these, but K2, D3 calcium now available, organsupplements.com. Still waiting on the probiotic. Not sure when that's going to come. And I'll talk more about these supplements when we have everything, but like the MK7 and a lot of the dosages of these vitamins that other companies are selling, totally not safe. Not safe at all. So that ratio of 100 micrograms of MK4 to 10 micrograms of MK7 is what you should be taking. That's what naturally occurs in food. And unfortunately, there's no like supplemental option for a lot of, there's like MK8, 9, 10, 11. What you want to do is have the vitamin K2 supplement and then have like high quality probiotic foods, water kefir, and like raw cheeses to get the rest of your K2. It's not something that can really be supplemented 100%. I've been showing you guys, we've been doing the sale on the naturals. A few more weeks, we'll basically have everything out of here. And something new I'm messing around with, we're going to have clay shampoo available later this week. This is the first failed batch. It's a little too liquidy, but we will have something functional for you guys. Just natural clay shampoo. It's not going to be in glass. We do have regular bottles for it because
he's making his own shampoo and he already fucked it up. It literally looks like just water with shit mixed in.
If I do the clay shampoo in glass, imagine breaking this in your shower. Complete nightmare. You know, these glass bottles with shower tile, not a good idea. So we're going to just do like a plastic bottle, and I'm going to rinse out the inside and make sure there's no chemicals or anything. So we already got 3 new supplements. We should have the probiotic coming. We're going to have the clay shampoo available this week, and I'll try to do some other stuff. We have a natural sunscreen available now, but I'll try to do my own brand soon. We have the pomade that I've been selling, but we'll try to do a new and improved version and see what's going on in the fridge. So we just got all the fresh raw dairy ready to ship out to you guys. I think we got 9 water kefir flavors now. This is the ginger. Got way too much. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Still got some sauerkraut, guys, giardiniera, plenty of the steak sauce. That's what's left of the beef blood. I think we're gonna run out because we're not gonna get any more in for about a month.
Looks like Frank is making an effort to organize the shelves.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Frank's retarded, so I'm sure he's running his business like an idiot. Thanks for the donation, James.
We do have a decent amount of fresh beef in this week. However, this, as I said with the blood, will be the last fresh beef we're getting in for maybe a month and a half. Same with the steaks, the bone and ribeye steaks, the porterhouse steaks. If you guys want the fresh beef, this is going to be your last chance to get it for a little while. Over here we got just some pork bacon. New product, smoked cured pork bacon. Running low on the beef bacon, but we do have some more slices. I kept pushing the pastrami on you guys because I thought we had a decent amount, but we sold out. I feel like I made a lot. I thought I made like close to 200 pounds of pastrami, but we only sold 115 pounds, which means I think I lost a lot more weight in the smoking than I thought I would, which is not good. I probably didn't even charge enough to break even on it. So I'll try to make some more pastrami maybe this week. So we're not going to have it back for a few more weeks, but we do have the smoked and cured products, the bacon, and we got some new sausages and stuff too that you guys can try. I'm going to switch over to my phone so my camera doesn't freeze up. All right.
Oh yeah, you know what? That gives me an idea. When I win the lottery and I become a millionaire, I'm going to hire a private investigator to find out where Sverige is. Because he's actually, I know for a fact, he's not renting an apartment. He's living out of an Airbnb. And that's why he's particularly worried about getting enough money from all this Luna drama.
Hope Frank is storing that meat correctly?
Hopefully not, so his business gets shut down and he kills somebody with salmonella. But thanks for the donation, James. But yeah, I know for a fact he's living at an Airbnb, so he's probably paying money like weekly for rent, and I think if you're renting out an Airbnb, you don't have the same renter's protections as if you have a rental contract. So if he doesn't have enough money to pay the Airbnb host, he could probably get kicked out like immediately. Whereas if he was renting, he might have like 3 months worth of buffer room, where even if he doesn't pay for 3 months, he won't get evicted immediately. So yeah, when I win the lottery, I'm gonna hire a private investigator, find out where Sverige is, and then contact the police and see if I can get him arrested.
See if I remember everything. We just restocked the caviar, salmon caviar, sturgeon caviar. These are the new pork sausages. So the Iberico sausage is now plain smoked Iberico sausage, and then we have the raw breakfast sausage, which has a little maple syrup and honey, made with the highest quality Iberico pork from Spain. This is the smoked plain beef sausage. So we showed you guys these three over the past few weeks. We've had these in for a few weeks now, but these are the brand new sausages. Now we just got a lot of restock stuff sitting in the back of the freezer here that we have to organize and put where it's supposed to be. But we've been busy, and I did all the orders myself in the freezer this week, so we'll get to this in a day or two. These are all the chicken breasts, single portions back in stock, so all the chicken for the most part is back available. We have chicken breast, drumsticks, thighs, some organs, some liver, and we have chicken wings. So if you guys haven't waiting for chicken, polar parts, we have it. We restocked the ground venison this week. This actually looks, some of it looks a little fattier than venison usually is, but we were sold out of that for a few weeks, so we have it back. Over here we restocked our beef chuck roll and our beef chuck steaks. This is the carne asada that I showed you guys in the day of eating last week. So we got 1 pound portion carne asada steaks. So you basically just take this out, throw it out, really delicious.
That sausage looks diseased.
It does. It all looks diseased. I don't know who the fuck would buy any of this fucking garbage. Thanks for the donation, James.
It's just ready to cook. Some of the leaner stuff, we got 1 pound London broil, as well as the 95.5 lean blend back available. This is even leaner than venison. These are both made from Top Round, which we use for the roast beef. We got a lot of collagen broth. This is what we're going to be giving away this week with all the orders. Restock the chicken broth, highest quality chicken broth on the market.
That looks fucking gross. That just looks like snot.
We have too much liverwurst, so we're probably going to give this away next week after we're done giving away the collagen broth. This is a fresh batch of hot dogs. So once we sell the ones we have in here right now for the discounted price, the new hot dogs will be available. Over here we just have some steaks we're restocking. These are some thick 1 pound ribeyes. We got some 8 ounce strip steaks and 1 pound strip steaks. Showed you guys the past few weeks. Ground turkey now available. We're out of ground chicken breast, but this is pretty close. We got beef cheeks.
Ground turkey is fucking disgusting. I remember, like, before I was vegan, I had ground turkey a few times. It is nasty. It's like a mix between chicken and fish, and it's like the worst tasting aspects of chicken and fish mixed together. It's gross.
These are like between 1 and 2 pounds each. Each of this is like a cheek portion. So, you know, the cow has 2 cheeks on its head, 2 cheeks on its face, and each of
This is cow face meat? What?
these is calf fat. So between 1 and 2 pounds beef. These are great for slow cooking, braising. Got the pecan steaks back in stock. Definitely the best bang for your buck steak we offer. And what's new and special?
Well, like, he sells shit that I wasn't even aware of, like, was used as food. I didn't know they used cow face to make food.
Is raw blood sausage. So what we did was take 100% grass-fed beef, beef blood, raw garlic, raw onion, some herbs and spices in there, a little bit of salt.
I don't even know if he's legally allowed to sell this.
So it's basically a seasoned, flavorful sausage that has blood in it for a little more protein. I gotta try packing these out myself, but this is the only raw beef sausage that we have now. So we have the plain smoked collagen sausage, we got the hot dogs, and now we have raw blood sausage available. I guess this is the big new meat product this week that we haven't had before. We got the whole picanhas back in stock too. If you guys want 3 or 4 pound picanha, and then I showed you guys last week we got kefir ice cream new flavor. So we showed you guys everything in the fridge and freezer that I remember. We're gonna go to the office and read some reviews. I didn't show you guys on the foods website. I was trying to restock all the bars. I think we have most of the bars available. I think we sold out of granola, but we did make some more, and we did make some more vanilla. We just have to package them up this week. Yeah, I emailed Hike Vision about this beeping DVR, because I don't know why it's beeping, because everything's working, like the camera's recording, it's writing to the hard drive, so when they get back to me via email, I won't have to put up with the beeping noise anymore. I mean,
You called out Sverge in a recent video for advocating for having sex in front of children, but he didn't just say... Sverge didn't just say it's okay to have sex in front of children. He said it's okay to have sex with children. But you said you had sex in front of your dog and it licked your ass. Isn't that hypocritical? No. I don't see how in any way me having sex in front of a dog could cause it any amount of harm or traumatic stress or anything. So, no. Yeah.
I can almost see the Alortajos combos in that meat. Maybe Frank will ingest some tapeworms.
Hopefully. Frank does not cook his meat thoroughly, so he likely is ingesting, parasites and shit. Maybe he'll get brain worms like JFK. Thanks for the donation, James. Kid Beard on $8. This is what...
I'm not usually in here. It's only just to print the orders out real quick every day, so it's only going to be annoying now for you guys. A little bit of nonsense as usual this week. This newspaper company was using my porch as a drop-off spot, and I found out because some lady stole the rock salt bags in front, and I had it on camera and everything. I was actually thinking of titling the video with that because it was a little dramatic, but once I called and emailed the newspaper company, which I didn't like because they never responded back or confirmed anything, the rock salt bags mysteriously reappeared on my porch, and I don't think they're using that as a drop-off site anymore, so that was a little dramatic. Some lady emailed me complaining that her order arrived for...
What the fuck? Some lady who works for a newspaper company stole his bags of rock salt.
frozen, so probably a raw tart being ridiculous because it says on our page, hey, we ship everything frozen unless you order fresh. So it's just like people doing really ridiculous stuff on it. And then she's like, I'm going to tell my bank and they're going to side with me. I'm like, what are you going to tell your bank? That the meat arrived frozen in perfect condition? Like, people, I don't know if these people are trolling me or what, but it's completely ridiculous. There are a lot of orders that people are only, you guys are only ordering like 4 or 5 pounds of meat. So I think like 20 to 30% of the orders this week, I sent you a bill for extra ice for summer shipping. It said something like small order summer shipping fee. Most of them were $5. Some of them were $10. But like someone would order 2 of the marrow butter, which is expensive because it's pure bone marrow, and it's like 4 pounds of product, and they're shipping it to California. But 4 pounds of product is like, it's like this much. The amount of ice I have to put in there to keep it cold is so I don't want to have to raise the order minimum because most of the time, like if it's less than 8 or 9 pounds of meat, there's going to be a problem because I can't afford to put $10 worth of ice in it myself. So a lot of you guys might have got an email that it was an updated invoice for the shipping fee. That's if you're only like, maybe someone will order 2 Wagyu ribeye steaks and a caviar. So usually stuff like that's okay, but sometimes people will order like the bare minimum. It'll be like $100 order and there's like 3 pounds of meat in it and like 7 things of milk. So in those scenarios with this summer heat,
Jesus, people have to order a minimum of $100 worth of food. Fucking hell. And then he says, oh, I have the cheapest prices online and all this shit. Like, yeah, sure you do.
mainly for Florida and Texas orders, some California. So you guys are going to get a bill if you don't order at least 10 pounds of meat because, you know.
If you had the Death Note but could only use it once, who are you picking? Frank, Andrew Tate, or Moist Critical? Fuck, that's a tough one. I think I'd have to go with Moist Critical because he benefits the most from living. And I just have a more deep-seated hatred of him. Yeah, it would definitely be a choice between either Moist Critical or Frank. Like, Andrew Tate's going to prison, and I don't want him to die before he gets his criminal trial.
Frankie is palming off meat infected with bird flu.
Hopefully. Again, we can only hope. There is the bird flu going around from farm to farm, and that'd be hilarious if he was shipping bird flu-infected meat. Thanks for the donation, James. Like, Frank is probably causing a greater amount of harm than Moist Critical because he's killing animals, so yeah, maybe I'd choose Frank. I just have a more deep-seated hatred of Moist Critical, though.
Like, if you guys want to help me out, try to order 10 or 15 pounds. You spending the extra $20 or $30 makes a huge difference in between ordering the minimum versus an extra 20 or 30 bucks. Makes it from me not making any money to being reasonable. So we got a 5-star review for the best burger blend. Delicious steak burgers. This burger meat is incredible. It's really quality steak. That is great. I also use this to sweeten my oatmeal and whatever. I don't think we even sell it some weeks. We don't sell any of it some weeks. I understand there can be some inconsistencies with the product, but the people that are having the inconsistencies for some reason, coincidentally, are first-time customers trying to take advantage of them. So this first-time customer left me a 1-star review on Google. Spent $100 worth of raw dairy products and they're absolutely horrible. The milk was delivered to me on 5/23 and the sell-by date was 5/21. The pack date was 5/21 because we literally milked those cows the day before and sent you the dairy products as fresh as humanly possible. The cream cheese tasted like thicker milk, all absolutely tasteless. Absolute worst customer service I've ever seen when I reached out with a complaint. They wrote a quick sentence back accusing me of trying to take advantage of a small business. I threw all of the $100 of product away. It was bad. Listen up, Miss Allie. I sold over 100 units of each of those products last week, and I didn't get one complaint. So, guys, if you had any issue with the dairy products, please reach out to me. Let me know, and if there was a problem, we'll issue you a refund. But I'm inclined to believe, since this was the only complaint from a first-time customer, it's just some degenerate trying to tarnish my business reputation, which is why we filed the federal lawsuit. And Miss Allie Beers, I would love to include you on it. I will take note of that. Fucking.
He's gonna sue somebody for not liking the product she bought. Okay.
Douchebags. That's all I have to say. No, bro. You know what, guys? I'm shutting down my business. We're going out, guys. I'm gonna go to Costco right now and film a video about all the cool stuff you should buy. At Costco, bro. Fucking.
Oh, are there any vegans you hate more than the average meat eater? Yeah. What's that guy's name? Cranky Vegan? I fucking hate that guy. He's a fucking scumbag. She's not a vegan, so this technically wouldn't be me hating a vegan more than the average meat eater, but unnatural not vegan. I also fucking can't stand her. She's a fake-ass vegan.
Fucking cocksuckers. These fucking people deserve nothing. 5-star review for the 8282 raw butter. Yummy. Would love to see a salted version of this. I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent, but if you guys hate what's going on in the world right now, with the economy, with all these evil people in control of everything, just know that they hate my fucking guts and absolutely do not want you spending money on my business. That's why you see these shills commenting on all my videos, trying to derail it, talking trash about me, trying to make me feel bad. The worst thing you can do for these people is to buy from my business. So keep in mind, when you're buying from me, you're kind of kicking these assholes in the nuts because they want you to support their businesses instead. I'm not the type of guy that's going to go tell my viewers and my supporters, hey, if you see these people do this to me, go do it to all the other meat businesses. All right? Complete human trash. 5-star review for the macadamia nut butter. Best nut butter ever. Goes great on pancakes, toasted bread, and smoothies, and great as a standalone item. I like that this brand roasts their nuts, same with the pecan butter. Yeah, I'm really hoping, this is a good product that we have on the foods, but I was actually looking at, there was an auction for like a nut butter machine. It went for way too much money, but that is something I do want to do myself in the future, because macadamia nuts are a very special product in the sense that they're like one of the only healthy nuts. Like, we use macadamia nut butter, pecan butter, hazelnut butter, and walnut butter in all of our recipes on the foods and stuff, so we're really trying to keep it high quality, but unfortunately, those nut butters and nuts aren't easily accessible by the general public, especially organic versions. Because most of you guys know, you go to the supermarket, it's all peanut butter and almond butter. 5-star review for the beef liverwurst. Excellent choice. Wanted to try the liverwurst for nostalgia and cooking. So our liverwurst is very special. It's basically giving it away most weeks because we have a lot of it and there's not much of a demand for it, but put that on every sandwich. 5-star review for the chicken eggs. Another review for the eggs. Fantastic seasoning with... We're very pleased with everything, so I don't have to charge shipping for them, but... Hey, so look, the post office is so unreliable, I don't know what to tell you. I try my best to send everything out as soon as possible, but just keep that in mind with the gift cards, guys. It's not going to take 2 weeks to get there. That was a little ridiculous, but it should get there within a week. Probably bad timing on the order. Because a lot of you guys are like, you think day by day, but stuff doesn't move Friday through Sunday, guys. FedEx, UPS, most people work normal, like, we don't have access to the Amazon shipping network or whatever that is, so keep in mind, guys, business days for the most part are what you got to expect. 5-star review for the pasture-raised whole chicken. Best chicken. Yeah, that's news. Yeah, so as always, if you guys have any issues or concerns with your order, please just take a photo and send it to me. We explained in the vlog last week, and we have all the policies on the FAQ page on the website. If you're a first-time customer and you have any concerns about the quality of the product, please just take your phone and film a video of yourself opening the package, because there have been a lot of people trying to take advantage of me.
So, Frank has a troll problem? Frank and high quality is an oxymoron.
Yeah, I'm sure most of these people ordering from him are just getting, like, crap shipped to them. I remember Sean Baker, he tried ordering from Frank's business, and he received a box of like thawed out, fucked up meat, and he was too afraid to eat it himself, so he just fed it to his dogs. So yeah, I mean, they are probably receiving like garbage in the mail, and then he's too much of an idiot to realize.
I haven't sucked a penis in 5
Me and my business, we do an excellent job of making sure you guys get the freshest, highest quality products possible, packaged with a lot of ice and shipped very quickly. So what generally happens is people tend to lie and try to do things where they say the product was bad, but they never show me any proof of it. So if you guys do have any issues, please just send an email, let me know, take some photos, and we'll sort everything out. But I don't. Our success rate with shit, it's very, very high. Very, very few people have any issues with products whatsoever, especially, I mean, this year in general, it's been very rare that anything has arrived. I mean, I think like 3 weeks ago were the first few packages. There was like an issue with FedEx, or some storms or something, and like 2 or 3 packages got held over the weekend that we had to issue a refund for. But that's very obvious. Like the FedEx tracking will say, you know, that we shipped the package on Monday and you didn't get it until the next Monday. So that's an obvious, okay, we'll refund the product, but that usually doesn't happen. So thank you guys for joining me. We showed you all the new stuff. All the businesses are available on frank-tufano.com. When you guys support, like especially the supplement business, that really helps. If I didn't have that, I wouldn't be able to run the meat business. Like the supplements and stuff, and you guys even just spending $20-30 or whatever makes a huge difference, because you know, that doesn't have perishable shipping, and we're able to use that income to supplement the meat business. Same with the naturals. We're liquidating everything and hopefully going to do some new products on the naturals. Wi-Fi shielding, I didn't show you guys today, but we have all the clothing back in stock on the Wi-Fi shielding website. Part of the reason I'm sweating my guts out so much is I always wear the clothing. And yeah, I think that's everything, guys. frank-tufano.com. Thanks again for joining, and we'll see you guys for the next video. I think I'll try to do a video. We'll do a taste test on all the new products that we have recently. Probably just the sausages. I wanted to do a taste test on everything. Well, maybe we'll do the bacon too. I really wanted to include the pastrami, but we ran out, and I mean, pastrami usually takes 2 weeks to brine. I wonder if 1 week is okay too, but we'll see. See you guys soon.
Well, Frank's still an idiot, but we already knew that.
Never need to supplement
Thanks for the donation though, James.
calcium because of their past dietary habits of high dairy consumption. However, about 5% of the population might actually need to take this when supplementing magnesium. You know, people try to fix their health, they start taking all this different stuff, and they end up depleting their calcium stores with these very high magnesium dosages.
You do not need to take a calcium supplement. Just get it from food.
The difference between our calcium and other calciums on the market is this is 100 milligrams per capsule. Typically, calcium you'll see like 1 gram, 1,000 milligrams, 10 times this amount. However, you know, 1 entire bottle of mineral water is even less than this amount of calcium. So you got to be careful. And if you are in that minority that does feel worse when supplementing magnesium, like you're getting insomnia, you're fatigued, you're having
VG, you're supposed to pretend that you want to end stream, so James donates 500. Oh, yes.
having bladder issues, that might be an indicator that you need to start taking calcium with the magnesium to keep the minerals in balance.
Yeah.
So vitamin D being the most popular supplement also makes it the most likely supplement to cause toxicity issues and imbalances with other vitamins and minerals.
Nope. Most vitamin D supplements are dosed at 1 to 2,000 IUs, which, again, 2,000 IUs is the RDA. Most people are not taking extremely high doses of vitamin D that are dangerous.
This vitamin D we have on organ supplements is dosed at 1,000 IU per capsule, which makes it a perfectly safe amount.
Yeah, dude, it's hilarious. He doses it at 1,000 IUs per capsule, but he only has 33 capsules in the whole container. So if you wanted to meet your RDA for vitamin D, you would have to buy 2 of these bottles to get to a months-long supply.
To slowly replenish your vitamin D stores to feel better. You know, you don't have to get your blood levels past the max amount to feel good. You just need to take a very small dosage for a week or 2, and then you're in a good spot. There's no reason to be excessive. You know, a lot of people think more is better. Obviously, it's a good thing if I'm taking a ton of vitamin D. No, you just want to give your body what it needs, and then you can focus on the other synergistic nutrients such as magnesium, K2, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So be really, really careful with these crazy vitamin D supplements like 10,000, 15,000 IU. You really shouldn't be taking more than a few thousand IU per day, and then you can just get some sun and Vitamin K2 has become increasingly popular over the past several years for its synergistic effects with D3,
calcium, and magnesium. Unfortunately,
So no need to supplement vitamin K2.
Unfortunately, the synthetic forms of vitamin K2 available are not everything we can get from food. We can only get MK4 and MK7 synthetically, whereas food has like MK9, MK8, 11, 12. There's so many different forms of K2 that our body produces, and that is contained in fermented foods like Gouda cheese, high quality raw cheeses, that we just cannot get. So the goal with supplementing K2 is just to get
The sources of K2 from things like dairy are a less bioavailable form of K2.
a small amount, enough to fix any deficiencies in the MK4 and MK7 form. And the correct ratio, which no other supplement on the market has, is 10 parts MK4 to 1 part MK7. That's what occurs in food naturally. And this is also the lowest dosage I've seen, 110 micrograms per capsule.
Say 10, okay, it's a 10.
So a safe amount to take for several weeks to fix your deficiency.
Yeah, vitamin K deficiencies are very rare. You don't need to supplement vitamin K2, and there don't appear to be any benefits.
Our latest creation, available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com, is Healing Crystals Kefir Minerals. Water kefir requires minerals in addition to sugar in order to ferment properly. Molasses is the typical mineral source used. However, it does have several downsides. Besides being a pungent flavor, molasses is high in iron and copper, which can cause dietary imbalances. We have created a mineral blend that adequately replaces molasses for a successful fermentation. So this one jar has 8 ounces, which is about 240 grams. So you're going to be able to make quite a few batches of water kefir with this, and there is a table on here. So if you're making a 3-gallon batch, 9 grams of water kefir, I mean, you can make water kefir for 3, 4, 5 months just off this one jar of minerals. So if you guys like this, let me know. What's up? How are you guys today? We have 3 new formulas available on organsupplements.com. The main thing being that they are the natural, safe dosage. We formulate all of our supplements to be in line with what you can get naturally from food on a daily basis. Both the amounts and ratios of nutrients are balanced, whereas most supplements on the market have high, even toxic doses that can cause more harm than good. Yeah, so most other supplements are just dosed way too high. Literally
They're usually not.
99% of the other vitamin D, vitamin K, and calciums you see on the market are going to be like 5 to 10 times higher than this. Our vitamin D are 1,000 IU per capsule. Our vitamin K2 are 110 micrograms per capsule. And our calcium is 100 milligrams per capsule. So these are all the safe amounts that you would get naturally from food in every meal. And you can take these on a daily basis to feel good.
All right, well, this is going to be absolutely fucking horrendous. How much more time do we have here? Okay, let's watch a Frank video. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
What's up, guys? We're gonna do another quick day of eating, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Pretty similar to what you guys have seen me doing for the past few months, but as with every video, there's a few things that are slightly different. So for breakfast here, we have our organic pancakes, half of the organic pancake mix and half oats. That's on frankiesfreerangefoods.com, as well as the organic maple syrup and organic honey from speckles. I mean, actually everything here is on the foods website because we got some water kefir too. We're sold out of water kefir grains, but we have those. A little silly, I basically sell everything I'm eating here, which wasn't the case years ago, but eventually I developed my businesses to be what I personally do. So we're gonna have the pancakes with the water kefir probiotic regimen. We're gonna have some supplements as well, and then some maximum to finish off the meal. So all the meals are a balance of protein, carbs, small amount of fat with some soluble fiber. The protein in these is the collagen bone broth from Frankie's Ranch Meat. So that's our protein source. It's mixed with the pancakes. We did a recipe on those pancakes a few weeks ago if you guys want to make them yourself. It's a really easy and approachable way to get protein into your breakfast. Now, I mean, we do have like Iberico sausages, and you could always have like a high quality pork. That's kind of what I like, but this is easy, simple. Just put the collagen in the pancakes, cook them. It's good. Now, I was skipping the water kefir for a little while because I didn't feel good when I had it. That was probably candida die-off. So I took too long of a break from the water kefir, and then reintroducing it was not easy, but we're kind of back on it now. So what I like doing is I'll have half of a pancake just to get a little bit of food in my stomach. Honestly, grains swallowed down with some water kefir. We're gonna do 2 tablespoons of kefir grains.
That looks very gross. Yeah, you know, I have a funny feeling you probably shouldn't be eating that.
So both water kefir and water kefir grains are very effective probiotics. The reason you would want to have grains with the
Does he keep saying water queefer?
the liquid too is because you can only drink so much water kefir with the meal, and the grains are a more concentrated and varied source of probiotics. And you'll see the grains in your bowel movement if you eat too much of them. The water kefir bacteria is probably making it through your whole digestive system as well, but I think the water kefir grains are probably more effective in the lower bowel, in the second intestine part of your digestive system. So,
What is he drinking?
He is drinking either water or water kefir, which I don't even know what the fuck that is. Water kefir is a probiotic beverage that may have various health benefits, immunity, blah, blah. Made from sugar water and water kefir grains. What the fuck is a water kefir grain? Water kefir grains are live probiotics in the form of soft, jelly-like grains from a cactus plant. What gives it its bacterial load?
I hate these Frank vids, they're boring as fuck. I don't give a fuck about James Wade to he fucking annoying me with the constant Frank vids and the asking the most pointless questions like is that water? Is the sky blue? Is water wet? Like fuck me.
Yeah, Frank's videos are just ungodly boring. Just horrifically boring. So, yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Thanks for that donation, though, Bootycum. Tibicus culture forms on the pads of Opuntia cactus as hard kefir granules that can be reconstituted in a sugar water solution. So it's like a bacteria that grows on a cactus. That's really weird.
so after I have, as I said, half the pancake, I'll do some water kefir grains, and I'll start drinking the water kefir. And then I like having the supplements about halfway through my meal, so they don't get absorbed too quickly, and like my liver just isn't bombarded with minerals. At least when you have it like in the middle of the meal, it's almost as if you're absorbing minerals that are in the food. It's already like 12:15 because I burned the first batch of pancakes and I had to make another one. It's a little hard to get the recipe right if you're not measuring. I don't measure it every time, and the protein and sugar content of the pancakes can be a little finicky, to say the least. But
Thanks for the donation, Christy Stinky Hole.
Tell Bootycum to calm down. Frank is our comic relief. Plus the fact that so many animals are killed.
Yeah, watching Frank is a bit of a vibe. Thanks for the donation, James.
that's bad because it's the only like nice day in Pennsylvania in the past month. So I really want to go out and get like 2 hours of sun. But me,
Have you ever had vegan carne asada? I don't believe so, no.
filming this day of eating is delaying that. I have the tandy bed now, so it's not that big of a deal. But I do want to lay outside for like an hour or two and then head over to work. Which is nice because it's Thursday. I don't like Thursday. We're not shipping. We usually ship Monday.
James Wade, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Alright, well, looks like Bootycum doesn't like you much, James. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycum.
Through Wednesday, so Now that's Thursday, and I worked like a dog the past 2 days. I was down there at 6 a.m. one day. I was there till 8 p.m. another day. So I don't have too much to do today. I mean, there's always things to do, but nothing's a rush. So I can lay out in the sun for a little bit in the middle of the day. And I don't really mind because instead of doing like more YouTube content, I've just been physically working more and focusing more on business ideas. Maybe because I'm a little upset with how the eyes turned out. And I don't like doing content anymore, but I have to do some. So I shifted time from like the social media stuff to just working a little more down there. So we got about half of our meal done. Now we're going to do the supplement routine. So I'm not going to see them. I'll seem to
boring.
And the reason we're taking these minerals, if you guys haven't been up to date, is to correct the copper toxicity.
I never knew Bootycom cared so much.
I think he's just trying to get on your nerves. Thanks for that donation though, James.
So we basically take everything besides copper, and then the copper level's lower. It sounds kind of silly, but it gets the food away from the liver. So in the gut motility up, and you're able to means it might disrupt my gut motility. A quarter teaspoon the dispersion and the effect. I usually do these in the morning on an empty stomach. Tiny little blend.
He's made the same exact fucking video like hundreds of times.
So I was actually supposed to take my car to the mechanic today, but I didn't fall asleep, so I said screw it, I'll take it tomorrow instead, and I just tried to get like an hour or two of sleep. And now we're tanning outside, so it's pretty hot today. It's like 80 degrees, so no wind.
Yes, that's right. Give yourself skin cancer and we can all laugh at you. Dying slowly and painfully of skin cancer.
Laying in the sun, no clouds, 80 degrees. I'm sweating my guts out, so I can only be out here for like 35, 40 minutes, and then I'll start my heart rate goes up, I start not feeling so good, so I'll go inside to cool off a little bit. But I just want to show you guys my tanning setup. So we got 4 towels laid out here on just like a cheap tanning canopy hammock thing that can go up. So when I want to tan.
Frank is explaining a fucking backyard lounge chair to us. Bootycom, donate $2. 024 James Wade.
Yo, that's got a one-time beat. You a bitch and your mom is a hoe. I'm a man, not a motherfucking boy.
Okay. Sick burn. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Is Frank talking nonsense?
Yes, as usual. Thanks for the donation, James.
The front, I can just put this up and lay down and lay down on here, and then when I want to tan my back, I can put that down and lay on my stomach on this. That's just to keep
Yes, that is how chairs work.
the bugs off of me, because you have all the bugs in the grass. And I try to put my feet on the ground when I'm tanning. So just to be grounded. But it's like 2:30 now, so I'll try to get a little more sun, half an hour. My guys leave at 4, so I'm gonna try to get there by like 3:15, just pain from sitting in my chair. The main reason I get lower back pain is because of these car rides where I gotta drive back and forth to New York, or I gotta drive in and out to these Amish people, where I'm sitting in my car for like 5 or 6 hours straight. That really fries my lower back. So the only working out I do is that, glutes and shoulders. So I kind of kept most of my muscle from the bodybuilding, but like my chest and my back are a lot smaller, but I still look good and in shape, and to me that's all that matters. That's if you just have a base amount of muscle, you're still attractive. So I don't really care about working out. I don't anticipate ever doing bodybuilding again. I mean, my stretch marks are finally getting okay, and I don't want to mess up the tattoos at all. I don't put sunscreen on them because I figured I'm not going to put sunscreen on them like a million times. I'd rather just get the tattoos touched up every few years. That's like a way better use of time management. But the reason I took you guys out here is to explain the 3 main things that will accelerate liver detox.
Yeah, his tattoos are already looking terrible. The black ink is turning green because of the UV.
What's your...
$2 hairs donated
James
to...
think personal it's more forcing us to watch a 4-eyed retard for 20 minutes and show us dead rotten flesh and having to listen to him and his retarded conspiracy brain and his I'm not gay when we all know he is. It's just brain rot.
Well, you make a good point there, Bootycom. Thanks for that donation, dude.
You think Frank has been weight training recently?
Not really. I've seen Frank's weight training, and it's very hard to consider it weight training. And he said he stopped bodybuilding, and he's probably just doing a few, stupid exercises. So he's not really weight training. Thanks for that donation though, James.
Outside of diet. Obviously, the diet's the most important thing, and the diet will fix your liver on its own over the course of several years. But number one, and this is by order of effectiveness, is tanning. When you damage your skin, your body uses the nutrients and the proteins from the liver to recycle the skin. So the more you damage your skin, the faster your liver is going to heal.
That is not true.
The second thing you can do is to be active every day. So physically moving your body for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours a day, being physically active, manual labor job, hiking, like just basically being really active the whole day. That's the second best thing to do. That uses up a lot of those nutrients as well. And then the third thing
that is not going to help repair a damaged liver.
Is to work out, because damaging the muscle tissue does the same thing. Damaging the muscle tissue also helps accelerate. So if you do all those three things in combination, it's pretty good. But from a time management, from a time investment perspective, going to a tanning bed for 15 minutes is the best bang for your buck. Working out in the gym for half an hour is the best bang for your buck. Obviously, most people can't, go out and tan for 5 or 6 hours, which doesn't make much of a difference because it's the physical act of damaging the skin. If you want more vitamin D, then you can just take vitamin D. But if you just want to damage the skin so the body can heal it and use up the liver nutrients, I can't even stay in my tanning bed for 7 minutes. That fries you. So that's a very good time investment for.
So he's now admitting that tanning damages your skin. Well, at least he got that right.
Liver healing, and obviously being in the gym for only half an hour just to damage the muscle tissue is a lot easier than having to hike or just be active if you don't have an active job. You do a thumbnail. Camping cover from Home Depot for $100, and I figured it might last. And then I put some concrete in those buckets, and first day it rained, collapsed. Literally the first day I bought it, it was collapsed on the ground. But my Sawzall is wired. I should have bought a wireless Sawzall. And I don't have an extension cord long enough to run the Sawzall out here. So I'm going to borrow my buddy's Sawzall and just cut those and throw that out. This guy gave me a pretty cheap price to put a deck here. So I might do that. It was only like $2,000 to just put up a cheap, well, I shouldn't, but I haven't used any of my grilling equipment. I haven't been cooking outside. And I really want to get like an electric oven or something to, what if I just landed on my hand? Hope it doesn't bite me like the other bug. Oh, that's the other thing. I'm using my bug spray out here too. So this was a quick day of eating. Now we're just yapping all day. So we got the new bug spray in glass. I sprayed myself with it because I got, I said, I don't need the bug spray. And some bug bit my toe. I was like, oh my, I'm getting attacked by bugs right now. But some bug bit my toe earlier. So I went right back inside and put the bug spray on. That same bug keeps landing on me. Does he like me?
Great.
Apparently, I needed to spray the bug spray on my hands too. What was I saying? Yeah, so I really want to use all this cooking equipment because I like the flame flavor on the grilled steaks. And more importantly, when I make bread, the problem is running that gas stove in my house to heat the oven hot enough to do sourdough is it really lowers the air quality inside. So I want to get, just wait, I'm trying to, the steam bug, bro. Any bug experts in the chat know what this is? It looks like a tiny, it has beige coloring on it. Wings. Oh no, that might be a fucking mosquito or something. He has a sucker on his mouth to bite me, so let me get rid of him. Get an oven that I can put on the deck out here and just be able to make the bread a lot easier because we'll cut these 2 middle windows. We'll put a door there and put a deck, and I can just walk right out. Because right now I have no access out here. I have no access to my backyard from the house. I got to walk all the way around the house. So, we gave away $33,000 for the blind and disabled people, and I told myself, look, Frank, you got to. If you're gonna spend this money on that, now that bug landed on my hand, and he flew right back off. I said, hey, if I spend all this money on disabled people, I got to at least spend a minimal amount of money to make my living situation more comfortable. So I want to, and those 2 things are reducing the EMF and cooking. So I want to put metal on the side of the house, and I want to get the cooking setup outside so I can bake my bread outside mainly. That's the big thing for the air quality. So, it's not like I'm not going to spend more than like, I think $5,000 or $6,000 on everything. So I'm still going to be like really frugal and do everything as efficiently as possible. The whole house does need to be redone inside at least. The bathroom needs to be gutted and fixed, and all the paint and trim needs to be redone. So there's honestly probably $20,000 or $30,000 worth. If I put that money in this house instead, I'd have like a brand new fucking house out here. But we're not doing that because there's a chance that if I have to buy a farm or a butcher shop somewhere else, and I do this house really nice, then what if I'm over there 5 days a week? So I'm kind of waiting. I'm waiting to see what happens in the next year or two before I put all my eggs in one basket. But from just like a minimal investment perspective of things that need to be done, like putting that deck out here for cooking and shielding the house for EMF, those are definites. And also this that 30-year-old HVAC system that's still working is good for now for the cooling. I'd probably just let it run if I didn't have a heating problem in the house. So I'm going to get that replaced with something that has a heat pump, so I don't have to pay $600 a month in the winter on the heating bill, which is absolutely insane. If I get an HVAC system with a heat pump, it'll pay for itself in a year, which is actually insane. Because usually when you do stuff like that, you have to, it takes years to replay itself. But I'll stop yapping. Oh, I guess I won't stop yapping. So I like.
Oh, I think his house is using electricity for heating, right? Yeah, so if he's heating his entire house with electricity, yeah, that would get pretty expensive.
Just laying down out to tan, but if you want to be really efficient, like you could walk around. Like, it's better, especially for circulation of lymph fluid. So like, it's better for me to be walking, literally just walk back and forth in my backyard. Like, that's way better for just for health and stuff. Just move my body, do some squats, do some light exercise, just keep moving. Way healthier than me laying out. But I'd honestly rather just lay out and relax and stuff. So we'll do another half hour, 20 minutes out here. Hopefully not get bitten by too many bugs. And yeah, he doesn't seem to want to land on my hand anymore. But I think it's the same bug coming back. Is it? What do you guys think if should I put like a tanning setup on the deck? I was trying to think of how to do a grounded tanning setup on the deck. And I wonder if you elevated the soil, like you build the deck, you cut a hole out in the deck, maybe like a 6x6 square, so you could tan in all positions, right? 6x6 square on the deck. You cut a hole out, you maybe put a concrete pad, and then you put walls up to the level of the deck, and you fill that in with soil. So you basically have a deck, but with clean soil, so like there's not gonna get too many bugs and stuff on it, and you can even put grass on it. So you basically have a grass patch on the deck, and you can also pound a copper ground rod into that patch and have a perfectly grounded tanning platform. That's probably not a bad idea. And that might be a lot more comfortable than me having to do this in the yard. I don't know, I'm thinking about it. I don't think that would cost more than $500 or $600. I think it'd be worth it because it'd be a lot more comfortable and probably less bugs and a lot easier to just tan and stuff instead of messing around out here in the yard with this chair. I kind of want to do that because concrete and dirt is super cheap and that means less wood for the deck. The only issue is, I'd have to probably, whatever size the deck is, I'd have to expand it out, another 6x6 feet. So I think it would probably cost another $1,000, $1,500 to do that. I'm thinking about it. Might as well, right? Have a nice little tanning patch. I'm just trying to remember if there's a sun issue. Because, the sun always comes from that direction, so I think I'm good from a shade perspective. Yeah, see, now that same exact bug is landing on my hand, but he's coming off immediately. Is he going to land on my hand? No, he's landing on my hand. Yeah, I don't know why that same bug likes me. I guess this is his territory. But is that enough evidence that the bug spray works? That one same bug landed on my hand like 3 times, and then I sprayed my hand, and then when he landed 2 more times, he just flew right back off. But we're gonna really gotta get to work, but I'm trying out with flextros, macros for this bar. Got an Uber back, gonna leave it overnight. I always get motion sick, and these cab drivers always have like funky smelling stuff in their car, so I did not feel too good for a bit after that. But now I'm okay. So now that the car's there, I can just kind of wake up whatever time I want tomorrow and not worry about having to drop off in the morning. But we got roast beef, cooked rare from Frank's Series meat with a little bit of steak sauce, with some white corn tortillas and white beef puree, everything organic, grass-fed, highest quality. This is what I make if I didn't do any prep for quick and delicious lunch. It'd be zinc, the masticum and charcoal. Fall asleep this easy, let me just go to bed with homemade white bean puree, which is just cannellini beans blended up. I gotta figure something out because I do sleep a lot better when I wait a few hours after the last meal. However, I Honeycrisp apples, then I'll end up eating more because I don't want to waste the whole apple. But then again, sometimes I just eat half of it. So it just depends on eating out or doing fitness content. Most people doing that would just get fat, but that's because they don't have the necessary lifestyle components to make it healthy, which is reducing the environmental radiation, making sure you're getting a balanced amount of vitamins and minerals, and going organic and eating high quality foods and removing the inflammatory ones. So once you do all those things, you can really just eat as much of whatever you want and still look and feel reasonably good. So that'll be it for the day of eating, guys. Products and trying to make things more affordable.
Well, that was pretty retarded. But that's Frank.
What's up, guys? Frankie Eyeballs is back because you guys keep asking me for an eye update, and some of you may have noticed already, my eyes are kind of straight because I had another surgery yesterday. That same surgery we did a video on.
His left eye got surgery again.
It was the week of March 21st. We had that again on the other eye. So I think it looks a lot better. I still got, a week or two of recovery here. And we're actually outside because what I want to do is every morning and maybe sometimes during the day for at least 20 minutes, look at stuff far away to kind of aid in the recovery and make sure my eyes are healing correctly. I'm just gonna lay in the sun for a few hours today because it's really beautiful out here in PA. It's no clouds at all. Really cool weather from what we've been having the past few weeks. So I'm gonna lay outside and look at far away and make sure my eyes are healing correctly. So yeah, we just had the surgery again yesterday at New York Eye and Ear with Dr. Wisnicki, who I think he owns the business Union Square Eye Care, who's been nothing but spectacular. If you guys are unfamiliar, I had a cosmetic eye surgery in always some noises out here in the woods, but it's nice and quiet most of the time. Probably some type of bird. So for those of you guys that are unfamiliar, we had cosmetic surgery back last year in November, December, and visually it went well, but it caused me to be incredibly cross-eyed and I had really bad vision problems. So we had one surgery to correct it in March, a few months later, and then we just had this second surgery to correct the other eye in June. So 3 surgeries later, Obviously, guys, if I knew what was going to happen, I would never have gotten the surgery in the first place. But overall, would I have done the whole thing over again? I mean, if I didn't experience these things, I wouldn't have figured out how to fix my copper. And guys, the reason I'm not looking at the camera is because I'm actually trying to look at stuff far away from my eyes. I'll say that again. So the only reason I would do the whole experience again is because I would never have figured out how to fix my copper toxicity. There's a very specific, and I've said this before, there's a very specific course of events that happened with supplementing and experimenting out when I was in LA. And also meeting the nurses and stuff, and they gave me the idea to do several products on organ supplements. And I think those products have been nothing short of amazing in regards to helping people improve their health, and really revolutionary in terms of no one else offering the same stuff on the market, like the multivitamin, the multi-mineral, all natural doses. We just came out with a probiotic, actually, which was their idea too. They wanted a probiotic, so I made one, formulated it. That just launched like this week. I haven't even really made any videos on it to show you guys it, but I've been taking it for the past few days. We got flies out here. We got my neighbor's gunshots. I've been taking that probiotic for the past few days, and I'm pretty comfortable saying that might be the most important product I've ever come out with, because in order to fix your, I mean, we're doing eye surgery that big, but the point is that there's a lot of very special things that happened in me deciding to get this eye surgery as an overall experience. Obviously, the procedure itself would not have done it again because of what happened, but the other things that happened. I'll talk more about that probiotic in another video, I guess, but it's been working really well. It's available on the website, guys, if you want to fix your gut without having to do water kefir or any other complicated stuff. So physically, like aesthetically, he did a pretty good job. It's a little asymmetrical. I think what can't be fixed is under the eyes a little bit. An implant was placed slightly higher than the other one. I don't think that can be adjusted. I don't think any filler can be put in there. The eyelids were asymmetrical too. I think that can be fixed. He said I have to wait a few months after this surgery to get the eyelids fixed, so we'll probably have to have another surgery in September or October. But that,
dude, he's got to be like close to 40 grand into this stupid eye surgery thing. So he spent 30 grand on the eye surgery to get himself cross-eyed. Then he needed like these 2 other surgeries to uncross his eyes, and then he's gonna get other revision surgeries to like open up one of his eyelids and shit, and that's probably gonna go bad too. Like, what an idiot.
that's a lot. Thankfully, that surgery is not under anesthesia. It's under like whatever it's called, like local, where you stay awake. So I'm not nearly as worried about that. That should just be a nice trip out to LA.
Oh yeah, right. So they're gonna cut his eyelids open, and he wants to be able to see it happen. It's just local anesthesia. That is fucked.
We'll do some restaurant vlogs. We'll have that quick procedure. You'll even out the eyelids and hopefully put some more filler to even out the upper eyes, and that should be it. So we're almost towards the end of getting it fixed, and then I should be more comfortable filming videos again and doing all the health and nutrition content. But speaking of yesterday, that I just had surgery, everything looks a lot better. The eyes look straight. My vision is actually pretty good. So after the cosmetic surgery, but before the first corrective procedure, my vision was so bad. I had such bad double vision, like I should not have been driving. Like, it was so bad. After that first corrective procedure, it's called strabismus, eye muscle surgery. It was workable. I could see, I didn't really have much double vision, only when I looked to the right. And then I had some eye focusing issues. So my vision still wasn't great, but it was much better than post cosmetic surgery. And now, from what he did yesterday, it appears that my vision is like pretty much back to normal. It's not better than it ever was. So, we're still going to sort some things out. I mean, the cosmetic surgeon still has to correct this, and we're going to see how this whole thing pans out, or whether or not I'm going to talk about that and get more into that aspect of it, because I've never mentioned the doctor's name or anything like that. And, you know, on one hand, he told me the first time I met him I didn't need the procedure. On the other hand, he did misrepresent certain things about the procedure, such as, you know, he mentioned I would have double vision. He didn't say I look like a cross-eyed freakazoid. You know, that's a pretty important factor. He said my eyes would not look closer together. Even after I've had corrective strabismus surgery, my eyes appear a lot closer together. I'm not sure if that could have been prevented, because one of the procedures he did was an orbital decompression, which involves removing tissue from behind the eyes. But there's 4 points at which you can remove tissue from behind the eyes. He removed tissue from the outer and the inner part.
Dude, that can't be fucking good for you.
Push the eyes back. Now, there isn't as much tissue in the outer part. There's more tissue in the inner part. So I'm guessing what happened was he removed a lot of tissue in the inner part, and removing that amount of tissue caused the eyes to point inward and like go in. Like the eyes went into that inner socket, turning inward. That seems pretty obvious that's what happened.
Well, no, because it seems like it affected the actual muscle in the eye. Like the surgery he got to correct it, they loosened the muscle on the inner part of his eye.
Now, was it possible that he could have taken an even amount of tissue from all 4 points? I'm assuming that's too invasive. I'm assuming that would be called a 4-stage decompression, but usually they don't cut into those areas unless they have to do full decompression in each of those. Now, hey, what if he did upper and lower? Would the eyes have been pointing up or down? Would there have been issues there? I really don't know. You know, this guy is the best in the field, and I have no experience whatsoever in this cosmetic sense. I'm guessing that's not possible to do. So from the perspective of getting this procedure done, you guys have basically seen the worst case scenario. I mean, he told me, and I'm guessing he was honest, that he's seen strabismus happen in one eye with his patients. He has seen patients have one eye, but he's never seen both as bad as mine. So maybe I had the worst case scenario, and then I had to go to New York Eye and Ear Infirmary, and I mean, that's probably the best hospital in the world as far as I know for eye and ear surgery, and get 2 corrective surgeries to have my eyes fixed. So, you know, I had New York health insurance. That was completely covered. We'll sort out. The situation still hasn't been sorted out yet, but now my vision's better. I can see. I'm more comfortable with the appearance. And you guys have been bugging me for an update over and over again. The actual experience yesterday was pretty smooth. You know, I mean, I'm a few hours away from New York now, so it's maybe 2.5 hour drive. Checked in for the surgery at 7:30. Waited for about an hour and 45 minutes, and then we were in the operating room. So like an hour and 10 minutes on one floor, and then they took me down to the surgery operating floor. But what was funny was, when I went into the first floor, I was the youngest guy there by like 50 years. And all these old people were staring at me sitting in the surgical chair. I was like, oh God, Frank, stop doing crazy stuff to yourself. I was literally like, every single one of them were like 80 or 90. So I was like, oh God.
Bro, I came into the surgery room. I'm the youngest guy by about 60 years. I think everyone else like 80 years old.
Yeah, but the only negative part about the whole experience was right before I was in the operating room, when there was this like young Asian kid putting the thing in my arm for the anesthesia, and he missed, right? And I was like, oh God. So I was happy and excited and looking forward to the surgery, and I was comfortable up until that Asian kid was fucking with my arm, and I was like, and I literally said, you all right, buddy? And then the other nurse that was in there came into my left arm, but he put it in a vein it's like close to my elbow down here, so it was hurting a lot, and then they didn't even count down. I was out. It's like he put the thing in my arm, and I started complaining. I was like, that hurts a lot. Can you put it in a different spot? And then I woke up. Then I woke up after the surgery. And I actually scared the hell out of the nurses because and I asked them afterwards. I was like, why, has no one ever got out of bed that fast after waking up from anesthesia? And they said no. They were freaking out. Because as soon as I started getting, and I was like, I tested myself. I was like, am I coordinated? Am I physically okay? Am I groggy? Am I weak? No. So I started getting up, and I sat up in the bed, and they started freaking out. They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, that always happens to me too. As soon as I wake up from anesthesia, I feel totally fine. And I always sit up, and then they're like freaked out and worried.
But so I kind of woke up. The nurse asked me if it hurt, if I want some pain medication.
No, I've never seen the movie Jackie Brown.
And I said yes. And she said she gave me hydromorphine or something. And then just a few minutes after that, that's when I got out and left. So whatever the morphine, whatever she gave me, then I just got up and I basically was out of the hospital within like 10 minutes. I think the doctor came and I talked to him for a few minutes. I got to call them actually. I got to call them now to see if I have to go back for a follow-up on Monday or if it's in a week or two. I don't know. Well, then we just drove back to New York. Not drove back to New York. Drove back to Pennsylvania. I had my buddy bring me there, check me out, bring me back. Yeah, so pretty smooth sailing, I guess. What else do you guys need to know about the eye update? Yeah, so we're pretty much good. Probably chill for a few more months until we get the other. You guys might not be able to tell. The right, you probably can. And it's more apparent in some videos. My right eyelid is way higher than my left. Like that's the main asymmetry right now. And then that makes the upper eye area look kind of asymmetric. So I don't really think I need to get filler in the upper eye area, but I think it will look a lot better. Because technically, he filled in all of this under eye area with the implants, but he didn't put implants up here, and he needs to put a lot more filler. So hopefully he listens to me and puts as much as I want, because I honestly don't see any downsides of putting a lot of filler in that area from an aesthetic perspective of like messing up. If not, hopefully, then we'll have to get someone else, which is a whole other fiasco I don't want to get. Yeah, not great timing with my business stuff, honestly. Like my freezer's failing, big fiasco at the warehouse. All my meat's on. Look, one of you guys called me up. I was actually in the middle. This was on Wednesday. I was in the middle of driving a forklift, getting my meat onto the reefer trucks because my freezer was failing. So I was a little stressed out. And one of you guys called me trying to talk about your order. And after I said fairly...
It's fuck...
None of his views on things like radiation and drugs, like, it makes no sense. Like, he'll talk about how, synthetic vitamins are so bad for you. But then he's fine with, taking different types of, opiates to be put under for surgery. He'll freak out about radiation, but then he's fine with exposing himself to really damaging ionizing radiation from the sun in the form of UV. He's just a fucktard, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
Politely, sorry, we don't do customer service on the phone. Please send an email. And I hung up, and I went back to driving the forklift. This little sucker.
Maybe he's running out of money, which is why he's opting for local anesthetic. Also, imagine being a doctor and letting Frank tell you how to do surgery.
Yeah. That does happen relatively frequently, where people will request local anesthesia for cosmetic procedures because it's way cheaper. You can easily save like 10 grand or more sometimes, depending on the length of the procedure, if you just use local anesthesia. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Left a complaint with Shopify that the phone number listed on the website. We called you and said it was a private number. I'm pretty sure the phone number is not listed on the website. I think it's just on the shipping label if there's any issue with FedEx. And I'm like, are these people recording, waiting for me to absolutely lose my shit and tell you guys to come over here? So we... label if there's any issue with FedEx. And I'm like, are these people recording, waiting for me to absolutely lose my shit and tell you guys to come over here so we can like bury you behind the warehouse? Like, guys, please be a little understanding. We got the crisis with the freezer. I'm getting my eyes gouged out. You guys are sending me emails complaining about the egg orders. You know what happened? I emailed my employee the egg orders to print out and he didn't know how to do it. So I can't, forgive me for not leaving the hospital with blood coming out of my eye to send the egg out. So that's the eye update. I'm gonna get, as I said, I'm gonna get a few hours of sun, catch up on a few things, and I guess we're gonna see how soon we can get this guy to fix my eyelids because, as I said, cosmetically, aesthetically, I think I objectively look better than before, but it's honestly like, I already had like social media persona and stuff. It wasn't necessary in any capacity whatsoever. And from like a personal relationship, what would you call it? Yeah, I guess like from my relationship perspective and like me meeting people and having partners and stuff, I just work like a dog. Like,
yeah. Right. The idea that anybody fucking cares that one of his eyelids is slightly asymmetrical. This guy has serious fucking self-image issues.
My physical appearance has little to do with my success in that realm. And if anything, like me changing my eyes is not that big of a deal. If I put on a pair of stilts, yeah, that would be the biggest difference in my that would make I'd have girls lined up outside my house right now.
Right, because you care about women.
So I just thought it was like something that would make me a little happier and I'd be more motivated to kind of get through a lot of these negative things I've dealt with from a business perspective and these people harassing me. And I figured, hey, if this works out and all this looks maxing stuff is super famous, it should hypothetically make me go really viral, but they shadow ban me and censor me in every way they can. So like me on paper being
Bro, you make the most stupid, boringest videos nobody fucking cares about.
Probably I don't want to call myself a looks maxer because I think it's really stupid, and I got all of my procedures and was interested in any sort of cosmetic procedure before the looks maxing trend even existed. I got my double jaw surgery like 8-9 years ago now. This eye surgery, I scheduled it before looks maxing went viral, so I don't really like associating myself with that community. However, I think I'm the person who's had the most procedures from like a success perspective.
Yes, Frank thinks he's the first person to consider getting cosmetic surgery to look better. He is so fucking delusional. He thinks every idea he has, he was the first one to come up with it. He literally thinks he's the first person to consider getting cosmetic surgery to look better. Like,
I'll give you guys a little bonus. Some of you have been busting my balls saying, "Oh, he got lip filler. Oh, he got lip filler." I did get fucking lip filler, but it's gay as hell. So I didn't want to admit it. But look, if you watch my videos from years ago, I did not have.
Well, we already know you're gay as hell. So this guy was on Chatterbait talking about how he loves sucking dick while putting a dildo up his ass, and then he's worried about people knowing if he got lip filler because it's gay. Like,
lips. I had like a small lower lip and no upper lip at all, and from like an aesthetic perspective, if you do just the right amount, it looks really good. But I went to this really good nurse, and maybe I'll talk about this in the future. Maybe I can even get her on video. Normally when people, I shouldn't be talking about this, but I will. So normally when girls get lip filler, they like plump them up. But the way I did lip filler was I wanted to widen the lip area aesthetically. So I had her inject just enough filler to open up the upper lip and have a lip. And what I focused on was if they inject filler in the outer areas of the lip,
That's a lot of verbal diarrhea, Frank. You could just say I love men so much and I feel like I look prettier with cuter eyes.
Well, he's still closeted, so he probably won't outright admit it. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Linguist.
It can kind of widen it, which makes your face look wider and more attractive. And again, I don't want to touch too much on this, but the most important factor, if you want to upgrade your lips, is that you have wide lips. Your lips can be really, really thin. Like, it's fine if your lips are thin, as long as your mouth is wide. If your mouth is thin, then you might be kind of screwed. There's only so much you can do. So yeah, that's it for the eye update. So the video's already gonna be like 20 minutes. Had a few vlogs coming this week, but guys, please be patient. Please try to be understanding. And you guys have always been fairly supportive. But if anything, yeah, I'm trying my best to get you guys. We're always doing new stuff every week. I'm trying my best to get you guys creative stuff. And honestly, I told myself, even if the surgery goes horrifically wrong and I like want to live like a hermit for the rest of my life, I'll still do my businesses. And my goal has always been to help people. So I was like, worst case scenario, maybe my looks help me a little bit get popular on YouTube, but from the perspective of the products I'm offering and what I've done with my businesses, I'm very far from being someone that got by on their looks, to say the least. Working in a freaking warehouse for 10 hours a day and doing YouTube the rest and coming up with all this creative stuff is everything counts, but definitely not like most of these other people. So thanks again for joining, guys. Frank,
it's funny he says that when he used to literally be a prostitute. He's saying, "Oh, I got successful, not because of my looks." He literally was a prostitute. He admitted to being an escort, which is literally a prostitute, and he only ever had male clients.
So thanks again for joining, guys. By the end of this year, everything goes well. Oh, it's blood on the inside. Should have probably said that at the beginning, but it should be done in a week or two.
Frank, I will send of the fully maturated vegan Vladi clone to you, Frankie. He is a muscular 2 meters tall and weighs 120 kilograms.
Yeah, hopefully she'll crush him with her big, thick thighs. Thanks for the donation, Charmers.
It's Wednesday, June 26th. I'm going to do a little freezer situation update, and I'm mainly recording this for insurance purposes. So I don't know if I'm going to put this in the vlog or a standoff video. However, as you can see, it's scarily quiet in here. The freezer units are not running. It's still 25 degrees in here right now, but I think it's going to go up about 5-10 degrees an hour. We are no meat in here. All the meat's out. I'll show you the reefer trailers later. Guys are going to come and clean the whole freezer tomorrow, spray everything, and then he's going to come on Friday and do the foam, and then we can turn the freezer back on, hopefully with better insulation, and be okay. Thankfully, the insurance is covering the freezer replacement unit cost. The only issue is it's going to take me a little while to get that money. I can put everything on the credit card. The bigger problem is all the HVAC guys are really busy, and I'm gonna have to see what happens. So I'm trying to shop around, get the best price, not go crazy. Even though it's covered by insurance, this first half of the insurance payment I already have to spend to pay back all the repairs I just did. So we're still not in a great spot, but at least the insurance is covering most of it. So we have the freezer all emptied out. I would say a good 2 days of work for like 5 guys. It took us to get all that meat organized and get it ready to take out. Yeah, that was all we really did today. We sent the rest of the orders Wednesday morning, got all of them ready, and we're gonna try to do this kind of seamlessly so anyone placing an order doesn't even know what happens. You guys know what happens if you're watching the video, but we rented a forklift. It's like $1,000 a month, which in the context of how much money I hemorrhage on my business, not that big of a deal. We had to get this to load the reefer trailers up with the meat. So this is the second one that we got.
It's bad.
0 degrees is what I like to see. I'm actually paying my guys to check on it every 3-4 hours because they live right up the street. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? So they're gonna come every 3 or 4 hours and just make sure the engines are running on the reefers. And if there is an issue, they can call up the service company, 24-hour truck service. This is a swing door, so if you have to open the doors away from the dock to back it up to the loading dock, because you can't open the
doors of the truck while it's against the building. So what we did here was we opened up the doors and I took the pallets from that dock with the forklift and put them on this truck. I mean, there were like 15 pallets. I was driving that thing for an hour and it's like 90 degrees out, so I was not having any fun. So I'm hoping that when we have to put the meat back in the freezer on Saturday or whenever, that we can get the guy to back this up to the dock so we can just wheel the pallets out, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. This is the second reefer that we've had since last week. This one is at 4 degrees, so still cooling off a little bit, but today was really hot, so.
Would you trust Frank to properly operate a forklift? Assuming those are new fork trucks, Frank must be rolling in the dough.
Those are not new forklifts, and I think he rents them. I'm pretty sure, or no, I think he got. I think the forklift came with the property. They, yeah, I think they left the forklifts there, and they just came with the warehouse. I would not trust Frank to operate a forklift. I don't think he's forklift certified, and he's also a fucking retard. So I'd be very nervous around Frank with a, 3-4 ton fucking forklift. Thanks for the donation, James.
Both reefers are running, both appear to be operating good. This one is backed right up to the building, so we can actually take meat in and out of there if we wanted to. Now we're renting 2 of these, which is $100 a day in rental fees, probably $100 in gas, maybe more, and then probably I think he charges me for the engine hours too, and they're on continuous, so I think it's probably $300 to $400 a day just for renting these. So, oh, and that doesn't include the fee for getting them here and back is $400 each. So it's a lot of money. Hopefully after we resolve all this, maybe I send this bill to the insurance company and they'll cover that too. But since they cover so much, I'm not really as worried about whether they're paying for this or not. So because I have we have an oil company coming every to fill this up with diesel. It's super, super expensive.
Please, for the love of fuck, I hope these refrigerator units break down in like a heat wave. All his meat goes bad, and bye-bye Frank's fucking meat business. That'd be great.
That's what we have to do. So hopefully when we get this spray foamed and we turn those other freezer units back on, the problem is I'm not going to be okay in there until we get another unit installed. And I don't know when that's going to happen, because as I was saying earlier, all these HVAC guys in this heat wave are so busy, they don't really have time to do new installations because they're busy saving their current customers, oh, my freezer went down, oh, this, oh, that. They have a lot of emergency situations, whereas I guess I'm okay. It's not like, we have reefers here, the meat's on the reefer. Hypothetically speaking, I'm 100% perfectly fine. The meat is on the reefer, it's safe. Granted, my luck is the reefer fails, but that's the thing. We hypothetically have perfectly operating systems to keep the meat cold, aka the reefer trucks. So compared to someone that has an emergency that doesn't have a reefer truck or didn't rent a reefer truck, that's probably what these HVAC guys are focusing on. So first goal, get this spray foamed. And honestly, the freezer panels are old. My guy is telling me I'm losing a lot of cold air because of that. So we'll see if the $13,000 to spray foam this is worth it. Because
did Frank even do a walkthrough before signing the lease?
I'm not sure if he did. Yeah, I'm really not sure. It's kind of weird. I don't even know if he's signing a lease, honestly. I think he might have actually bought the building. I can't even remember. But it is kind of weird how he got this building with all faulty HVAC units. Thanks for that.
Last one, I promise.
Because most other companies wanted $30,000. This was If it was more than 20, I would not have done it, 100%. But we're in this building for now. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, probably at least a few years, who knows. And then even if I do resell the building, everything's going to be like up and functioning. So,
Is that store a fire trap? I would be curious to know the state of his electrical system.
I think when he moved in, he got a loan from the bank to like fix up the store, so clean everything, fix some of the electrical stuff. But I don't know. I would love to see Frank burnt alive in that building. I'd love to see it. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
once we get this spray foamed, we got to get another freezer unit installed, probably evaporators on that wall. These two units have to be fixed. We have to put new heating coils in the evaporator on the left. This is the old reliable one that I might replace later this year, just to get a new one in. And these are the broken evaporators, and this is kind of, it's difficult to know what to do. And I'll get a little technical and not as entertaining here, but that the compressor is a unit, the most expensive unit inside the condenser. The condenser is the name for the entire outdoor freezer unit box thing. That big metal box that has everything in it, the fans and the compressor, it's called a condenser. So that condenser outside is so old that the replacement.
So, Frank does own the store.
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does. Thanks for the donation, James.
Replacement compressor is like 12 or 13,000 because they don't really have them anymore. So there's no real point of replacing the compressor because the condensing the whole unit is cheaper. It's the same price. It'd be the same price to put a new unit in outside as it would to be to swap the compressor. So we know what to do outside. The problem is that condenser that you put in has to match these. They're called evaporators. So one of those is older, one of those is actually newer. The old.
I'm pretty sure the condenser does not need to match the evaporator. They're just, it's literally just like a fluid pipe. So I don't think they need to match.
The one on the right has a slight leak on the top of it. So then the question is, okay, well, you have all this line work in place. I guess you should just take out everything and put in all new stuff. However, those evaporators right now are hooked up to another condensing unit on the roof that was used for that glass walk-in door. I told you guys about this last week. So it's kind of saving our freezer. So I'm not really sure how we're going to transition this. I don't know how we're going to do it, because if I spray foam this and I get the meat back in the freezer on Saturday to resume business operate, because I can't operate the business out of a reefer trailer. I can't. If I had 3 reefer trailers, maybe I could. Like if I had another reefer trailer with a rolling door and I put it on the dock and we organized the meat better in the reefer trailers, maybe I.
Let me see. Does a evaporator need to, I don't know, wait, evaporator condenser compatibility. Most manufacturers specify that if you replace either the evaporator coil or condenser coil, it must be the same size. Okay, that's just the coil. Because manufacturers specifically designed both coils to work synergistically. So apparently the coils have to be the same size, but you can mismatch, you can mismatch brands.
I could operate the business, but that's not feasible. So we're just gonna have to put the meat back in here on Saturday, hope it gets to cold temperature, and then from an install perspective, I guess we just try to get everything installed, and and then do a swap over as quickly as possible. But once this is foamed and we have a brand new unit
I had a mini debate
in here, then basically nothing can go wrong, you know? So the purpose of me filming this for insurance is, hey, we got the reefers, we got all the meat in the reefers, we're spray foaming this to re-insulate it so that the current situation, when we put the meat back in, is safer. We're trying to get everything fixed, and we're gonna try to get a new unit as soon as possible. But I'll say it again, until we get a new condensing unit installed and new evaporators installed, I mean, honestly, that one new unit is would probably do more chilling than all three of these units combined. So that's kind of what we need to do to be in a safe spot. And then once that happens, then I can worry about, oh, do I want to replace this? Do I want to replace that? Probably not. Just let it go. That's the minimum. Just get the new unit in, have the freezer spray foamed. Should be good for all of the rest of the duration I need to be here. That's basically it. And one other thing we're gonna do that I guess isn't as, not really a priority, but on this wall here, we're gonna move.
My home HVAC system is a Daikin communicating system. Should be available commercially. If I had been Frank, I would have had that system completely replaced.
Well, it sounds like they're replacing his refrigeration system completely. Sounds like that's what he's doing. Thanks for the donation, James.
So we have the new hood for the kitchen vent. That fan next to it, which is not being used right now, was the old vent. So we're gonna take that fan that's not being used, put it on the wall here, and then we can have this meat room chilled. Because the coolers for this meat room...
Okay, What does an evaporator look like?
He showed the evaporators in the fridge. Those are the evaporators. Thanks for the donation, James.
Have this meat room chilled because the coolers for this meat room here are hooked up to like this old refrigeration rack that requires about $6,000-$7,000 worth of gas in it to operate, and it's way too big to operate anyway. It'd probably kill my electric bill. So instead of having to spend, $6,000-$7,000 in gas and $500 a month on the electric bill just to cool this room, spend just a few $100 to move that fan over there in the wall and then turn it on and off, and then we have cold air coming from the freezer to chill this room. But of course, the freezer has to be safe and running and know we have plenty of cold air in there to even do that. It's out of the question right now. So we're gonna get this set up a little nicer for what we want to do, and that should be that. So these next few weeks are gonna be I guess a little frustrating, and I'll say probably. I know I sound like a broken record repeating myself, but this is it's the work with these heat waves and not having these HVAC guys do this. I'm just in a really bad spot. Those guys really took their time to help me try to get that second unit out there up and running, and they didn't really have the time to commit to it to really troubleshoot it and fix it. And by the time we found out that the compressor needed to be swapped, I was like, let me shop around a few weeks, let me explore my options. And as I was exploring my options, I actually filed the insurance claim at that point. I was like, all right, this needs to be replaced. We need to fix this. I'm screwed. I can't afford this. Then, because I already filed the insurance claim, and I knew that the unit had to be replaced before the emergency even happened. Before the other freezer units failed, I already had the insurance claim filed because I knew it was broken and needed to be replaced. Unfortunately, the heat waves came and then we had all these issues. So, yeah, this freezer, all these glass doors here, I guess like a little flip, doing acrobatics with my phone. That condensing unit that was used for this freezer is piped over to that freezer to kind of save it. So, we'll see what happens.
That reroute could be expensive.
Yeah, well, Frank says his insurance company is covering the bill. Thanks for the donation, James.
I'm just trying to just save as much money as possible, and because if I don't, my goal is to provide you guys with affordable stuff and help as many people as possible. So unfortunately, the grim reality of what I have to do is basically get as much money as possible and make sure it's being used for the right things. So a little hard to do when you try to sell your products as cheap as possible, but that there's different degrees of it. A lot when you have limited access to these HVAC people and they're all charging you out the ass and they're scamming you for parts and they're not even really fixing stuff. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's not good. So
see how the next few weeks goes. The only thing to really focus on now is let this guy spray foam this. Hopefully when we turn those freezer units back on, we're at a really good temperature, and we can kind of skate by for a few weeks before we get this new unit installed. So it is now Saturday. The first part of this video was filmed on Wednesday. So we got everything out of here, put it all on the reefers. There's like these smoke alarms. I paid this guy just to change them. Oh, but we have a scissor lift, so I should actually use it to change the smoke alarms real quick, because this guy was using the scissor lift to spray foam. So he came Thursday, cleaned everything. Yesterday, Friday, he did all the spray foam. So as you guys can see, we got 2 inches of foam all in the freezer. It actually looks like cleaner and newer now too. So we just gotta let the foam cure for Saturday. I might let it cure all day Sunday too, because we can't turn the freezer on tonight because it might compromise the foam. So we could turn the freezer on Sunday morning, but even if we turn the freezer on Sunday morning, it's not gonna be a temperature until Monday, so we can't do anything until Monday. Therefore, I might just wait until Sunday night to turn the freezer on, give the foam a full 48 hours to cure. This was like $13,600 to spray.
Where does Frank get all his money that he wasted on botched surgeries and failing businesses?
Apparently he took out a bank loan for his cosmetic surgery, but I don't know where he's getting the money for all this other shit. It really doesn't make any sense. I don't know why or how he could take out a $30,000 loan for cosmetic surgery. It's really fucking weird. So I have no idea, dude. Nothing adds up. Thanks for the donation though, Kratos.
Spray foam this whole freezer, which is like, this guy gave me half the price of any other company. Otherwise, I would not have done it. So now, when we turn these freezer units back on, even though they're broken and old, we should be safe at good temperature to operate until we get the new unit installed, which thankfully the insurance did cover. Take another quick look inside for you guys. So we got ceiling, walls, everything completely spray foamed with 2 inches of foam. So the freezer panels are 40 years old. This was kind of the best use of the funds. I'm not sure if, well, the best use of like funds from a return perspective. So those panels are so old and the freezer is so large that we kind of need to spray foam it. Now, if we're talking about like the refrigerator, which is a little smaller, which doesn't have to be as cold, then it's probably not worth spending the $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 to spray foam it. But this freezer will have a very quick return. We got everything out here. I'm gonna have my guys, we're gonna pressure wash everything, clean it all down before we put it back in. And even though we cleaned the freezer before we moved in, I'm gonna make sure to keep it really, really, really clean now, and get in there with vacuums and stuff, make sure everything's good. So I have the warehouse door open here. We gotta air it out. Dude, yesterday, these spray foam chemicals, even though I wasn't in the room, they were kind of like dissipating throughout the building. Dude, I was so out of it. Like, I came in feeling pretty good yesterday, and after just inhaling that stuff for like the residual fumes for like an hour or two, I was just so out of it. It's pretty dangerous, it's pretty toxic, so we're trying to air out the building as much as possible today, and then turn the freezer back on. We should be good. So we got that one reefer still out here. I've been paying my guys because they live up the street to come down and check the reefer temperature every 2 hours. Yeah, so this one's at -2 degrees, so that's good. And then we got this other reefer. I bought all new pallets. These were $5 each, which was actually kind of cheap. Like they're new, they're clean, they're pretty clean. They're pretty good condition pallets compared to a lot of the pallets we get in. So I wanted to just put like all new pallets on the.
Frank using a scissor lift sounds scary. Has he ever discussed inventory control?
I don't think he ever has, but thanks for that donation, James.
For that freezer, so they're nice and clean, and we're not just using like random old broken pallets. So that was only $150. It's not that big a deal. Reefer's got plenty of fuel in it. This one is at -1. So we just have to open up. I'm gonna just hop on this forklift, get those pallets on the dock, and I got a few other things to do today. So that's gonna be it for this kind of freezer update vlog video. The reason I wanted to make this was to show you guys, hey, we're not gonna get the meat really back in the freezer until Monday, and it's 4th of July week. So I'm going to try my best to get all the orders out to you guys as soon as possible. I think what we're going to do is hopefully the freezer is at temperature by Monday morning after we turn it on Sunday night. We'll put all the meat in the freezer real quick. It shouldn't take too long, maybe an hour or two. And then after we get the meat in the freezer, we'll get all the extra ice orders and the express orders ready that we should be able to ship out on Monday. So we should be able to get the express and extra ice orders out on Monday, and then we'll ship the remaining orders on Tuesday. And we should be seamless. We should be able to not have to delay the orders, because the worst case scenario would have kind of been like, we're gonna have to wait until next week to send you guys the rest of your orders that were placed. But I think we should be fine. So I don't know if we're gonna be filming I probably will film a new vlog and show you guys the new stuff that came in this week, but it might not be until like Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And I said it in last week's vlog. Like, if you guys want stuff for 4th of July, last week was the week to order, because you're not gonna get it before 4th of July. You're not at this point. You guys gotta understand the holiday shipping and with what's going on with the freezer here. It's even if we didn't have any freezer issues, even if we sent your order out on Monday, you still might not get it before 4th of July. So we can't guarantee stuff like that. That's why we sent the order last week. But let me I have some batteries. Maybe I'll just call this guy and ask if Maybe he's not. Maybe he said he was coming to get the scissor lift today, but maybe he's not. So maybe I can use it to change the smoke alarms tomorrow, or get my buddy to help me change the smoke alarms. So I don't like going up on this stuff, and I don't really know how it works. So freezer spray foam. Now we just have to order the new units from the refrigeration company, and then maybe the week or two after 4th of July, we'll get an entirely new freezer unit put in, and then we won't have to worry about anything else. So I'm gonna do a little work today, show my guys some stuff, but I'll see you guys for the vlog video.
All right. Well, his business is failing. Good news.
I am an electrician that works in the HVAC industry. I bet Frank is a fucking nightmare of a customer. HVAC parts and labor are very expensive. I doubt they're scamming him like he says.
Yeah, probably not. Frank is kind of a stupid know-it-all, so, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling. Probiotic, collagen, sheep cheese, fresh duck, organic popcorn, potato chips, free-range meat vlog. He is super into these probiotic supplements, and they don't do fucking jack shit. Thanks for that donation, though, Fag.
What's up? How are you guys? Happy 4th of July week. We're a little late on the vlog this time down here at Frankie's Serious Meat because we had some stuff going on over the weekend that we'll get into. But as always, I have a bunch of new stuff for you guys, so I did want to show you and give you guys an update, including the natural probiotic, which I'm really excited about. We have regular collagen peptides at the most affordable price online, and I think we'll be giving those away next week or the week after, so keep an eye out on Organ Supplements because that's huge. You know, most companies are selling these for like $50 a jar.
Did Frank get more lip injections? He's talking really funny, like he can't put his lips together, and his lips look like fucked up and like bumpy.
We also have Mediterranean chicken marinade. I'm going to show you guys like Italian.
Yeah, he can't put his lips together.
Greek style marinade. We got some fresh duck in, so we were.
Yeah, he can't say fresh. He's saying fresh.
We're selling like layer hens, which isn't that great. Duck. We have broilers in. The duck looks amazing. We have all different cuts. We'll show you guys that in the fridge. Potato chips are back, which I think I told you guys last week, but we'll go over it again. And we have some new collagen protein bars that aren't ready, but I will show you guys and talk about them. A few things that I did want to mention. And we canceled all the orders. There were only like 10 people that ordered it. There was some issue with the clay shampoo. There's like natural bacteria in the clay from the soil, and it was like fermenting the shampoo. So I'm just gonna get a company to make it for me because that's a little involved, and I can only do so much on the cosmetic end. If you guys are placing like mixed egg.
Everything he makes is fucking terrible. What is, like, by the way, what the fuck does he even mean? There was some bacteria in the shampoo that was fermenting. That sounds to me like he literally just got mud and mixed it into water, and then something was like rotting inside the bottle. This guy was going to sell something that could have like given somebody like some sort of fucking skin infection. This is just so retarded.
Orders are not adhering to what I'm asking on the website. Like, please order eggs separately, or you got like...
Yeah, dude, this is so weird. You can see so many bumps on his lips. He definitely got more... Like, even his bottom lips look swollen. He definitely got more lip injections.
Duck eggs, quail eggs, chicken eggs, all mixed together. I'm trying my best to fix the orders, guys. I'm like killing myself working like 12 hours a day. I don't do anything besides work, guys. So if you don't adhere to like the requirements on the website, what I'm telling you guys, there's a very likely chance that I'm not going to be able to fix it. I'm trying to, but guys, please just follow the instructions on the website. Order the eggs separately. You know, order chicken, duck, and quail eggs separately. So otherwise, you know, don't send me 10 emails that you don't have your order after waiting for 3 days. We have a small ice order fee, so guys, please try to order at least 10 pounds of meat. There's a pretty decent amount of orders, but you know, with the summer heat now, and you know, you guys are ordering like 2 steaks and 5 jars of tallow is honestly driving me crazy. Look, I understand some of you guys are trying to support me, but you know, if you're ordering that, I know you're getting most of your meat somewhere else, so.
Well, I still need $2.
Well, I mean, just go buy everything. somewhere else. You know, I can't run a business like that, unfortunately. And we're dealing with a lot of harassment still, guys.
That's funny. People are buying shit from his fucking website, and they're like, and he's literally saying,
Frank looking like.
Let me see. Oh yeah, he does kind of look like that. He is looking like that weird monster guy. Thanks for the donation, Frank's ugly. Yeah, people are buying shit from Frank's website, and he's literally saying, like, look, if you're not buying all of the meat you eat from my website, like, just fuck off. Holy shit. I hope his business goes under. He's such a fucking moron.
And we'll talk about this later. You know, people, I don't know who's hiring these people, these big corporate companies, other meat businesses. They don't want you buying from me. All these people are in the club.
Dude, he literally just said, don't buy meat from me if you're not buying all of your meat from my website. And then he's like, oh, all these corporations are trying to tell you not to buy meat from me. Like, literally right after he just said, stop buying meat from me if you're only ordering 2 steaks.
They don't like me, that I'm offering the most affordable, high quality products online, that I have integrity, that I'm actually genuinely doing this to like help people improve their health. They don't like that, so they hire these people, first time customers placing fake reviews. We'll get into that a little later. And that comes with chargebacks. I think we're like $3,000 or $4,000 in chargebacks just last week. So any way you guys can support me really helps out a lot. If it means placing a positive review on Google.
Dude, he's literally telling people, I can't fulfill your orders. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I can't package things properly. Oh, don't buy from me if you're only buying 2 steaks because I can't fulfill that order. And then he's complaining about fucking chargebacks. You literally just admitted you can't give people the proper orders. And then he's like confused why he's getting chargebacks.
Telling your friends about me, even just leaving
this guy is such an idiot
on any of my social media pages. It really helps out. So let's kind of head over. It is Tuesday, so we're probably posting the vlog the same day that I'm filming it. I just came down here early to do a few things. I'm going to try to get some sun and relax because I only slept like 3 hours last night. Not feeling so hot. The foam had to rest 2 days. So the spray foam, we didn't have the freezers on until I came in Sunday night to flip everything back. And me and the HVAC guys and the electrician were here until like 3 a.m. Sunday night. Fixing the freezers, getting them running so we could start operating on Monday and get all your orders out. So thankfully, everything's working. Another few $1,000s in HVAC bills. One of the fans needed to be rewired. And you guys like that tape gun background noise? Completely lovely. I don't know, maybe I should get the tape machines, but maybe those are just as loud and they're really expensive. So fan needed to be rewired on one of the evaporators, and then 2 of the units needed gas, but we should be good until we get, we should be good now. We should be in the clear. I'm gonna get these reefers out of here just because it cost me about $600 over the weekend for those 2 reefers, just renting them. I'm hemorrhaging money, guys. It's actually insane. It's insane. Yeah, so we got all my guys packing up orders today, tomorrow, get everything out before 4th of July. So this is the collagen that we just got in for you guys. Your typical 100% grass-fed collagen peptides. These are the most affordable online. It's like $20 a container. And we also have the natural collagen. I mean, this doesn't mix as well, and some of you guys don't really like the flavor, which is why I decided to get this. So, you know, I guarantee you most other companies charging $40, $50 per container for these. So, trying to help you guys out. All right, so we'll hop in the fridge and show you guys what's going on. A lot of new things in here if I can remember them. As usual, this is all the fresh raw dairy going out. So our newest dairy product is raw sheep cheese. This is $20 per pound, I think, which is, I'm guessing, kind of market price for cheap cheese. This is really expensive stuff to make, guys. So we're kind of trying this out to see if there's any demand. So if you go under the sheep milk products, we have sheep milk, sheep kefir, sheep yogurt, and sheep cheese. I've been trying to get my farmer to get some goats in, but he
The weird shit people eat. Eating milk from another fucking species.
Doesn't understand that. I think you guys would buy a lot of goat milk products too, but this is our latest thing we have available. So we didn't have time to put these away yet. These are our new collagen protein bars. We have white chocolate macadamia nut, and then we have dark chocolate hazelnut. So these will be available soon, hopefully by the weekend. These are amazing. These are delicious. I love these. They're nutritionally complete. You know, you got your protein, your fats, your carbs, your starch, a little bit of sugar. You have everything you need in these. And I'm excited because I think we're going to be able to offer them for like $3 or less a bar. I think to start, it's going to be more because unfortunately, like I haven't figured out the recipe yet, and these are really hard to make. But moving forward, we should be able to get these to you guys really affordably. I really like these for breakfast, and super easy and convenient, so I'm excited to launch these soon. So guys, check Frankie's Free Range Foods. By like the weekend, we should have these available. What's also in the fridge here is our probiotic. This is refrigerated. So I mean, come like fall and winter, you guys can just order this without the refrigerated shipping, but we're charging $20 for regular refrigerated shipping and $30 for West Coast. So, you know, the cooler and ice packs cost me close to $10, and then the actual shipping itself is more expensive because we got to send it with FedEx instead of the post office. So you're gonna get ice. You can fit like 20 of these in here. So yeah, you're paying $20 for shipping, but you could order basically as many probiotics as you want. You know, you could order 20 or
Dude, he can barely talk. He must have injected so much shit into his fucking lips.
30 of these, stock up, and then get it shipped cold. This is just kind of like a guarantee. Like, yeah, you guys can risk just ordering it without the cold shipping, and I'll send it, but, you know, if the probiotic gets too hot on the truck is the problem. What's also new, and we have it fresh in the fridge, is duck. So, as I said earlier, we have been selling the whole layer hens, but these broilers are much larger and they have a lot more meat. So we got a nice fat.
Man, those poor fucking animals. Like, ducks are such cute, sweet animals. Look at these fucking ducks, dude. How in the fuck can you eat something like this? They're just cute little quackers. Why in the fuck would you kill an animal like that? It's just so horrible.
5-pound duck here, and in all these crates are all the different cuts of duck that we
like. I genuinely wish Frank would just like drop dead so these animals don't get killed.
Have available. So up here on top we have the duck legs, which is the leg, the drumstick, and the thigh meat. Over here we have some duck wings. So most of the stuff is packed individually. Like you get one leg. Duck is expensive. We have 2 duck wings per package. Over here we have the kind of the prized possession and what duck is known for. We have these beautiful duck breasts. I think they're $20 each right now for corn and soy free. I could probably lower the price once we confirm how much the farmer is charging us, but I mean, this is probably way cheaper online than any other duck, and it's corn and soy free. So highest quality duck, most affordable price online. Unfortunately, duck still isn't cheap, but I think we might be able to reduce the price. Right now we just have a very small amount. These are the duck heads. A lot of you guys like buying these for your pets. Whack.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, just please have lightning strike this piece of shit down.
Whack. There you go.
Oh, that's horrible.
Duck feet. I think.
First his eyes, then what is next? Is he self-injecting? All those unfortunate animals.
I think he's getting the injections from some cosmetic company, and he's not doing it himself, but hopefully he gets a fucking infection and dies. What a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, James. Yeah, Frank is an absolute fucking monster.
I went to the...
We put 4 duck feet per container. We're just trying to portion them smaller so we can sell them for like, you know, $5 or $6, and everyone can get some to try if you want them. And then up last we have the duck liver and heart. So I think this is $4 or $5. You just get, maybe even cheaper than that. You just get your single duck liver, single duck heart. Those are the organs. I wonder what he did with the kidneys. So that's all the new stuff. As always, guys, we have our fresh cooked rare roast beef, really delicious. We have pastrami in stock. I actually like this new batch better than the last one. I've been eating the pastrami every day for lunch. Really delicious. We have the beef bacon, kind of running low. We gotta slice some more, but we have plenty of pastrami and bacon here. And then we have the pork bacon, which we still have a decent amount of. Yeah, so I'm gonna switch over to my phone, hop in the freezer, and see if there's a few quick things to show you guys. All right, so it is nice and cold in here. We are down to 0 degrees, which I like to see because we got all the units running full of gas with the foamed walls. Our local ground beef looks great. Really enjoying this, guys. We fixed the product, so 100%. We still haven't organized this. We're honestly just scrambling to get all the orders out this week because we just put all the meat back in the freezer yesterday. I'm just trying to see if I can find the Mediterranean chicken to show you guys. All right, these are the buffalo chicken wings. So this is one of the marinades we have. Okay, this is all of our new Mediterranean style marinated chicken. I guess you could call it like a Greek or Italian marinade. It's coconut aminos with those like typical herbs. We got a lot of oregano in there, garlic, fresh lemon zest, fresh squeezed lemon, little bit of honey. Really, really delicious chicken marinade. So when you go to buy the chicken on the website, for each cut, whether it's like the thighs, the drumsticks, the whole roast chicken, we have a lot of breasts. You can choose between regular plain chicken or Mediterranean style marinade. So this is really nice and delicious and takes a lot of the prep out of it. Just like we did with our carne asada steaks, just like we have with the buffalo chicken wings. Yeah, me and my guys worked really hard to get that freezer clean. Like the spray foam guy came and pressure washed all the walls, spray foamed it. Then we went in, we pressure washed the floor for like 2 days. Got everything really, really nice and clean. So I think that freezer is the cleanest it's been in about 40 years. So naturals, guys, some liquidation stuff. As I said, we had a problem with the clay shampoo, so I issued a refund to everyone that bought it. I emailed them, I said, hey, don't use it. I'll go a little more into that. So like there's naturally occurring microbes in soil, which is where clay is from. And like when it got contact with water, it like went bad. It like started fermenting and had this like really, this kind of weird smell. I used it. It was really effective at cleaning. It's just, and honestly, it's probably like a healthy bacteria to be watching.
Oh my god. Frank literally got raw clay and put it in a bottle. Booty cum donation. Yeah, so Frank got raw clay out of the ground, put it in a shampoo bottle. It went bad. There was something like rotting inside of it. And then he's saying like, oh, it's probably good bacteria anyway. Like, yeah, anybody who uses this shit would likely get some kind of skin infection.
Washing your body with, but I'm not risking that. That's I don't want anything to do that. We'll get someone else to make it properly and we'll figure that out. And we should have another few new products coming on the naturals soon. Hopefully we get them within a month. I don't know what this company is doing. But we're walking over to our potato chip room here. We have the highest quality organic puffed grains that you cannot buy anywhere else. These are on frankiesstrangefoods.com. We have puffed.
You can literally get the shit at Bulk Barn for cheaper.
White rice, which is great for cereal or any recipes you want to make. We did get the popcorn back in stock. Someone keeps emailing me about this. Frank, when are you gonna have the popcorn? Frank, when are you gonna have the popcorn? I think I'm actually charging way too little for this because $6 for a bag of white organic popcorn this size. And
Popcorn is not expensive, dude.
yeah, I mean, you have to add salt and butter. There's nothing in this, guys. You got to add salt, you got to add butter, you got to add whatever spices and seasonings you want, but no one else is selling puffed organic white popcorn or puffed organic white rice.
It's probably because, well, first of all, you can get this at Bulk Barn. Secondly, why the hell would anybody want unseasoned popcorn?
These are the healthiest, minimally polluted, something that I would even include in my diet on a regular basis. So these are really, really special products, as well as our potato chips. And we have our Wagyu beef tallow fried potato chips back, and there's also some coconut oil.
There's no such thing as Wagyu beef in the United States, so that's just a scam. And these are the unhealthiest potato chips you could possibly eat. Anything fried in tallow is objectively worse than something that's fried in like canola oil.
How bad will it be?
Around here somewhere. For each of them, we have 3 flavors. We have the sea salt and mushroom, plain sea salt, as well as salt and vinegar for both the coconut oil and the Wagyu beef tallow. So, you know, I prefer the coconut oil. Some people like the Wagyu beef tallow, but we have all the flavor options for each of them. Yeah, I don't really like selling these for $7 a bag, but there's people selling them for 10. You know, there's like one company online that finally kind of copied my...
Bro, $7 for a tiny bag of shitty potato chips, and Frank thinks he's giving you a deal.
idea, and they started selling like corn chips fried in beef tallow, but it's insane. I think it's more than $10 a bag. I think they're selling them for like $11 or $12 a bag, which is just like, to me, not an affordable business. So hopefully you guys continue to support us, and maybe we can get set up to manufacture our own, because I would really like to get you guys these chips for like, you know, $4 a bag if I can, which would be really special. Yeah, we had really bad chargeback last week. This guy, I think his name was Nafreed or something. He plays.
Yeah, he's not talking normal. He definitely got more lip injections. He can't put his lips together to make certain sounds.
It's like 4 big orders on Wi-Fi shielding, and he charged back all of them, and it's like $2,000 worth of stuff. So that's probably more money than I've made on Wi-Fi shielding this year.
Isn't it amusing to see how you have been obsessed with Frank Tufano for years and he's scared of you? Yet he will mention Sverge because he knows he won't make a video about him. But with you he avoids you like the plague because he knows it will not end.
Well, yeah, he's tried. He's tried making videos about me, he's tried debating me, and each time he loses, and he finally learned his lesson recently, where if he tries to fuck with me and talk shit, he just ends up looking like a retard. Thanks for that donation, Death Diss.
No exaggeration. Just one dirtbag customer filing a chargeback. So hopefully the bank sides with me. If not, we're gonna go visit them. You know? Yeah, we'll read a few of the negative stuff. But in good news, it seems like the real estate agent that stole my deposit for a property that the loan didn't work out on. It seems like we're going to get our money back after I filed the Supreme Court case, after they had to hire lawyers to defend themselves. So looks like we're going to get our $5,000 back, which is...
Happy late birthday. Hopefully Jasmine gave you a birthday.
It's good news, but still kind of like a drop in the bucket in the context of how much money I've been losing. So there's like these people that place first-time orders, and they make stuff up, and then they leave slanderous reviews about my company. So it's been going on for a while. It's unfortunate, but the reason they do that is because, you know, when someone who hasn't bought from me and they go to Google reviews and see these fake slanderous reviews, it hurts my business. So whether these people will ever be held accountable, I don't know. So we have one here. You got a 1-star review on your Google business profile. Purchased 9 pounds of raw beef bacon and 1 pound of dog food. Their beef bacon was the toughest, most sinewy, and impossible to chew beef bacon I've ever purchased. So this girl
actually was eating it raw because she didn't read the website that it says raw bacon on the website. I guess she didn't, her reading comprehension wasn't too great and she didn't see that. And then after she said she tried it raw, which wasn't edible, then she tried to cook it. But this is like saying that it's a tough cut of meat. This is like saying, oh, brisket is tough. Well, yeah, if you don't cook it properly, it's tough. It's the cut of meat.
Going Anders Donatillers, this is how I see all of Frank's food. Start at 08, after cutscene, skip to 4.
Nice!
Ah, shut up, kid. It adds flavor to it. You want to give it a go?
Sure.
Try and get some bits in it.
I've got performance anxiety.
Get used to it, kid. You're a man. It's all downhill from here, my friend. Anyway, what do you want?
Nothing. The head sent me.
He did? Oh, yeah! I need you to go to town and pick up some meat and other things for me. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to put one of Ms. Phillips' cats in the casserole again.
Okay.
Let me see. I need some meat from Yum Yum Market. Oh, and a razor from the barbers for my stash. And, oh yeah, some new knickers from Worn In. I've had these on since last term. Hurry up! Go, take my bike. It's that fine machine out there by the school gates.
All right.
I agree that.
You better use that meat soon. The clerk said it expires at midnight.
Nonsense! There are no fuzzy eaters at Bullworth. It'll last for a month.
Wouldn't be surprised if that's how Frank runs his business.
So this person leaving a 1-star review for basically improperly preparing it's completely insane. And of course, it's a first-time customer, you know? And they ordered 9 bacon, and I'm assuming these people that are trying to harass me say, oh, I'm going to order 9 of them and say one's bad and try to get a refund for all 9 of them. It's just disgusting behavior. We got another guy that he sent me like an essay email, you know, making completely ridiculous things. I myself am an attorney and will gladly represent myself in any sham lawsuit. I will give you one final chance to do the right thing. I will also file a claim with the BBB and consider, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull out my I'm going to pull out my nuts in front of the Better Business Bureau building and leave some condensation on them from my freezer, dude. I'm completely disgusted by these people. All right, so I sent this guy, he ordered marrow bones to Texas, but he didn't take any photos. We put an order slip in every package that says, okay, if there's any issue with your order, send us a photo immediately and we will reimburse you. But guess what? The first time customer that's being ridiculous via email that claims his bones arrived in bad condition didn't take a photo. Doesn't have a photo. Doesn't have any proof of the condition that the product arrived in. Go figure. I can't help you, buddy. Too bad. I would love to read your laundry list of an email and mention your name, but we'll see what the bank says. And if the bank gives you your money back, then I'll let everyone know who you are and how ridiculous you act. I get emails too, like someone emailed me about their eggs being bad, and I look up the order, and it's from like a month and a half ago, which is past the shelf life of the eggs. And I just tell them, hey, you can order 3 dozen eggs on frankiesfreerangefoods.com. And that's happened on more than one occasion, so I'm guessing it's the same group of people that are trying to harass me. Like, they think I'm not going to check when they order the eggs. But, yeah, I'm just dealing with all this negative stuff every week, guys. And the reason I have to mention it is because, you know, I have to give people some incentive to say, hey, you know, next time you go to Costco, next time you order from these other companies,
These companies are in the club that are the same people that.
Like, by the way, he admits he fucks up orders all the time, and like Sean Baker fucking ordered from Frank before, and he showed the package it came in. It was all fucked up. The idea that these people are getting their orders and like they're all lying, like they're probably not. Tofu, Vabian, Donafu.
All of what Grank does is disgusting.
Yeah, he's a disgusting person who does disgusting things. Thanks for that donation, James. Mike donated $2 when people say vegan.
That are harassing me. Think about
In your Sverige video, you should add Gotus and Gotus.
that. Oh, we're at Costco. We have all these new, cheap, cool products for you to try, and they got a knife behind their back, ready to stab anyone that's trying to. They want everyone else out of business. That's just how it is. These people are selfish. They want all the money to themselves. The reason I have all these creative and unique products that no one is selling is because this is what I genuinely care about.
Buddy, you're selling fucking duck heads. Creative and unique products. You're selling ducks' heads. No one sells that because nobody wants that.
I have a vested interest in health and nutrition, and I apply that to all of my businesses. So you guys come to me for unique stuff, but I don't know. I'm on a too much negative bullcrap. Too much. I $2,000 chargebacks. These other people leaving negative reviews on my business. There's stuff happening every week. That kid that stole my Best Bar idea. The court doesn't care at all. It's insane. And like, all I can do is thank you guys for helping me and supporting me. But there's only so much you guys can do. I'm just the guy you buy steaks from. Yeah. So we showed you guys all the new stuff. We went over a few positives and negatives that have been going on this week. I guess we'll read a few reviews. And 5-star review for the beef adrenal glands. Lowered my cortisol levels. I can tell a difference. Make sure you get them some Wi-Fi shield. Alright, you guys are phenomenal. The order's been sitting in a fact. The best eggs ever. You can tell it's not farm raised. By the yolk color, the smell is not oddly strong. The taste is amazing and doesn't cause inflammation through my body. Yeah, another person sent me like a long email, like another essay, ranting about, oh, the order's been sitting in a factory, I'm trying to call you, I'm very unhappy, the world is ending. And then 3 days later when their package arrives, we have just received our order and thankfully everything is still frozen and in good condition. We look forward to tucking into our goodies. You guys drive me crazy. Anyone to find this anywhere else. So, to sell a lot of that meat granola. Okay, so I like to break this up into my protein shakes for added protein, and it provides those little soft chewy pieces that make the shake like a gym bro version of a Dairy Queen Blizzard. Yeah, I guess with the economy and stuff, like people haven't been spending as much money, so we used to sell a lot of that meat granola, but like we barely sell any now. Here's another negative interaction. So someone tried the same thing, like they sent me an email complaining that the order arrived in poor condition, but they didn't take any photos. So it says it in the order slips we put in the boxes. It says it in the FAQ page on the website. Like, when someone can't just take their phone and take a photo of the package they received, it shows me that they're just trying to take advantage of me because it's completely silly. Was it the boy who cried wolf? I think the last review. Grass-fed ribeye package, best quality and price. They come in all 1 pound vacuum sealed packages. Best ribeyes I've had. Flavor and texture wise beats out even the pricier supermarket steaks. Also, it's cheaper than its equivalent grass-fed steaks from supermarkets. So cheaper and better, not much else to say. Alright guys, I think that's everything. I'm gonna try to relax in the sun for a few hours and hopefully feel better. I haven't eaten breakfast or lunch for like the past week. With all the freezer nonsense, with all the stuff going wrong with the business, like, I guess I'm in pretty good shape. I've been losing a lot of weight, but, and at this point, like, and I've talked about.
It looks like his eyes are still cross-eyed. I don't think they made a good enough adjustment for his left eye.
about this before, but like when I see people running other businesses and and I don't want to get too much into it, but you know, when these people are in the club, they have a successful business, they have a nice life, work-family balance, they enjoy their life. I'm down here killing myself, losing my mind every single week, dealing with all this negative stuff for what? For what? You know? Because this world is run.
End it all, Frank. You would do everyone a favor if you ended it all.
Run by a few greedy, selfish people, you know, that don't know when to stop. All right, that's it. I won't complain anymore to you guys. I'm excited about the new stuff. Hopefully we get everything sorted out. We'll have the new protein bars for you guys. We'll do some giveaways, and hopefully have everything organized by the weekend. Yeah, maybe a few other things I'm kind of looking forward to. Maybe some stuff for you guys that's really unique that I can get, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen yet. So if you guys go to frankiestrangemeat.com, you'll see all of the that you can get free with your order the sample pill. And then we just have Wi-Fi shielding. I'm always wearing the clothing, guys. We got Frankie's Naturals. Hopefully we do some new stuff soon. And what's my other business? Is that it? Yeah, I think that's all the businesses. Who knows? We were supposed to start another business this year, but I was worried about the copying and plagiarism, and it was such a unique idea that I just put it off. You know? But anyway.
Frank. What a jackass.
I don't know.
What's up? How are you guys today? Frankie Eyeballs, aka Frankie Fish Lips, is back. I don't know. By the end of this year, we might have a laundry list of nicknames, but we're gonna do some day of eating reviews. So all I really do is search YouTube for like the most popular what I eat in a day shorts, and then we look at them. Hey, is this why I don't get
How long are you streaming for? I have work at 8 p.m. I'm probably gonna be streaming until 12 at least, so quite a while.
Is this why I don't get views? I gotta wear some spandex and and start my videos turned around. Is that why? I don't know.
Back to another what I eat in a day. Before my workout, I had some sourdough bread with peanut butter, strawberries, and cinnamon. Then I love to make my Organica electrolytes because I'm always dehydrated when I wake up. This is the wild raspberry flavor, which is one of my faves, and then I'll drink this while I get ready for my workout. After I worked out, I made one of my go-to smoothies, which is an espresso protein smoothie. It's so good. And then for lunch today, I made a quick pesto pasta salad. And then a bit later in the day, when I feel like I need a fun drink to keep me going, I'll make another electrolyte. This is Organica's
way too much electrolytes, unnecessary.
Grams of sugar and it's caffeine.
I don't know why people are taking these electrolyte powders. They're not really necessary for most people. If you're doing very long, hard training sessions, so like if you're like doing boxing, MMA, training for like 2-3 hours straight, it makes sense to take some sort of electrolyte supplement, including something like Gatorade. If you're like a very serious weightlifter or bodybuilder or something, your sessions can go quite long. Might also make sense to take an electrolyte supplement like this. People who are on a low carb diet generally benefit from these sort of electrolyte supplements, but if you're just a normal everyday jerk off, I don't know why people are taking this shit.
Free, so I can really drink it anytime during the day. And then for dinner tonight, I made a teriyaki salmon rice bowl, which was so tasty.
Yo, do I need to buy glass straws? I honestly can't remember the last time I drank something from a straw. But just to kind of summarize my current nutritional understanding, there's two things that should be predominantly included in your diet. One is a base of animal nutrition, whether it's like...
Nope, that should not be included in your diet.
Grass-fed beef or steak or collagen. And number...
Yo VG, I know you're not doing any heat training.
Number two is the caloric nutrition, which is best from grains and starches. So when you're basically not eating meat or bread, it's questionable whether you should include it in your diet because vegetables tend to be high in anti-nutrients.
Vegetables are not high in anti-nutrients.
They offer little actual nutrition, and in most cases...
Yeah, vegetables offer very little nutrition. That's why only vegetables contain fiber, phytonutrients, antioxidants, things that make you actually live longer. But thanks for warning me that they're low in nutrition. I wasn't really interested in living long. I only wanted to make sure that I overeat things.
Cases they just cause toxicity and harm you. Then you have some things here and there like peanut butter or nuts or seeds that can...
Dude, it's so retarded. Frank has claimed that he was eating so much red meat, it was giving him iron toxicity, and then he's claiming vegetables are toxic. Right. You literally admitted you're eating foods that gave you some form of toxicity, red meat, and then you're claiming vegetables are toxic. What a fucking moron.
Can be variable depending on what you're eating. Fruits, which in most cases are okay. And then there's a bunch of random things that we run into from time to time. But overall, the foods she's choosing aren't really that bad. Peanut butter on sourdough for breakfast, at least it's calorically dense. Yeah, peanut butter is high omega-6, it's inflammatory. There's a lot of...
Peanut butter is not inflammatory. Omega-6 is not inflammatory. There is literally no pathway in the body in which omega-6 fats trigger inflammation. There are, however, pathways in which saturated fat triggers inflammation, but Frank will never mention that.
Better nut butters you can choose from. Like, that's why we sell macadamia nut butter on frankie'sranchfoods.com. So you could definitely improve that. I'm not a fan of electrolytes. Guys, I sell electrolytes. I have the best electrolyte product that's ever been made. It's called Lemon Light. That's on Organ Supplements. And I tell people, look, you don't really need electrolytes unless you're profusely sweating. The best way to hydrate is just take a bottle of mineral water in the morning. I mean, I have mine right here at my desk. You guys can't see it because of the green screen, but just drink a large bottle of high quality mineral water in glass every single morning. And that's all the electrolytes 95% of people need.
That is completely and utterly not true. You get electrolytes from the food you eat. You're not getting enough electrolytes just from fucking water.
If you're like outside sweating in the summer heat, you're working manual labor, like a miserable construction job, like what I was doing yesterday, not eating breakfast and sweating my guts out for 5 hours in my warehouse. Yeah, I should have probably taken some electrolytes. But like this girl waking up and like what we've seen, she's not doing crazy stuff. You know, she's not doing hard physical labor. You know, she doesn't need electrolytes. It's totally unnecessary. And even if she did, I bet you if we look at the mineral ratios of the electrolyte, they're not even good. So then we have a post-workout smoothie. I think she put espresso in there and probably some protein powder. So not that healthy, like coffee, espresso, caffeine stressing the adrenals. If the rest of your diet is picture perfect, maybe it's okay. And protein powders are passable if they're like grass-fed whey or collagen protein, grass-fed collagen protein, but most of them aren't, and they have a lot of fillers and additives, especially like these plant-based pea proteins that people tend to gravitate towards now. They're just not healthy for you. I mean, you guys know I'm a fan of pasta and starches, but you know, we have a very specific type of wheat that I like to have. Hey, at least she isn't shying away from the carbohydrates. You know, she has sourdough for breakfast, she has pasta for lunch, so that's pretty good. It's just what she's accompanying these starches with. It should be a higher quality protein instead of the vegetables, the high omega-6 stuff. I mean, I guess this meal wouldn't be that bad if it was completely organic, honestly, because she did have a protein shake before that. And then she has more electrolytes, which, you know, were unnecessary in the first place. She really doesn't need them. Really doesn't need them. And then dinner. I mean, honestly, I can't say that I dislike this girl's diet because a lot of the time we do see people trying to restrict carbohydrates. But yeah, I mean, if she just had higher quality protein in the diet.
Will you do a live stream with Blaha? I messaged him on Instagram. He hasn't gotten back to me yet. I don't know if he checks his Instagram messages or anything.
Maybe reduce the vegetable content a little bit. I think she would feel a lot better. And yeah, the electrolytes are totally unnecessary. So overall, the diet isn't too bad. One thing we didn't mention was organic versus non-organic. I try not to say it a lot because I don't
like to sound like a broken record, but if you're not going organic, if you're not going high quality with everything, you know, there's pollutants, there's agrochemicals, there's a lot of negative things. You can, we did a video on it a year or two ago.
It's funny how he says this. Just because of bioaccumulation, you're going to end up getting more of these agrochemicals from eating meat than you would from a primary source. So if you're so concerned about the shit, then don't eat meat.
There's a very extensive list of what USDA organic encompasses. And once you read that list, you'll never buy non-organic again. And most people don't get organic. So if the person's not going organic...
Organic is a scam. It is a bullshit marketing term to overcharge for food.
Which they're probably not. There's already a glaring issue with the diet, but what we're analyzing here is just the food type. So even if this was perfect, if it's not organic, you could be doing a lot better. And like some other stuff we don't mention often enough is, you know, was the rice made with glass bottled mineral water? You know, is all these electrolytes she's downing? That's probably with tap water. That's another big thing that people aren't mindful of in their diet is the water pollutant element.
This is by far one of his most boring videos I've ever fucking seen.
Saw you in this wank.
What's up next? From a quick look, it seems a little restrictive on calories and caloric density, but we'll see. So 11 water in the morning is never a bad idea. Again, you know, what source of water are you choosing? The breakfast, hey, at least she's having some eggs that look pretty good, sourdough. I can't complain that much about this breakfast. I will say that
Yes, lots of nice artery clogging cholesterol.
Avocado is kind of behind salicylates and irritate a lot of people's guts, but overall that's a pretty solid breakfast. You have some protein, you have some caloric density. Could maybe be a little heavier on the carbohydrates, or maybe just a little sugar on there. That would be good. I'm not going to analyze this pre-workout supplement, but what I will say is most pre-workouts are very high in oxalates. The nitric oxide, which is used for like pumps in pre-workouts, is very bad for your kidneys. So I would avoid them under all circumstances.
Yeah, they're not bad for your kidneys.
I was actually going to make a natural pre-workout supplement to sell, but I decided against it. It's against my moral standing. So this looks like I thought it was keto, but it does look like she has some type of bread.
Bro, selling a pre-workout supplement is against his morals, but he's fine with paying for animals to get brutally fucking murdered. He'll murder thousands and thousands of innocent animals, but selling a fucking pre-workout supplement is too far for him. What a fucked individual, dude.
In the top right, and there's some cheese and some deli meat and maybe some hummus. Honestly, this looks really good. It just needs more carbohydrates. You know, it's like the carbohydrate content of the diet's pretty low. And in order to feed your gut bacteria, in order to detox the liver and have a balance of fiber, I think it'd be a little better to reduce like the high colored vegetables. You know, if she had like half the amount of vegetables here and twice the amount of bread, this would be a really, really solid lunch. So the food choices, it seems like she's making good ones. It's just the ratios are a little off. So then the snack is fruit, protein balls, and shake. All right, we can assume that the protein balls have some type of like processed pea protein, which isn't that good. From a fruit perspective, the white fruits are less inflammatory. I like apples and pears a lot. Pineapple are okay sometimes, but
So Frank has an eating disorder, and he thinks anything that has a color to it is toxic for some reason, even though the presence of color in fruit suggests that the fruit is ripe, and it's also high in antioxidants and phytonutrients.
So overall, not terrible, not horrible. And she has some ice cream, which depending on what ingredients the ice cream is made with, can be excellent for you or horrible for you. Like on Frankie's Strange Meat, we have raw grass-fed ice cream and lemon sorbet made with mineral water. You know, that's the highest quality stuff you could consume. That's what I would eat. But this is probably not good. That looks more like sorbet than ice cream, but she doesn't say what it is. And this dinner might be the worst meal. I can't really tell what that is. I mean, obviously we have a lot of veggies here and there, which, you know, like if you're a rabbit, it might work. There's some sushi up there. Hopefully it's sushi. That's probably some vegan.
Yeah, vegetables, so bad for you.
Nonsense. It seems like she's pretty plant-based. I think that's a big bowl of noodles or something. But it is colored, so I don't know. I don't know what this stuff is. We're assuming it's plant-based. It's not too high in carbohydrates and starch or caloric nutrition, and we don't see much animal protein. So not that great. And then she's having another snack. And the reason she's having these snacks and and eating so much volume of food throughout the day is because of what we've been saying. Like her caloric density isn't high enough. She needs to eat more of the starches and probably a little more animal protein too. Bro, how many people pay for fake comments? I can't stop watching your videos. I'm literally so obsessed with them. Dude, I've been doing YouTube for like 8 years. I don't think I've ever had a comment like that on one of my videos. And my viewers like me a lot. Like,
well, it's probably because you upload boring shit nobody cares about, dude.
All right, what's next? Simplest diet to kill your body fat. Is this the I don't have a job diet? I don't know. This seems really restrictive, especially for the amount of muscle mass this guy has. It seems like he just fasts all day till like 3 or 4 o'clock because he's just having black coffee in the morning. He's having a pre-workout, so plenty of caffeine and oxalates to destroy his adrenals and kidneys, not too healthy. And he works out. And then the meals he has, at least he has some rice, but it's just high protein, not a crazy amount of carbs and starch and fiber, konjac jelly. Yeah, again, 4 calories, so it's some synthetic chemical crap that he's just using to suppress his appetite. And then the ice cream that he has is, again, a low-calorie ice cream. So he's doing some real caloric restriction in the context of his muscle mass. He probably needs like 1,000 to 1,500 more calories, and he'd probably still be able to lose body fat if it was all high-quality food. So I'm not a fan of this in general. It's just pretty unhealthy for your organs. Pretty unhealthy for your organs. And then we have a college student.
Everything I eat in a day as a college student in the summer. So for breakfast, I started off by making some tea, and then I had some pancakes from Naked Nutrition. This is their protein pancake mix, and I was really excited because I haven't had pancakes in so long, but I just made the batter according to the instructions, threw in some butter, and started whipping them up. I was really excited when I
was talking pretty fast.
But then after that, I put some fruit, strawberries, and then also drizzled some honey over top, and they were absolutely delectable. They were super good, and I haven't had pancakes in so long, and with my sweet tooth, it's the absolute perfect way to start the morning.
I don't understand why people do what I eat in days, and then they make stuff that they never eat.
But then for lunch, I had some leftover soup and also some leftover Nutella pizza. And then after that, I had to go to the library. I had this little detox shot that I like drinking to kind of wake me up. And I don't know, so I could feel really energized. But then I also washed up some fruit and packed that to go. And then I headed over to the library and I had a 2,000 word essay that I had to get started writing on that I barely started. So yeah, after that, I decided to go to the grocery store, stick around. And then I went on a little run and it started storming. So I ran home and for dinner, I just had some rice, vegetables, meat, soup. And then I had some banana cake for dessert. And that's basically it. Bye.
Hey, I think she eats a lot better than most college students do. You know, she's having a few solid meals. Maybe the protein content is a bit low actually. Like starch pancakes for breakfast, like leftover starch and pizza. I guess the big problem with this diet is that she barely ate any protein whatsoever. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, there's no point of really addressing the food she's eating or the quality, which I mean, she's just eating really a lot of starch, which if anything I'm actually a fan of. It's just if she had a nice chunk of protein with each of these meals, the diet would be a lot better. A lot better. Maybe when her cuck boyfriend takes her out to Nobu once a week, she gets to pig out on like $800 worth of sushi, and that's where she gets all of her protein. I wonder why she talks so fast. Is there like a bunch of coffee she's drinking she's not showing us?
I'm 23 and definitely can't eat the way I used to in high school, so I thought I'd just...
That's the funniest stuff. I'm 23, I can't eat like I used to, bro. Please help me. Please, these people are so ridiculous. I mean, I guess if you destroyed your liver with like 3 gallons of alcohol every weekend, that might be a remote possibility, but it's very, very unlikely. Like, dude, like you're 23. You should be able to do whatever you want and not have any health issues.
Show you things I eat to maintain my weight and stay toned, but also still have everything I want to eat. Every morning I start off with an iced coffee. It's like what I look forward to when I go to bed. And this one I put Chobani creamer in and a little bit of this muscle milk protein shake. Protein's so key. That'll keep me full till lunch. And then lunch I had a big fat pork roll bagel from Wawa. It was fire. Then I snacked on some small red grapes. I got these at Giant and they're like the best grapes I've ever had. For me, I personally can't cut out meals that I love or I will literally go crazy and I'll do the opposite effects.
Bro, this seems like
tacos for dinner.
What a gym bro from New Jersey eats.
Half a muffin for dessert. I feel like portion control is really huge. And then some raspberries in the night.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a diet or what. Why would you say what you eat to maintain your weight, but you kind of just eat what you want? Like a muscle milk, pork roll, which I got nothing against. Some fruit for a snack, and then she had I mean, this just seems like you might be on a standard American diet. Like there's nothing special about this meal. But hey, it is meat and bread. Pork roll. Granted, it's probably low quality, really crappy pork. Tacos, meat and bread. I can say I'm actually a fan of what she's eating, but I'm just too.
What I eat in a day as a very active teenager, so I had blueberry and avocado toast before I went to swim. Then I came back and I had a bowl of cereal and a smoothie, strawberry banana, and then I had quinoa, salmon, and avocado for lunch, and then an English muffin, peanut butter, apple, and turkey for dinner.
Yeah, I think it's just too low in protein and not enough calories, especially if she's a swimmer or something and she's that active. I'd be surprised if this was all she eats every day. 2 meals that aren't like super crazy large or that have a ton of starch and protein in them. So, if the only protein she's having all day is like a slice of salmon, it's not that great. I guess less one.
I mean, I guess for only having 2 meals,
This
it could be a
is
lot
just...
worse. Like at least a croissant and this stuff is calorically dense,
Oh my God.
hypothetically high quality saturated fats like butter. So this is actually a really good breakfast if it's all made with high quality ingredients, believe it or not. It's actually a really good breakfast. Chicken with broccoli is usually, chicken's usually a very low quality protein source. At least she's having some protein. The broccoli and greens and stuff would be nicer if she was just having more starch with this. Then it would be an okay meal. And then lentil salad with burrata. I mean, hey, she threw a giant chunk of cheese on there, which is good. You know, you're getting your animal nutrition at least. But you're much better off having a bunch of starch, which is much less inflammatory than all these greens and lentils and stuff, which can irritate your gut. So if it was like white rice and cannellini beans or something like that, you know, ditch the colored stuff and go for the plainer starches. It's a bit healthier. Well, that's the last review. So thank you guys for joining me. If you enjoyed this and do want to support me, you can check out frank-tufano.com where we have much stuff on the meat stuff that are valued. Frank-Tufano.
That was one of his worst fucking videos, and that's saying a lot. A lot.
What's
dude.
up, guys? We're back. What's up? How are you guys? Another week down at Frankie's Free Range Meat. Another week of me needing a permanent vacation, but it's about as early in the video as we can get to complain, so I will stop there. We have, as always, a lot of new and exciting stuff for you guys, new products, a lot of things to talk about, a lot of things to show you guys, and I probably won't remember half of them. So definitely sign up for the newsletter on the meat website. And we've got a lot of new stuff on organ supplements too, so I'll make sure to show you guys that yourself. We got the collagen crisp bars, we just finished putting them away. Duck is now available. For the first time, we have the broiler, so we have all different duck parts, breast, thighs, wings, all duck organs. A few new restocks. We got smoked brisket, which is completely new, just plain smoked brisket. We got pastrami, we got pork bacon, we got a lot of different new smoked and cured products. The brisket is the latest. We'll show that in the fridge too. Before we give you guys that tour, I did want to mention, please try to place a larger order with this summer heat. Ideally like $150 for West Coast or like $125 for East Coast or Central. That's kind of like the minimum we're asking for right now. Otherwise, we might have to charge a little extra for ice. And more importantly, guys, please follow the instructions on the eggs. It says, please order eggs separately. So do not place eggs with the meat, which people haven't really been doing that much, but on the foods website, if you can, please order the different type of eggs separately. You will have to pay extra shipping, but if you want duck eggs, quail eggs, chicken eggs, we can't really put them all in one box right now. It's very difficult to do, so try to order those separately if you guys can. So those are the two major things. And of course, we got some chargebacks to complain about and some unfortunate circumstances that we'll talk about when we sit down to read the reviews. So just in here in the grocery store, we got some containers that we've been...
Would you rather be a tortoise without a shell?
Using for the collagen over here, which you guys have been buying a little bit of, not really that much. These are the organic jarred Honeycrisp apples, and over there are the organic jarred russet potatoes, very high quality, organic, glass jarred, nothing else like this on the market, guys. Healthiest apples you can get in a jar, healthiest potatoes you can get, you don't have to cook them, just take them right out and eat them. Plenty of Mountain Valley water that we're rinsing jars with. The Spanish lady was coming by asking me for a job. I felt kind of bad. Middle-aged lady, didn't speak like a word of English, and I said, you know what, we got a lot of glass in, one to do some organ supplements, new products, and we got a lot of glass in general, so I've had this lady here for like the past 3 days just cleaning glass for like 8 hours straight, but I mean, if she needs a job and she doesn't mind, then I pay more than anyone else would for that type of work. So hopefully we're busy enough and we stay busy enough that I can continue to add more employees and support more people that really need it. So now you guys know.
Yeah, let's pay people to help murder animals. Like, you're really making a difference, jackass. Let's see if this cunt stays in business for another year.
I'm spending $500 plus a week in payroll and $1,000 plus a month in glass bottled water to have all these jars. I'll just show you them right here.
Is that for one employee? Or is that for all of his employees? That'd be weird. Isn't he employing like 3 or 4 people at least? If he's paying $500 a week in payroll across 3 or 4 employees, that would be like peanuts.
What happens is when these jars come in from the commercial distributor, they have like an off chemical smell inside of them most of the time. So we got to clean every single glass jar and we rinse them with glass bottle mineral water. These are all the other jars and the vials that she already rinsed.
Dude, what a fucking retard. Rather than just using soap and tap water, he's getting glass bottled mineral water to rinse out the fucking glasses. That is just so retarded.
And so every single one of these, it's glass, but more importantly, the glass has been rinsed of any chemical residue. So I'm sure a lot of companies are packaging in glass, but they're not going that extra mile and cleaning out the glass before they package their product in it. Yeah, so this is the main promotional giveaway on organ supplements. If you guys place an order over $40, you can add 1 free collagen peptides to your order. This is kind of over like a $50 value because a lot of people charge like $50, $60, $70 for 1 pound of collagen. I mean, we only charge $20, and on top of that, we're going to give it away with any order over $40 this week. Just try to add it to your cart. So that's the big promotion on organ supplements. But on organ supplements, we've added so many new products lately. This is our zinc complex, magnesium complex, multi-mineral, and multivitamin. Very unique formulations that are the best quality and natural dosages that no one else has available on the market. You cannot get these if you wanted to, even if you're paying like $60, $70, or $80, which these other companies would charge for supplements of this quality. Also, the vitamin K2, vitamin D3, and calcium in capsules are 3 other new products. So a ton of new stuff on organ supplements. We even have the probiotic in the fridge. That'll show you guys when we go in there. And I have a lot of unique and affordable stuff on all my businesses, guys, like Frankie's Naturals and Wi-Fi Shielding, which I don't even show you half the time.
Everything is overpriced and terrible.
Like if you need that stuff, it's the best quality, unique product.
Has Frank stated if his animals are humanely slaughtered? I think he employs 6 people.
I don't think he's ever commented on how the animals are slaughtered. I'm sure he would claim they're humanely slaughtered, but yeah, I don't think he's ever really talked about it. Thanks for the donation, James.
Products, and you literally cannot buy them anywhere else. But organ supplements is even more special in a sense that almost like every single product on that website, you'll never find it anywhere else. Like the Flextros, the Lemon Light, and then the prices we have on stuff, all the different formulations, really, really special. I've used my knowledge of health and nutrition all these years to translate directly to me producing the formulations.
We can Molotov his shit. I doubt he has sufficient insurance that would cover his losses. Frank is a bitch boy who needs to be taught a lesson. Pull us value and make something happen. Crazy Gains acolytes will destroy him. Give the word. BRNFRNKBRNLLL.
Well, there's no way I would be able to get away with committing a crime like that if I told anybody to burn his business down. Everyone, as soon as they get arrested, would just rat to the police and tell them that I told him to do it. But, glob willing, hopefully there's like a bad copper wire in his building, and hopefully it all burns down to the ground. Thanks for the donation to find his business.
Myself, whereas when other companies make supplements, they're just going by what the supplement company says. And it sounds crazy, but a lot of people that are selling health products or food products or supplements don't actually have an understanding of health and nutrition. Therefore, the product they make, they don't understand the dose, they don't understand what it should be, so who knows. So here's one of the new bars we have. These are called Collagen Crisp. This is chocolate hazelnut. And this is white chocolate macadamia nut. Now, these bars are delicious. I've tried them, but they're not up to like final formulation. So we're doing a discount. We're selling these bars for only like $2.50 each. They're still delicious, very nutrient dense, very calorically dense. It's just like the texture and sweetness is not 100% yet. But if these weren't good, I wouldn't be selling them, guys. So white chocolate macadamia collagen crisp, chocolate hazelnut collagen crisp, and of course we have all the other bars available. Tommy's cookies, guys, please buy these. And these cookie bars, I just made them like last week. I hope they don't go bad again. We have to throw them out, otherwise we might stop making them. All the best bars are in stock available.
What the fuck? He's making packaged foods that just go bad within a matter of like days of making them? That's fucked. He might actually be selling people rotten goods.
Berry, vanilla, chocolate. We got the granola bars here. Looks like we ran out of quinoa crisp, and looks like we're running low on pemmican. Guys, please buy this beef jerky before I lose my mind. Please. Yeah, so that's all the non-perishable stuff, all the non-meat businesses. And we've been really, really behind, although we have kind of caught up because of the freezer fiasco. I mean, we have a lot to catch up on, but I think this week and next week we should be fine. We've been using the Burkle slicer for the prosciutto and the ham lately, so I'll show you guys a little clip I took earlier of the Iberico ham to show you how nice and thin we can get it. Just want to show you guys how thin we're getting this Iberico ham on the Burkle slicer. Really, really nice. If you guys tried the Iberico ham or the prosciutto before and you weren't 100% happy, we're doing it now in smaller portions, but it's a lot thinner. Look at that. You can see right through it to the parchment paper.
Oh, there you go. He's selling you less food for the same price.
Yeah, so let's hop in the fridge and I'll show you guys that first. Or not, because it's dark. And there shall be light. All right, so the Iberico Bolota is now available in 2-ounce portions, sliced very thin. And it's almost like you're eating twice as much of it because, you know, if you can get the same slice half thickness and you eat 10 thin slices instead of like 5 thick slices, it feels like you're getting a lot more. So we've reduced the portion size on the ham so we can, you know, sell it to you guys a lot less. Like this has $25, it's about half of that. It's like $12 now on the website for 2-ounce Bolota sliced very thin. We have 4 ounces of prosciutto sliced very thin. So again, same high quality San Daniele prosciutto. I'm so tempted to bring this home for breakfast and crush the whole thing. So this is, I think it's a little cheaper than on the website. I think it's around $10 for, maybe even less, for the San Daniele ham sliced very thin.
And the only one that's not sliced thin yet is the Cebo, which is the Iberico ham of a different quality. So I actually reduced the price on the website to like $15 for this, just to discount it to move out the rest of it, and then we'll have everything sliced thin. So right now the Bologna and the prosciutto are sliced thin, and we're gonna have the Cebo sliced thin after we move out these orders. For the fresh meat selection this week, guys, you better buy this fresh meat because I'm gonna actually stop doing it. We got fresh bone and ribeye steaks, and we got fresh porterhouse steaks. The local ground beef is a lot fattier than normal. So if you guys have been buying the local ground beef and it's too lean for you, this is your chance to stock up. The cows, a lot of times, guys, these grass-fed cows, they're never this fatty. They're never this fatty. So unaged beef, high quality, low histamine. If you want to stock up on this local ground beef, this is your chance. High, very, very high fat. And then we got all the new cured products. So this is...
Like, he says this like it's a good thing. Like, oh yeah, more like artery clogging saturated fat. Buy it now when it's really unhealthy.
Beef bacon, cured and smoked. This is the new one, the beef brisket, smoked brisket. So we have pastrami, beef pastrami over here.
Why does everything look like it's rotten?
Which I like more because of the spice blend, but we just did a plain salt smoked brisket. So just salt brine, smoked brisket. I figured a lot of you guys would like that more. Up here we have the pork bacon, Iberico pork smoked bacon, decent amount of that. And here we just have way too much of everything. That's like the smoked brisket, that's all the pastrami, that's all the beef bacon. So guys, I reduced the price on like everything, like the beef bacon, the pastrami, and the smoked brisket are really cheap. They're only like $16 a pound, which for this high quality aggressive product is unheard of. You know, the other companies, even Whole Foods, will sell for double the price, but I don't want this to go bad. You know, it's only good for like, I don't know, a month and a half, 2 months in the fridge, so I want to make sure that we move all this out and then I make less of a batch next time. Yeah, so this was all the really special stuff this week. We got the really thinly sliced, high quality hams. We have all the super artisanal smoked products, and then we got the local ground beef. No one else is selling anything like this online, guys, especially at this price. All the cheeses are in stock for the most part. All the local raw grass-fed A2, A2 dairy ready to ship out. And here's that probiotic I was talking about. There is a cold shipping option if you guys want me to ship this cold, or if you want to take the risk in the summer, hey, maybe wait a few months with your messed up gut to save 20 bucks. And over here we have all of the eggs. So if you guys please place a duck egg order. I'm trying to support my duck farmer and make sure that we keep the product moving. So I reduced the price on the duck eggs, even though we're kind of breaking even. But yeah, I wish I wasn't wearing shorts because the freezer's working really well now. It's like 0 degrees and it's like 90 degrees and sunny outside, which means that, you know, we're good. We're kind of good with the freezer now with the new foam and stuff. But I'm wearing my shorts because I actually just threw this on in here. I was sweating my guts out so much working in the warehouse the past 2 days. I said I got to put a t-shirt and shorts on, otherwise I just don't feel good. So that also reminds me, we got to switch over to the phone before we go in the freezer.
He's in a heat wave, and he's wearing long pants and multiple layers of Wi-Fi shielding clothing. And then he's complaining about being too hot. Like, what a retard.
Freezer because it's going to fog up the lens. Hey guys, so definitely go on the website and look on the main page to see all the new stuff, but I'll try to show you guys everything now. Should we do it in the dark? That'd be real fun. This looks like the Iberico pork tenderloin we restocked. This is some of the new duck product that we have. These are the duck legs. Those look delicious. Those look amazing. We got some duck liver and heart. We got some duck wings. These are cool. Duck wings. Duck feet. These are the whole ducks. As you guys can see, like these 5-pound ducks, a lot larger than the laying ducks that we're selling. And then the infamous duck breast, the prized possession, the favorite of everyone, corn and soy-free duck breast at the most affordable price online. Yeah, so we got a lot of new stuff over here. I guess we'll try to go through everything. We got some bone and ribeye steaks back in stock. These look really good. Those look amazing. Bone and ribeye steaks. A lot of that local ground beef we just threw in the freezer. A lot of stuff over here, guys. We got all the beef bacon back in stock. Oh, what's really special, lamb brains. I think we've been sold out of lamb brains for like 2 years. We finally got some back in. So we have lamb brains in 2 brain portions available. That's the 1-pound beef belly. I think over here is some lamb picanha. So we have those small cube lamb picanhas in the portions. Yeah, this is all lamb picanha. 1-pound veal testicles back in stock. Here's a lot more of the duck. So there's plenty of duck legs over there. Even more duck legs over there. Lamb stew meat is restocked, as well as the ground lamb. And then there's just more duck over here. All the whole ducks, the duck feet, all that duck stuff. This is a little promotion we're...
Poor animals, dude. If only Frank could be the one being slaughtered for meat.
We might give these away. Our supplier had an overstock of New York strip steaks. If you guys want a really good price, this is like, I think the steaks are 10 ounces each and they come in a pack of 2. The beef pet food is back available. We had some issues with the packaging, but this looks a lot better than the previous one. Venison Denver steaks back available in stock. That's the pet food again. We got some marrow butter. We didn't have that, but we got some Quebec steaks. Some chicken skins are back in stock, and then we restocked some chicken as well. Chicken breast, chicken heads, all the cuts of chicken are back in stock, as well as the veal liver. Great that the freezer works. The bad thing is that when it's 0 degrees in here, I am freezing.
to be in the full cold suit for that. I think there's a few things I forgot to mention. We got all the duck stuff available. That's really special. And it's actually like lower priced than everywhere else online, but it's corn and soy free. So you should be paying double. Like the regular conventional GMO feedlot duck is the same price as what I'm charging, which is kind of crazy and shows that I'm going to probably lose my mind and give up and just sleep with like 3 Colombian girls a day for the rest of my life next year. And just, that's probably, when that happens,
The obligatory, I'm not gay.
you guys will know why. I'm too good of a person to be running a business. So all that duck in stock, that's really special. All the fresh beef is available. Oh, I didn't show you guys we got the blood back. I think we have a lot of blood. He sent me like 200 pounds of blood. Yeah, we got like 6 crates of it. I got 6 crates of blood here, guys. Glass bottle, mineral water, rinsed jars with fresh beef blood straight from the Amish farm. This is $8 a jar. You guys have no idea. Guys, when you support the fresh beef and the local beef and stuff, it's important because this guy's charging me for this broth, which honestly, like the broth he sends me doesn't turn out as gelatinous as the collagen broth. It's still really good beef stock. So I'll actually use his broth for recipes like the steak sauce has a lot of beef broth in it. So I'll just keep that in mind. It's going to the money is going to the hands of the right people. So we got the duck, we got the fresh beef. The lamb brains is a huge restock. I'm just not hyping it up that much because I'm not sure if you can get more. Like what we have now, which is, I don't know, I think a few hundred pounds.
Bro, who the fuck is buying lamb brains? Like, these have to be like retarded psychotic fucks buying meat from Frank.
It's fairly limited, so I'm a little worried that we might not be able to get more. Let me switch back over the camera. Yeah, guys, I'll make sure to put all the new stuff at the top of the website, FrankieStrangeMeat.com. Also put those new collagen crisp bars at the top on the foods website. And we have all the new stuff on top of the Organ Supplements website. That's promotion for Organ Supplements is very special because we're going to give away a free collagen. And hey, even if your order's large enough, you also get the free kratom pill with your order. So huge giveaway promotion. Yeah, might be a few weeks, but I think we'll be able to get some new naturals products in. The restock on the organ supplement stuff like the thyroid and male virility. That's going to happen before that. As we're walking over here, I'll show you guys the potato chips again. The highest quality organic potatoes fried in Wagyu beef tallow and organic coconut oil, depending on your preference. We have sea salt, salt and vinegar, and mushroom. So 3 flavors for each. Very, very unique, guys. I'll probably throw these in the freezer if you guys don't really buy them that quickly, just so they stay a little fresher. All right, so this.
He's putting potato chips in the freezer so that they stay better longer so he can sell them to somebody. Imagine paying $7 for a single bag of potato chips that are old and have been sitting in a fucking freezer. Oh my god, what a retard. Oh my god, dude.
This lady really pissed me off. To sum it up, California order, 2.5 days in transit, which is perfectly typical. You know, we ship it on Tuesday, it arrives to her by Friday morning. So it's shipped Tuesday evening to arrive Friday morning, about 2.5 days in transit. I mean, most of the time these packages will last 3, 4, even 5 days with the amount of dry ice we put in it. This lady in California, which I'm probably breaking even on the order already, you know, this lady has placed like 7 or 8 orders, all basically the minimum for California, so I've broken even on each one. And this 8th order, well, yes, thank you for placing 8 orders with me, but not this one. She denied the package. So the package gets to her place on Friday and she says, oh, the meat's gonna be bad, send it back. And then, so I'm like, hold on. First of all, it's a totally normal transit time, okay? She did not click the tracking link. Maybe she just looked at her order confirmation email and thought that was the date it was shipped. Absolutely not. So this lady turned away a perfectly good box of meat, said send it back. But what's the logic in that? If you think the meat is bad by the time it gets to you, then why would it be okay to send it back to me? Like, open it up, take a picture so you have proof. I still haven't gotten the package back yet. And the next day, this lady filed a chargeback. Really pissed me off. Really pissed me off. Like, these are the type of people I'm dealing with. Like, if that happens, you take the package.
This lady bought 8 orders from him, and he's flipping his lid over 1 order. Wow.
You open it up, you take a photo, the FedEx guy stands there for 2 minutes, and you give him the box back, okay? Look, like, I'm losing my mind. What else did this lady say to me? I'm not reading her email. It's just really irritating. That's one of the first times something like that has ever happened. But now what? I'm out $200? Only $200 though. Only $200 because I'm also out $700 because FedEx lost a package. First time customer, $700 order, $700. And I was very suspicious of this because first time customer, $700 order, package gets lost. I was going to wait to refund it to see if FedEx refunds me, but I just instantly issued the guy the refund anyway, which I probably shouldn't have done. It's a disgusting amount of money. Like I'm down here killing myself 7 days a week for the past. I basically worked 7 days a week for the past 8 years of my life to be dealing with this. Like, hopefully FedEx approves the claim and gives me the $700 back, but that hasn't happened too often. Honestly, mostly just chargebacks and stuff. But I can't be taking $1,000 losses on that $1,000 right there, $1,000 right there. How crazy is that? I should be at the strip club every night dropping $300. Like, I don't understand how I've lost probably $1,000+ every week of my business for God knows how long. I'm not getting into this today. I'm gonna lose my shit.
How does he think, like, yeah, that's what happens when you do online commerce.
Let's read some reviews. Another lady. This lady, first-time customer, of course, emails me about the dairy. I still haven't received my refund from you, my order. No expiration dates, curdled milk, sour smelling. Is that why I sent out 300 bottles of the same exact milk to 100 other customers that week and not one of them complained? Is it also weird that Amish kid was milking the cows the morning before I sent you your order? You guys are, holy shit, I can't deal with this shit. Some of these people, and I know it's like a group of organized people that are being hired by corporations, so next time you go to Costco, next time...
Dude, he is absolutely fucking insane and deranged. He thinks Costco is hiring people to place false orders on his website just so that he loses like a couple $100 here and there.
Time you go to your local grocery store, you know the people you're supporting are the ones that are doing this shit to me. Just understand that. Understand that. 5-star review for the Iberico ham, Jamon Iberico. Fit for royal.
Bro, like, this sounds schizophrenic.
See, no exaggeration, plate minimum. We're charging like $12. So it's very eating it. 5-star review for the grass-fed beef bacon stock, the 1 pound select taking the supplement. My loins feel a lot, and finally experiencing the pit. Don't be surprised about the lemon kick. No idea. I think I said this in the past vlog. I had 5 people juicing lemons for 2 hours straight to make that lemon sorbet. It is not cheap to do. It is very expensive to make, and the highest quality ingredient, and it's a really special product. So I'm happy we're doing it. We might just do lemon. Maybe we'll do some other. We could do some other sorbets in the future. I think orange would be the next one, where because you juice the oranges, you take the zest, and you make a sorbet with it. The other fruits and stuff, I could buy organic, like pineapple juice and like all types of organic juices, but those are pasteurized, and I don't know. Like, I guess we could like pasteurized juice in the bottle, even if it's organic, like the highest quality, all those different flavors. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather just have sorbet made with the fresh squeezed fruit, and it's just not. It's not cost. You can't do that with like grapes and apples and stuff. You'd go broke. I go broke juicing apples and grapes. I could try it once and charge whatever price I need to break even. But as a long-term thing, I'm not sure if I'm like what the demand for this type of product is going to be. Like, yeah, lemon I like to do. Love to do a grape sorbet. Definitely orange, probably apple. So I'd love to have like 3 or 4 different sorbet flavors. And we might actually do it because my dairy farmer's been having a difficult time keeping up with the butter and cream production. So, and the ice cream sales aren't that great because it's not like a perfect recipe. So as much as I like to sell the ice cream and have him make more, I don't think that's really possible right now. But then the next batch of ice cream we do is going to be like phenomenal, hopefully out of this world. So instead, since the ice cream inventory is fine, we might do a few sorbet flavors over the next few weeks. Actually, I'm almost out of the Flex Show stuff, so you know what?
I have images of leafless ducks. I will send 2 vegan Vladi clones to help Frank.
You mean help him go into a permanent sleep? Thanks for the donation, James.
Probably not. Now that I'm thinking about it, never mind. Maybe that'll be too much for now, who knows. But yeah, guys, it's 5:30 on Sunday, and I haven't eaten yet today, so I'm not having too much fun. Just wrap this vlog up and get home and eat something. So we kind of went over everything for you guys. I'll say it again. Each of the websites all can be seen on frank-tufano.com. So you'll see Frankie's Free Range Meat, where you have all these high-quality meat products that no one else is selling at amazing prices, of course. A lot of restock. If you guys have been waiting for something, definitely check the website. Frankie's Free Range Foods, organic potatoes just back in stock. Collagen crisp bars new. Special discounted price because we can't nail down the recipe yet. They're probably $3 or $3.50 each when we nail down the recipe. We got all the new supplements on Organ Supplements, and guys, that probiotic is really special. Any of these other off-the-shelf probiotics are not formulated correctly, so I'm happy we have that now, and I can use it myself. I don't have to worry about when I'm going out to eat or when I'm eating. Frankie's Naturals, nothing new yet. Hopefully in a few weeks. But we do have some relatively banana piece. We will be subscribed. Check that notification bell.
I think
well, Frank is still stupid.
Even in this quote,
natural probiotic now available. What the fuck could he possibly mean by natural probiotic? I was under the impression that like the government wasn't making new species of life forms and then putting those into probiotic supplements. Like, I'm pretty sure these probiotics aren't like alien species that are harvested from Mars. So I think every probiotic supplement is natural.
What's up, guys? I wanted to talk about our new probiotic because it actually works. And I
Did you send a new email to reschedule the debate?
remember 5 or 6 years ago when I first started having the gut problems, the liver issues on the carnivore diet. I spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on those refrigerated probiotics at Whole Foods to no avail. None of them helped me at all. They didn't seem to work, which made me skeptical to formulate my own, but it's so important to have the correct...
I don't know what he means by no probiotic worked. Like, what exactly are they supposed to fucking do? They're not a medication. So they're not going to cure or treat any illness.
Microbiome, the good bacteria. Like, I came back sick from LA and I didn't get better until I had a properly made water kefir. I was coughing and sniffling for weeks until
Yeah, that sounds like a cold or something.
Again, the water kefir was properly made and I drank enough of it.
Dude, didn't he just get eye surgery? His eyes are still cross-eyed. Yeah, this eye is like pointing up and to the right. And then this one is actually going straight. So even though they did surgery on this eye, it's still fucking cross-eyed.
And I had a lot of water kefir grains, which had the probiotic content to replenish my gut. So it's 100% necessary and needed for optimal health. You need to do it. Water kefir can be difficult to get right. Dairy kefir, dairy yogurt, great probiotic profile, but unfortunately on certain diets and like my liver detox diet is very restrictive. So I was really, really excited when I tried this for the first time. And I've utilized all of my nutritional understanding and I've applied.
He knows literally nothing about nutrition. He's one of the most ignorant people I've ever come across. Like, you could talk about any topic with this guy. Anything. And he knows literally nothing at all. Politics knows nothing. Nutrition knows nothing. Weight training knows nothing. I've never heard him talk about art. But again, art, like I'm sure he knows nothing about art. Science, he clearly knows nothing. He talks about like fucking EMF and Wi-Fi radiation, doesn't know fucking shit about that. How does anybody fucking listen to this absolute retard? I've talked to children. I used to be a personal trainer, and I train kids from like different hockey teams. I had kids as young as 6 years old who were smarter than Frank, who, at least in certain subjects, knew more about him. You know, we'd talk about music, video games, art a little bit, like training, and like Frank is so goddamn stupid, a 6-year-old could like just intellectually defeat him.
Added to this product. So there are dozens of strains of bacteria commercially available. Like if you reach out to a manufacturing company, they'll give you a list of every single strain they have. So I looked at studies on the microbiome. I looked at studies on babies and infants, nursing mothers, regular people. I figured out which ones of those are in the gut, what the ratios of the bacteria are, and then I had to figure out from that list of commercially available strains which ones I can take, and then each one has a different concentration. So it was quite a bit of math, and I can understand why no one else has formulated anything that actually works, because to have the nutritional understanding, to know what to look for, and the math skills to actually
Oh, the math skills. This guy literally does not understand things like wavelength and like ionizing radiation. He doesn't understand the difference between like magnetism and radiation. And then he's talking about fucking math skills.
do it. There's a reason. There's a reason no one else has done this yet. I don't think I'm the smartest guy, but
I'm smart enough in each of the fields that apparently I'm better than everyone. I don't want to say that, but we'll get a little more into that. So these commercially available strains of probiotics for supplements do not actually cover the entire microbiome. I would say between 55 and 65% of the strains are available. Like the other ones, they just don't make them. They don't exist. Now, what percent of the gut bacteria are the missing strains composed of? I don't really know. You know, it could be as significant as that high 45%, or it could be very insignificant, and this probiotic might be all you would ever need, but there's no way to know because, again, they don't make it. Now, from my previous experiments with other very expensive probiotics on the market, like $70, $80, $90 bottles of fresh liquid probiotics, stuff like that, as well as reading what's on the labels available on Amazon, I don't think anything comes remotely close to what I have.
Has Frank heard about Dr. Wilbus QX, the gut doctor?
Probably not. I don't think I'm familiar with that guy either. Thanks for the donation, James.
Formulated here, which is the correct ratio of lactobacillus to bifidobacterium to streptococcus. And if you read this label, you'll see that, you know, per capsule, it's around 23 billion CFU. So this 3 capsule serving size is what most people should start with for a meal. And then you can see the lactobacillus strains, the bifidobacterium strains, and the streptococcus. And if you did the math, you can figure out, you know, what the ratio here to lactobacillus to bifidobacterium to streptococcus is, and that's correct. And if you look at any other supplement on the market, either they don't have the ratio listed and you won't be able to figure it out, or it's not that. But what you don't know is how much of each of those strains are in there, and that's, I guess, the trade secret that no one is going to ever be able to figure out, that I had to formulate. So I'll read the bottle real quick for you guys. We formulated this probiotic supplement by analyzing studies on microbiome composition found in the National Library of Medicine to be in line with the naturally occurring strains in the human digestive system. By meticulously curating specific available probiotic strains, we have a unique product whose formulation is based on scientifically proven natural gut bacterial ratios. It's 20 bucks, guys. It's $23. This is absolutely criminal.
So I'm curious how he actually made this, because I know he orders raw materials from places like Alibaba. I wouldn't be surprised if he just ordered some random shit from China and there isn't even any probiotic. It's just like powder or something in this.
And I've made videos on my other supplements and my launches and stuff, but just like a single product like this, it's so special, it's so important. I remember the first time I took this, like last week when we got it with the first meal, I actually felt happy. And that's the main reason you're taking probiotics. You will feel physically good. That's your goal.
Dude, what a fucking retard. Like, just genuine idiot. You can fucking take a fentanyl and feel happy. You can't take fucking...
Just go to the PCR.
To do it at least a few times, and I do feel good a lot of the time. I'm still trying to figure out how much I have to take based on the food volume.
Yeah, so like I was saying before, he's claiming he felt happy after taking one single pill of these probiotics. That is absolutely fucking impossible, and he's either delusional or lying. You can feel happy after taking a fentanyl tablet because of the immediate effects of those opiates. You're not going to feel happy from taking one fucking probiotic tablet. That's just idiotic.
And what other supplements should be taken with it, but I'm really, really happy about this. I love the ratios. I love that it works, that I'm able to offer it to you guys for 23 bucks. Now, there's a con to that. It should be refrigerated, so we have cold shipping options now in the summer. I'm sure in 2 or 3 months, it'll be cool enough that we don't have to worry about using cold shipping now. But let's say you order 5 of these for $100, and then you would pay $20 for the cold shipping.
So that's a mistake a lot of people have been making when buying this. On the drop down arrow for this product on the website, there's natural probiotic, and then there's cold shipping, and then there's very cold shipping for West Coast. A lot of people have been selecting the cold shipping without ordering the actual probiotics, which I guess is a misunderstanding, but it's happening often enough that I have to explain it here.
Sorry guys, just a quick little interruption to clarify the confusion on the website. There's a drop down arrow for the probiotic product, and it says natural probiotic, and then it says cold shipping, and then it says very cold shipping. So you could just order the probiotic, and hopefully it's not on a 200-degree UPS truck, or you could just add the shipping with it, and you can get the cold shipping, and then order up to like 20 of these will fit in one box, so you can get however many you would like.
So that's what's going on the website, and honestly making me want to not offer the cold shipping because it's a lot of work to package everything up in the ice like that, but we'll see how it goes for a few weeks. So natural probiotic now available, guys. Please try. Like if you have gut issues, this will work, and you have to have the carbs and the fiber and starches in your diet to feed the gut bacteria. But this is the real deal. There's as with all of my supplements, you're not wondering whether or not they work. And I say that about every single product I sell, guys.
What the fuck could he possibly mean by that? Like, what is it supposed to do? What ailment is this treating? What disease does this cure? Like, what the fuck does he mean that it'll work? Like, imagine buying a food from somebody and them telling you, oh, these strawberries are special, they work. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean they work? Like, are they food? Like, do they treat a condition? Like, what is he talking about?
Literally, the first time you use it, it will work. No, not all this snake oil these other people are selling. Everyone's so used to, oh, does it work? Does it not work? Do I need it? Do I not need it? You'll know the first time you take it. Like that's how an actual effective product is. So what we'll do now is, since this video isn't that long, I wanted to just do a little overview of the website and show you guys a lot of the other new products that we have. I mean, I could do it here real quick and be lazy, but I'd rather show you guys everything on the website.
All right, guys, we are here on the computer for a quick look at the Organ Supplements website, which I am very proud of. It's taken quite a few years to get here. Unfortunately, all the money has been going to the meat business to keep that afloat. You guys know we've been struggling, so as much as some people would like to believe I'm buying a Rolls Royce, hey, not as far as I know, not in this lifetime. So when you guys do support the supplements, yeah, I mean, really, the reason we've had things like the eggs, the raw dairy, a lot of these products is specifically because of the income from organ supplements. So keep that in mind. If you like the meat business, you're supporting us a lot by getting this. So I thought the probiotic was so special that I just put it at the very top of the website. But we spent the whole video talking about that, so we're going to focus on a few other things. We got the natural collagen available, as well as the collagen peptides. The collagen peptides being like the typical collagen everyone's used to. Lowest price online. It's $23 per jug. And we have a free promotion too. So you can get the collagen peptides for $22, natural collagen, and for all orders above $40, I might have to increase that. You guys are killing me. You get a free collagen peptide. So be sure to make sure to add the free collagen peptides to your cart. Hey, maybe get 2 of the probiotics, and you can get the free collagen peptides with the order. Now, I don't want to go into too much crazy detail because I'll be here all day, and we've had several videos on each of these products. We got Frankie's Liver Detox Smoothie, which is a really, really special blend of organic grains, organic fruits, and organic collagen. So it's like a full nutritional replacement smoothie that tastes really good, and it's great for detox.
Nutritional replacement smoothie.
How do you...
So 30 grams of protein, 0 grams of vitamin D, 164 milligrams of calcium, 2 milligrams of iron, 460 milligrams of potassium, It's there's only 11 servings per container, and one serving is nearly 120 grams. So this is just protein and carbohydrate. And then it tells you proprietary blend of organic grains, fruits, collagen, and coconut. So you don't even know how much of what each ingredient is even in here. And he's calling this a like dietary replacement shake. There's like no nutrition in this. And it's $50. Like Frank is an actual retard.
Your liver, because all the ingredients are minimally inflammatory. So it's basically, it can be high calorie too if you take a lot of scoops. The Lemon Light is the best formulated electrolyte supplement on the market. You can search the YouTube channel for that video too and watch the video I have on Lemon Light. This is the 7-hydroxymitragine, which is like a kratom extract, which basically makes you feel good. It's an opioid. So, I mean, you could get a sample pill of this with your order.
Yeah, so I think the reason Frank started promoting this kratom shit is because he's addicted to alcohol. I'm pretty sure he's an alcoholic. And he heard that kratom can be used to treat alcoholism, so that's why he started taking it.
But, you know, we did a few shorts on this. You can read about it. I guess proceed with caution on that one. And then these are a few of the new products we've got available. Multivitamin, multi-mineral, magnesium complex, and zinc.
Are these vegan?
As far as I understand, the kratom supplement is vegan, I think. The rest of his supplements aren't, though. The Lemon Light might be. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
React to this.
Complex. All four of these, you can't, just like the probiotic, no one else online has any formulation that is even close. Yes, there are multivitamins. They're not the correct ratios. There actually aren't any multiminerals. Most people just include the minerals in the vitamins. In the vitamin, like they'll have a multivitamin, but their multivitamin has minerals in it. Ours is separate. We have a magnesium complex, which has all of like the amino acid based forms of magnesium, like L-threonate. And you can find other magnesium complexes, but none of them have these three forms, which are the best. Same with the zinc. I mean, well, there's no such thing as a zinc complex. I'm the only person that has one, at least last time I checked. Maybe someone else copied me already. But very, very unique formulations. We got all the glandulars available for the most part. We should be restocking the male virility and the thyroid very soon. We just went over a few of these. And I will touch briefly on the vitamin D3 and K2. We now have them in capsule form. If you guys watch my day of eatings, you'll see we have that. A whole bunch of other stuff here. B vitamin packages, vitamin C. I take everything on this website at least like once a month. I really do use everything that I sell for the most part. And the same thing with a lot of my other businesses. You know, there's a reason I'm offering these products. There's a reason you guys are supporting me so much. And then here in the digestive section, this is the Masticum that I take every single day after my meals. We do have the granules available that you just grind into a powder and then you have them with your meal. Yeah, so that's it for the video, guys. Thanks for watching. Hopefully some of you really benefit from this. We just launched it like a week ago, so I'm really looking forward to the reviews that come in and seeing how you guys like it and when you personally use it and experiment with it, if your results are as good as mine have been. So, I mean, as we've shown, organsupplements.com, you guys can see all this stuff. If you want to see all the other businesses, you can.
Well, that was nice and retarded, but what can we expect from Frank? It's always retarded with Frank.
What's up? How are you guys this weekend?
Oh, I'm already cringing. This is gonna be bad.
And Frankie Eyeballs is back. We're gonna do a quick day of eating review here. And I'm sorry, guys, I haven't been posting as much or at the right times. Having some more issues with the business. You know, the freezer stopped working. Now the fridge isn't working. Have not been sleeping. Have not been eating. But I'm still trying to keep you guys entertained. So I do appreciate it.
Oh my God. Is his fridge broken again? That'd be amazing. That would be great. Unless this was filmed like a week ago.
You guys can support us, frank-tufano.com, to check out all the businesses, but we'll touch more on that later. I think we reviewed this girl like 2 or 3 months ago, and the main problem with her diet was it was just like a super large amount of low-quality chicken. So maybe the diet wasn't horrendous compared to what standard American dieters are eating, but the protein quality was really, really bad. I guess we'll see if she changes anything up for today.
Hello, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're in my kitchen because I'm going to be walking you through a full day of eating. Again, because much has changed since the last time, and I think my diet now compared to before is better than ever.
Oh, maybe she watched my video. Is this why I'm not getting as much views as her? I need the blue tube top on. Hey, maybe if she was wearing some Wi-Fi shielding clothing, that Rode microphone wouldn't be frying her body.
In terms of nutrition, vitamins, macro and micronutrients, and fiber. We like our fiber. I just got back from the gym. I haven't eaten yet. I usually do eat breakfast before I go train, but I didn't today, so I'm about to have my first meal. So yeah, let's get into breakfast. We're gonna be making some good old protein oats, because you can't...
I mean, she sounds a little slow, but I mean, for the high radiation environment most people are in the food they're eating, I guess you can't really blame her. I mean, this isn't that great, but it's not as bad as conventional chicken. And I won't touch too much on it because I say it every video, but if you're not going organic, if you're not using high quality ingredients, that's the main problem. There's 2 aspects to it. 1, are you choosing the right foods? And 2, are they high enough quality?
Can't go wrong with that. I take it back. Actually, you can go wrong with protein oats because I've definitely had some pretty atrocious protein oats in my day. But I figured it out, and I now have made the most delicious protein oatmeal that I look forward to eating. I'm going to start by weighing out my oats. That's too much. Don't worry, I washed my hands. Also, I'm the only one who eats these oats. Okay, there we go. So this is 1 serving, or half a cup. I cook it with water.
And I eat as much of it as I want, and I make sure that each meal has like the components that I need. So I'll have a source of protein, I'll have a source of carbohydrates and starch, I'll have a source of fiber, and then I'll eat and choose how much of each one I want.
Water. Good old sink water.
Tap water in Hawaii is clean. Doubt it. Everything for the most part goes through like a water treatment plant, and it gets a ton of fluoride and chlorine. So the government says, oh, the water's clean, the water's healthy, but they're really poisoning you. I mean, we have videos on EMF, microwaves, and all that stuff if you want to learn more about the radiation and stuff.
Fresh, hot, steamy oats. A pro tip for me would be, since we're adding in some whey protein powder, it's going to absorb.
Yeah, I've said this before. I'm under the belief that 100% bodybuilding was started by a bunch of homos, and it's just this muscle cult, and there's like a bunch of old weird dudes that want you to get muscular so they can stare at you. Like, I'm completely convinced.
Absorb some of this moisture.
Why did he add that commentary after a pretty girl flexed her muscles? I think gay thoughts are on his mind constantly. Elias donated $2.
What?
Frank Tufano clearly does not know anything about the history of bodybuilding, and like you said, he's just projecting his gay thoughts on why he would want to gain muscle. If he knew how to train, he would get buff and be a gay prostitute again.
Yeah, probably. Bodybuilding does have a very long gay history, to be fair. Joe Weider, all indications seem to point to Joe Weider being gay. And he got into the bodybuilding business because he just had a gay fetish for big muscular dudes. And he was able to basically turn that into a mainstream marketable business. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Ninja.
So I like to put some extra water beforehand because the texture is best that way. If you add the water afterwards, I feel like it makes the oats a lot more grainy. Then I'm going to add in 1 full scoop of vanilla whey protein powder.
I mean, as she's butchering these oats, all I'm thinking about is how she should probably just eat that container of whatever that organic stuff is.
And for my other toppings, I keep it real simple. I just have a serving of dates.
Oh, sorry, I thought they were dates, yeah.
I like to cut them up like this into little bites so that I can sprinkle it on top. And then occasionally, as I'm eating my protein oats, I get a little mouthful of creamy brown sugar goodness. At least that's what I tell myself. Now that you have your little turds in your oats, I'm just going to add my cinnamon. Here is the final product.
As I said earlier, compared to like a standard American diet, it's not that bad, but compared to what you could be doing, it's not 100% there. Go organic, go high quality, and then I guess we can discuss what you should and should be putting on this. I mean, the obvious one is cinnamon. It's pretty hard on the liver, so it's best.
Cinnamon is not hard on the liver.
Avoid it, especially every meal for breakfast.
And I can't wait to eat this, so I've never enjoyed oats so much. until I had dates in them. If you watched my last What I Eat in a Day video, then you might remember this.
If you make it high quality with the right ingredients, it's going to taste good. Like, yeah, you got your whey protein, which is an excellent source of protein and B vitamins, even though it's conventional quality. You got the oats, which are an excellent source of fiber, excellent source of carbohydrates, probably one of the best starches in general to have. She's got a little sweetener in there. She's got some dates. So overall, I think the food choices are pretty good here. It's just it has to be higher quality. And maybe, use like a grass-fed beef collagen protein instead of the whey protein.
This handy dandy notebook, which I used to track my protein and calories. If not, I'll explain it really quickly. So I just put the protein on this side and the calories on this side, and then I can add it all up at the end of the day. All right, who's excited for lunch? I am. I, for one. For lunch, there will actually be some cooking involved this time around, and it's going to be my first time vlogging and cooking, so hopefully I don't burn anything. So, for lunch.
Maybe she needs some coffee. Is that why she seems a little dead inside?
We have some sockeye salmon. Wait, it's special. What's it called? It's wild caught.
By the way, like almost every fucking video Frank makes, he sounds dead inside, has no energy, and looks like he's about to fucking pass out.
Alaska sockeye salmon. And then I have some eggs.
What, did she watch my video and now she's doing some research? Doesn't remember that the salmon is fucking good.
Kiwi, a very interesting, very flat looking kiwi. It's like a loaf. You know, like when a cat like loafs on the ground. That's kind of what this kiwi is doing.
Like I just figured, let me choose the 10-minute video and we'll take a look real quick, but I'm regretting it.
Give me some butter. This is grass-fed Irish cows. Half a tablespoon of olive oil.
So she's trying, she's
it's
trying.
It's gonna get a little noisy.
She's not 100% there yet.
I love cucumbers. They're so fresh and crunchy and yummy.
Next, I have eggs, which I'm gonna have 2 whole eggs and then the egg whites of the other 2. And then I have a little half a tablespoon of butter here that I'll use.
I mean, just eat that, and that's a better one than what you're gonna make.
I like to do this fried garlic thing with my salmon that I'll show you.
Those are just like a regular conventional supermarket egg,
A little bit of yolk slipped out when I was trying to get the whites, but that's okay.
Kind of one of the worst protein sources you can choose.
This is probably almost done. So I can do the fried garlic thing now.
Yeah, pork and chicken and conventional eggs are all pretty bad. The beef isn't as bad, the dairy isn't as bad, but not ideal choices.
So for that, I'm going to take my butter. Again,
at least she's got the
garlic would probably be better, but this is what I have for now. It goes in the butter. It's kind of a lot, but I like garlic. And some squeezes of lemon. Salt and pepper. My kitchen is a little bit small. And it's not even my kitchen, it's my family's kitchen.
I mean, compared to what she was eating, at least we've bumped up the quality a little bit.
This is all kind of cornered in here. I'll let this cook a little bit until it gets a bit brown.
Chocolate salmon is good, but it's, the orange color, the red color sometimes, that means it's high in beta-carotene, it's high in flavonoids as well, so it can be kind of hard on the liver compared to other sources of protein. And I guess the conventional eggs are better than like conventional chicken. At least it has like more nutrients, choline.
I forgot to mention I also have broccoli. It's just already cooked. And here is everything all ready to go. It looks delicious.
If it was just more salmon and broccoli, this meal wouldn't be nearly as bad. Really not a fan of conventional eggs. And then she doesn't add any starch or carbs to soak up any toxins. So you really want to avoid meals like this in general on any diet. I've done a lot of stuff on why keto is bad, why carnivore is bad, why you need to have carbohydrates and starches and fiber in every meal. Because with these type of meals, the liver enters like a state where it's absorbing nutrients and it's not able to detox. The body is not designed to only have meals.
That is not how your liver works.
Like this. You need to have a lot of starch, a lot of fiber. And even then with a meal like this, it might be like a neutral, it might not be better, but at least you're not in the negative like this from a liver health perspective.
Sometimes I burn the garlic a little too much, but it looks great today. Pepper. This is just...
Like if you're eating like this and you're not super skinny and lean, it's because of the fat profile. The high omega-6 eggs, the low quality stuff. Like if you were eating...
Omega-6 is an essential nutrient and it's good for you.
Super high quality protein sources and only that, and you could have a bowl full of rice instead of everything else on the plate. The kiwi, the cucumbers, the broccoli, you could have pure starch carbohydrates, which most people are against and I think they're going to gain weight on, and actually look better than eating something like this, which is more restrictive from a carbohydrate perspective.
Lemon juice, salt, pepper, crushed pepper.
Very nice.
Don't forget, it's also very important to drink water.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of green vegetables. This meal's pretty hard on the liver if she's absorbing it.
This big old thing keeps me hydrated. Oh.
Green vegetables are not bad for your liver.
Spilling some water. I've enjoyed this.
I mean, like for her age, body composition, and like assumed activity, you need to stop this kind of keto stuff and just have more starch and carbs.
Kind of diet the most, just because like they're all fresh, simple ingredients, so it makes preparing meals feel really simple and fresh. That video of the mouse eating the candy with like the sad classical music? That's how I feel every meal, because I'm always just cooking for one. I don't know if you know this, but kiwi is a superfood. Has more potassium than a banana, more fiber than the leading cereal brand.
The whole idea of superfoods is a little redundant because most people don't actually need more of the nutrients that are contained in vegetables or fruits. What they really
Superfood is a marketing term. They don't exist.
need to do is they need to detox their body and remove a lot of the negative stuff. And the only way that can be achieved is by reducing the toxins in the diet, which you need to go organic with and make better food choices, and also increase the fiber and starch content of the diet while maintaining a healthy gut microbiome.
Yeah, so Basketball Genesis, you have a right to free speech and free expression, and that includes the right to film anyone you want in public. So you don't need permission to film anybody in fucking public. And if they start doing this and blocking my fucking camera, they're getting the fucking backhand.
It's very difficult to do. We've not seen one other person yet following a diet similar to mine outside of the occasional person that's on some type of like cultural, almost like tribal traditional diet, like that African girl a few videos ago where she was having like a lot of homemade type of starches and a lot of meats and stuff.
What is that, like Cheerios? But more vitamin E and vitamin K than an avocado, and more vitamin C than an orange. It's
because you don't need most of those vitamins. The vitamin E just acts as a preservative in the food itself. The vitamin C content is negligible.
Vitamin E is a vitamin, Frank. It's not a preservative, it's a vitamin.
Because it's countered by the sugar intake. You have to take like extra vitamin C on top of that.
And for my favorite part of the day. Most of the time I get my yogurt from Costco, just the Greek yogurt, because it's pretty cheap. And it basically has the same macros as this yogurt. But this one is just better because of the texture. It's a little bit more expensive, so I don't get it as often. But I felt like treating myself today. I like to do...
Skyr is just a really high protein yogurt made from skim milk. So, the downsides of skim milk being they take out the fat, they take out a lot of the nutrition. It's not that balanced. But when you eat fats are generally hard on the liver. Protein can be hard on the liver and the kidneys, and carbohydrates can cause
Protein is not hard on the kidneys.
dysbiosis if your gut bacteria isn't good. So there's downsides to consuming each macronutrient. It's just easier in some cases to fix the downsides of certain ones. Like just taking a probiotic or having a probiotic can fix the carbohydrate downsides, but you can't really do anything if you're eating too much fat or protein. You just have to reduce them.
2 servings of yogurt, some frozen berries, and then honey on top. This one is it's so thick. Like,
that's gross.
These are my berries. They're almost gone, so I'm just gonna use the rest. I just remembered I have a secret topping that I can add. These are pre-frozen cotton candy grapes. When they're frozen and you put the honey on it, the honey kind of...
I mean, I guess if this was organic, I wouldn't be as against it. Berries are high in oxalates. If it was all high quality stuff like the grass-fed yogurt too, and maybe it was full fat, this would be a reasonable meal.
Hardens a little bit, and it becomes like really sticky honey, and I don't know, it's just so good.
Because hypothetically, a really high quality full fat yogurt is going to have the adequate probiotic content to counter the downsides of the anti-nutrients, the oxalate.
You don't have the freedom to block someone's camera. If somebody decides to go right up in your face and do this, no, that's considered simple assault, and you have the right to protect yourself against that. So if I was filming in public and somebody just went up to me like this, kaplow, right in the fucking kisser. Cam, donate $2. Missed you.
It's a high protein
I swear
intake.
I can go all day and not eat anything sweet, but once it's nighttime, I need my sweets, my sweet treats. And right now, that kind of just looks like putting honey on stuff.
I mean, these people deprive themselves of carbohydrates all day, and then they kind of pig out and cheat at night. We see it a lot.
Like my yogurt bowl, that's a staple. Recently, I put honey on sourdough, which is like not crazy, but it was really good actually. For this snack, it's gonna be peanut butter, a banana, because I need to eat my bananas. Honey again, of course. Rice cakes. Voila. Here's.
This is a perfect example of foods that people think are healthy, but are actually really not healthy. We did a video on bananas explaining how they're probably the highest anti-nutrient fruit and one of the worst for gut health. Out of all the fruits you could eat,
Bananas are just fine for you.
Probably the worst for gut health. Look up my video on it. Peanut butter, I mean, oxidized, inflammatory, omega-6.
Peanut butter is not inflammatory.
Moldy, usually moldy toxins. I think we did a video on peanut butter too. It's pretty.
Peanut butter is not moldy. Unless you don't keep it in a jar, but peanut butter is not inherently moldy.
Bad. And brown rice is very high in arsenic. Very high in arsenic. Wouldn't touch anything brown rice. So every single thing she's putting on this is basically one of the worst choices. I mean,
Blocking someone's line of sight while they're recording may or may not be illegal depending on what they're doing.
The way you would improve this if you had like a white rice cake with macadamia nut butter and maybe the bananas were cooked. I would say that that's a much less inflammatory choice. But, you know, without having a really deep understanding of nutrition and knowing all these things, I mean, again, like no one has gone the lengths for the most part to know every little pro and con of these foods and bring them to kind of mainstream. So, I mean, that's what I've been doing for the past few years, and the information is there on my channel. But usually these corporate chills take a couple years to copy it. So anything you guys hear me say, you'll see it on Fox News in 3 or 4 years. That, oh, make sure to cook your bananas. Oh, try macadamia nut butter instead. Don't worry. When they're ready, they'll copy me. We almost done here? Yeah, you got to be really careful with like all the protein bars and a lot of the nutrition energy bars they have in the store. Use brown rice syrup as the sweetener.
We did it. We ate our food. Totals for
now. How bad is that meal if it was all organic? I think the rice cakes might have actually been organic. The question is like, is there? Yeah, they were. What other additives are in there? So downside is high arsenic content, and I guess it's just not a great food choice. You know, you have to do additional preparation plus going organic to make this meal okay. And I'll touch on what I said earlier about eating as much as you want. Like, this girl should just increase the food quality a little bit more, have some more starch and fiber, reduce the greens, reduce the anti-nutrients a little bit, maybe slightly improve the protein quality a little more, and then she'll feel a lot better and look a lot better. So I think this is a big improvement from what she was doing, but we could still be in a slightly better spot. So I won't go too much more into detail. I kind of want to keep this brief, but if you guys go to frank-tufano.com, you can support me.
Well, that was stupid.
What's up? How are you guys? Another week of stuff breaking down at Frankie's Free Range Meat. And I bought this old building because it was the only thing I could really afford. Unfortunately, like you guys saw, we had the freezer issues over the past few weeks. Still working through the insurance claim for that, but now the fridge broke. And I haven't slept in like 3 days. I'm down here trying to fix this. And I was going to try to save money by getting...
It's funny because our AC in this house broke. The compressor is totally shot.
Rid of the other reefer we're renting here because it's like $200 a day. Thankfully I didn't, because now all the stuff from the fridge is on the reefer, but it doesn't seem like the end of the world. It's just like, there's, what's the saying? When it rains, it pours. Like, I have no breathing room. Like, at least if it broke next year, okay, file another insurance claim, but I don't know. So I guess in positive news, we're giving away the collagen broth, and I think there might be a few new things that I have to check, but honestly, like, even outside of this fridge stuff, last week was a complete nightmare because it was like a perfect storm of Hurricane Beryl plus 4th of July weekend. I didn't want to ship anyway because 4th of July was Thursday, and if I sent packages on Monday or Tuesday, it's an extra day in transit and then the holiday weekend. On top of that, Hurricane Beryl in the Texas area, I probably had to refund like $3,000 or $4,000 worth of product. So it's basically like a few weeks profit. I'm pretty upset about that. Hopefully FedEx will help cover it. And I told my guys the week before, we're gonna put a ton of extra ice in these packages this week because of 4th of July. I don't think they did because we were really stressed out. When I told them that, we still didn't have the meat in the freezer. So it was from a business operation perspective, it was a complete nightmare. We had all of our frozen meat in the reefers. The freezer was empty, just got spray foam. We're getting ready for 4th of July weekend to ship everything out, and probably the worst possible week to ship in the whole year. So I'm honestly surprised it was only a few $1,000s worth of orders that we had to refund where the meat did. And part of that too was people just ordering weird stuff and like not enough meat. But I should have came Monday, Tuesday and checked and reminded my guys to put extra ice in the orders, but oh well, too late for that. So yeah, we had a few $1,000s lost in return because you guys say there's an issue. You send me proof that the product didn't arrive on time. And a few people didn't send photos or take photos or anything, which kind of irritated me. But I went and looked at the transit time, and if the transit time was unreasonable, like more than 4 days, I just completely refunded the package. On top of that, chargebacks. Like $1,000 in chargebacks and people trying to scam me. So it really never ends. I was honestly thinking, out of all the weeks I've joked about not doing this anymore, this one.
Like, he admits there was a long weekend, they didn't put enough fucking ice, like dry ice in the packages, and then he's like, people are trying to scam me with chargeback. Like, you literally admit you fucked up. Untitled...
Frank should have had somebody do a walkthrough before buying the store. Has your compressor been repaired?
No, they need to replace the compressor and they can't get the replacement part. So the property owner said it's probably going to be a few months. Thanks for the donation, James.
Is he roided?
Yeah, clearly. He is clearly on steroids. He's even wearing a t-shirt that said,
Did Frank do something to his lips too? Or is it just his eyes he fucked up?
he gets injections into his lips, so he gets lip fillers, so yeah. He's gotten a lot of cosmetic procedures. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
One this week is really testing me. Really testing me. We got all the pork share items available individually now. So if you go under the local Amish pork share, you can choose if you want bacon, head cheese, liverwurst, pork chops. It's sold individually on that share thing now because we just can't move it as a share. Porterhouse is really cheap. I think it's only like $12 or $13 a pound. Way cheaper than your local.
Yeah.
The porterhouse I'm selling, grass-fed, local, shipped to your door, is probably cheaper per pound than what you're paying at the grocery store for feedlot beef. And then we also have a reduced price on the pastrami and the brisket because I made too much of it. So it's only like $8 per portion, and we might give some away next week. I think there was also some new stuff. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so I feel bad because I keep like asking you guys to please place an order, help us out. But I feel like
That looks dangerous, and that power rack looks unstable.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna have to do that every week for like 2 or 3 months just to get back on track. Because anytime I ask you guys for help, you do help. The sales go up a decent amount, but it's just this stuff keeps happening week after week after week. I mean, look, I'm not like these other people that ask for help and GoFundMe's and just ask for donations. That doesn't sit well with me. I just don't like asking people for money. I can't do that in this economy with how hard people.
By the way, this is the same guy who was asking people to just give him money on Indiegogo, so that's a lie.
Work. I don't feel comfortable asking people for money. What I want to ask people to do is, support me through my businesses, which offer the highest quality products at the most affordable prices online. So we have this old fridge from the Bronx that we can use to help in here. Put all the meat's actually on the reaper over there. Let me show you guys the fridge real quick. So right now in there it's 40 degrees, which is not ideal. It should be like high 30s. As you can see, there's nothing in the fridge. We usually have all the eggs there, and we usually have everything else over here. I show you guys all the dairy, all the new products. It's cold enough in here now. We kept the water keeper in here. It never got too warm. We just made a new batch of steak sauce. The steak sauce is $10 a jar now. So slight discount on the steak sauce, down to $10 a jar just because we have a lot of them.
Dude, $10 for that garbage.
So
you can get the same thing, if not better, at a local grocery store for like $5.
Whatever. So I'm going to show you guys the clip of what I was losing my mind doing in here. So this is why I haven't slept for like the past 3 days. We had the problem with first. Now.
Yeah, I saw Donald Trump's case was dismissed because of the stupid immunity ruling. It's fucking retarded.
Now, the fridge evaporators are icing up. I'm not really sure why. It might be fixed because we put more refrigerant in it and I set the thermostat a little higher, but there's still ice on these, so I'm going to melt this. Maybe I'll even turn the fans off and melt the front ice. And if there's ice again tomorrow, we're kind of screwed. But there's nothing in the fridge right now. I got my spray bottle here. I mean, it takes about half an hour. Maybe an hour. But if I got to do it every day, twice a day, like middle of the night, I have fun. At least it's not as bad as the freezer. Like I'm just on a ladder here. I'm not like 20 feet up in the air. So these old ancient evaporators probably need to be replaced, and they're icing up on the inside. Now this plastic grate isn't really in here that well. It's supposed to be screwed on, but kind of just like pops out. Easier to do it too fast. Hold on. And then you can see it's not really that bad right now, but not only is there ice on the back coils, there's ice on the inside coils. So I'm gonna melt this all, and hopefully tomorrow, Monday morning, it should be cool enough, but if it's still icing up, then I don't know, maybe we have a bigger issue. Maybe the humidity in here is too high because we put some soup in here to cool off, but I'm not really sure why these just started icing up like this. Now when those fins get completely covered in ice, it blocks all the airflow. It stops cooling, and then the whole machine turns into a complete block of ice, and the pipes turn into ice too. So again, clean this off. Hopefully it's good tomorrow because we increased the thermostat. I might increase it. Yeah, it should be fine. I think it's okay because it didn't ice up as much as it did last time. See, this isn't bad at all. This ice comes off real fast. There's not much of it compared to being in the freezer or how it was yesterday. This is a quick 2-minute job. I'll show you guys the second one. Here on the ladder, got the pump sprayer. Here, all iced up. Not much buildup, just a little frost on this. And then once it's melted, we just turn it back on. I hope they don't rust up. Yeah, so I think I filmed that clip about 15 minutes ago, and those coils are already icing up again. So I'm not too happy. Probably my HVAC guy's gonna have to come again tomorrow to look at this, but it's just difficult from an operations perspective for us to fill the orders without having fridge access. I don't know, maybe I can find another fridge and auction this week and just use it temporarily. All right, so we're gonna hop in the freezer and see if there's anything I remember to show you guys. burger blend over here. Thin sliced beef. We're all restocked on the ribeye steaks. We also have some prime ribeye available.
That fan should be pulling enough air across the core to prevent icing.
Well, I think there's supposed to be a heater that heats up the thing to prevent the ice buildup. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Caviar is restocked. We have both the salmon caviar and the sturgeon caviar. For the local ground beef, there's two options now. We have the slightly fattier ground beef, because the cow is a little fattier. And then we have the slightly leaner ground beef. This is probably 90-10, while that one is probably like 80-20-ish, 75-25. Decent amount of pet food still available. This is the organ grind over here. We still got all of our sausages and hot dogs and stuff, so got the beef hot dogs, smoked collagen sausage, raw blood sausage. Over here we got some beef shanks. My guys got all the orders ready for tomorrow. It is freezing in here. I'm not dressed for this freezer. All the lamb is nice and organized over here. We restocked the ground lamb. Lamb tongues now available. Pretty cute. Tiny lamb tongues. This is what we're giving away this week. 1 collagen bone broth free with every order. All the ice creams are in stock for the most part. We are very low on sorbet. We might actually be out. Our latest product is duck. We have all the duck over here, different cuts, like duck wings, duck legs, duck breast. Probably the most popular. That really nice dark duck breast with the thick layer of skin and fat. And then we have all the corn and soy free pasture-raised chicken over here. So there's some chicken breast. We got whole chickens. We got...
What happened to Racing Sim? Can you play?
All the animals that died for all that crap Frank sells.
Yeah, I know. It's too bad. It's too bad Frank can't get chopped up into meat. Thanks for the donation, James.
Got everything. So, from a poultry perspective, we have the highest quality, most affordable corn and soy-free chicken and duck available online. These are all the beef testicles we have. I was looking for the lamb brains because that's our biggest restock, but I can't find them and I'm freezing in here. So you guys can see the lamb brains on the website. They're nice, small, super brain portion. And this is all that local pork that's available now by the cut. So we have ham, head cheese. There's plenty of really nice, delicious pork chops, some bacon back there, pork sausage, liverwurst, highest quality, most affordable online. So that local Amish pork is, it's corn and soy free. It's mostly fed milk. Oh, I forgot we can't take the camera in the freezer. That's how scrambled my brain is today. All right, I guess we're gonna have to film on the phone. All right, we're on the phone now because we fogged up the camera. So all of that pork is just as high quality as that Iberico. It's just the Iberico pork gets, the pasture and the acorns and stuff that makes it a little tastier. That being said, Iberico pork's like 3 times the price. So if you guys want like really affordable, high quality pork, that local Amish pork is the option. Then farmer's been begging me because he wants to do more pork as soon as possible. So if you guys buy all that local Amish pork stuff, hopefully within a few weeks, then we can get some new stuff in and always have it. I'm not going to spend too much time showing you guys this because we did a video on organ supplements last week, highlighting all the new products on the website. So definitely check that out if you want to know what new products we have. But the collagen giveaway is still going. Orders over $40, you get a free collagen peptides, which is really like a $30, $40, $50 value, depending on how much these other companies price gouge for. But we have it at the best price online. It's only like $20 per container, and you get 1 free order over $40. You can go on the website and also see like all the different new stuff we have, from the probiotic to the vitamin K2, D3, multi-mineral, multivitamin, all the stuff I have in my day of eating. And these blue boxes are still doing the kratom giveaway. So if you guys order like $70 or $80 of the stuff, I'll give you both the free collagen and the free kratom pill with your order, which is might as well just not have a business at this point with how much stuff I give away. Yeah, so I didn't really show you guys that much stuff today, but there were a lot of restocks on the meat website, even just simple things like ribeye we have back in stock, a lot of new back in stock things. So if you guys have been waiting for something, definitely check out the website. On the foods, we fixed the sauerkraut. So some of you guys were getting like the jars were leaking somehow, which I have no idea how those jars were leaking, but now we basically put like rubber tape around the lip of it, so there's no possible way it will ever leak. So we fixed the jars that we're doing the sauerkraut in. I'm trying to think of what there was to show you guys in the fridge for the dairy products, but just all the raw A2H2 grass-fed dairies in stock this week. The milk, kefir, flavored kefir, I think we got some strawberry in, butter, cream, yogurt, sheep milk, sheep kefir. We got pretty much all the dairy products in stock. We restocked up on all the eggs, all the duck eggs, quail eggs, we have everything. Fresh meat-wise, it's just like the pastrami, the smoked brisket, as well as the pork bacon and the beef bacon. We have those available in the fridge. We got the prosciutto.
How much of this stuff is overpriced?
All of it. Since it's coming from Frank, literally all of it. Thanks for the donation, James.
And the
Iberico below to ham sliced very, very thin now on the vertical slicer, which is really delicious. You guys saw me have that for breakfast in the day of eating. I think someone ordered like half a cow. I want to show you guys the beef share, but hopefully we get the fridge working tomorrow and we can sort all that stuff out. I guess I can get some reviews for you guys. We got a 5-star review for 2 grass-fed ribeye steaks. Fantastic ribeye steaks. Frankie, thank you so much for all the Our new number one in the negative dollars. Like if you list a supplement on Amazon, you can't. That's why. If you guys wondering why all these other supplement companies are overpriced and they don't offer like affordable good stuff, it's because Amazon takes such a large percentage of the product price that like you can't make any money. You have to overcharge and you're still not making money. But we have all.
You can get good cheap supplements on Amazon.
Our own private websites. 5-star review for the organic artichokes. These are on the Foods website, frankie'sranchfoods.com. Elite product. Will not find anything of this quality elsewhere at Etsy. I eat those artichokes every day myself. 5-star review for the pasture-raised duck eggs. Excellent eggs. Finally, I can have healthy pasture-raised duck eggs that are born so free. The yolks are golden and the taste is great. We'll definitely keep ordering. Some of you guys have issues with the duck eggs arriving rotten. I spoke to my farmer and he was having some issues with his reefer. So if you guys got any bad duck eggs, please don't hesitate to email me and we'll issue you a refund. And then please order again. We'll make sure moving forward that all the eggs are perfectly fresh and it's better. I guess with the heat wave and stuff, some of the eggs were getting too hot before he was able to get them in the reefer. 5-star review for the grass-fed ribeye package. I watched his recent video and hope everything worked out and he was able to get some rest. I guess not. Thank you about who I was giving refunds to. I was just like, all right, they probably got bad stuff, so I just refunded it. This person in particular was like the only person I didn't refund because they were trying to scam me. All right, we got a 5-star review for the organic lemon and a lot of honey. We've been sold out. Intensity of the flavor. My guys are wasting too much cutting the meat. I don't know how they were leaking in the first place with double plastic sealed on the outside.
Do you think Frank has the lack of empathy to work in a slaughterhouse? I think he should experience where his meat comes from and what has to happen for him to have his meat.
Apparently he's actually killed animals himself, so probably. He is kind of a, piece of shit scumbag. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
But 5-star review for the A2A2 raw ice cream. Delicious. This raw ice cream was just what I was looking for. So delicious and creamy, and I don't have to worry about any of the nasty ingredients and conventional ice cream sold in the store. Yeah, I think we still have a decent amount of ice cream stock inventory left, and then in probably in 2 or 3 months.
The fuck is this jackass? Yeah.
We're gonna do the I'm gonna go over to the farm and make it with him because I'm losing my mind now.
Yeah, 197.
If I'm not there tasting it, doing it myself, it's not gonna be perfect. So I'm trying my best, guys. I don't really know how many of you guys watch my videos all the way through, and I don't really want to talk about it, but I'm really getting to the point where I'm not sure what I want to do anymore because I went through so much in my personal life and a lot of negative things that I didn't really want to talk about online. But I don't really care about the legal contracts. Legally I'm not supposed to talk about a lot of the stuff that happened to me, but it also kind of ruined my personal life and everything else, all for this business. So I really do appreciate when you guys do support me and place the order, and hopefully we can stick it out a few more months, and then I think once the weather's colder and we don't have everything breaking and I can get through the winter, I think early next year we'll be in a really, really good spot, and I won't have to complain every video anymore. But I don't really know. I think that's everything. Yeah, the only dairy restock I forgot to mention is we got some cheddar cheese curds available. I think we're gonna stop doing the cheese curds because you guys will buy them and they go bad and I just lose money. So that should be everything. Yeah, it was bad enough that we had all these freezer issues and I was so stressed out. And past 2 or 3 days I haven't slept again trying to make sure this fridge is running. I guess we could go show you guys the reefer real quick. Oh, I forgot to mention, the reefer failed again. Like the first time we got this reefer in, when the freezer was breaking down, the reefer actually shut off and had to replace the alternator. Friday night, 2 days ago, when I got the high temp alarm for my fridge, the reefer wasn't working again. So I had to get that guy to come over, fix the reefer so we could put the stuff from the fridge in it. So completely losing it, guys. I'm losing it. Yeah, I guess this is the company that maybe you should probably not get a reefer from, but there's not too many options in my area. So, we're full. Yeah, we got all the stuff from the fridge is in here now. I'm gonna go outside and check the temp. It's at 35. I guess we could put it even lower. I don't want to freeze anything though. Yeah, so that's gonna be it for the vlog, guys. I'm gonna go home and eat lunch like 7 o'clock. So you guys go to frank-tufano.com. You'll see all of the interesting businesses, including Frankie Serene Meat, where hey, the way our machines and stuff are functioning, this might be your last chance to order. But no, guys, we always have a lot of new stuff, most affordable, high quality meat products, Frankie Serene Meat. Got a lot of unique stuff on the Foods website. We launched those collagen crisp bars a week or 2 ago. We got the organic potato chips back in stock. We got the eggs in smaller amounts on the Foods website. A lot of new stuff on organ supplements. We should have some new stuff on Frankie's Naturals as well in the meantime. And Wi-Fi shielding. You guys can see my outfit today. Always wearing the Wi-Fi shielding stuff. Yeah, I mean, I can't complain too much. This whole building was a few $100,000 and I have a mortgage on it. But, you know, just the freezer in this building would cost so much money to have that even if I have to replace every single one of those units outside and fix everything, which it seems like I have to do, from a business purchase perspective, it was still like the cheapest and most affordable way to do it. So, you know, unfortunately, you know, I can't catch a break. You know, we're not getting a few years before anything catastrophic. You know, it hasn't even really been a year here. It's been just about a year and all the stuff is breaking. So we'll see how it goes. But as always, thank you guys for supporting me. Drop a like on the video, leave a comment down below. Make sure to subscribe and check that notification bell. And yeah, I'm looking forward to doing getting everything fixed up. And it's really supposed to happen because I'm supposed to be abducted by a Russian princess to her palace in Moscow.
There we go. The obligatory "I'm not gay."
So that's what I'm really counting.
He has 2 new shorts, but that's it. No new videos. Let me see.
What's up? How are you guys? We got a lot of restock.
What the fuck is going on with his eyes?
Stocks down here at Frankie's.
Yeah, his right eye is like
stocks down here.
More fucked up all of a sudden, and it's more cross-eyed. What the fuck happened?
At Frankie's Strange.
Oh no, I think this is his right eye. I think this is his left eye. It's just that his camera's flipped. This is more cross-eyed than it was before.
Meet this week, so let me show you around.
On organ supplements, we finally have the thyroid powder back in stock, as well as plenty of the male virility beef testicles for testosterone at the most affordable price on.
Eating testicles does not do anything to increase your testosterone.
Frankie's Naturals, we've restocked our cavity cure concentrate with hydroxyapatite, and the natural clay shampoo is finally back after a few month hiatus. And on Frankie's Free Range Meat, we are restocking all of our glandulars. Here is some beef pancreas.
Just why? Who the fuck eats this?
As well as the beef prostate.
We're also...
Why in the fuck would you eat a prostate? What does he think you're getting out of a prostate gland?
Packaging up plenty of fresh thyroid glands.
Ew. Dude, this looks unsanitary as fuck.
As well as the beef ovary glands.
Dude, that looks unsanitary as fuck, bro.
And the bed canopies just came in on Wi-Fi shielding. A lot of you guys have been asking me for the queen and king canopies, so Frankie's Strange Meat, organ supplements, Wi-Fi shielding, a lot of restocks for you guys. Check them all out.
That is gross.
A lot of you guys have been emailing me about our macronutrient enzymes on organ supplements because we are sold out. Unfortunately, I can't really afford to restock them because, you know, you have to get a pretty large amount at once, and that takes me 2 or 3 years to sell. But we do have pre-orders open for...
Yeah, he's still very cross-eyed. It actually looks like this eye is pointing up, and this one's pointing more level, but it still looks like it's kind of inward.
For this supplement, and the reason I'm doing this is because it's by far the most effective and affordable digestive enzyme on the market. It will literally dissolve your food, and it's like half the price of anything else available.
Yeah, that's a lie.
These are the natural enzymes that occur in the human pancreas, the small intestine, as well as the enzymes that are produced by the liver. So especially when you're having digestive issues, this really works, and it's the only effective supplement that a lot...
Well, that's also something that might get him problems with the FDA. If you're making claims like this, that would fall under like medical advice.
A lot of people have tried. We do have our probiotic now, but it can really help to have this additionally. So if we get like 100 pre-orders on organsupplements.com, I'll get it back in stock for you guys, but it might be a month or two.
Well, that's Frank. He's still retarded, but it's nothing new.
Is Frank into zoophilia? All these animals being sexually molested?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. He is kind of a disgusting freak. Thanks for the donation, James. For you, James. Let's watch some frank retardation.
We're gonna do a little health and nutrition Q&A. Haven't done this in a while, so if you guys did miss it, just leave your question in the comments below and I'll try to get to it. But we'll jump right in. So Herm asks, 1 serving of the organ glandular powders is the equivalent efficacy-wise to roughly blank percent of taking the raw organ. When you freeze dry something, it's between like 25 and 35% of the weight of the product. So if you're taking like a 4-gram scoop of our glandulars we have on organ supplements, that's the equivalent of like maybe 20 grams of the actual organ. So that could help you out on ratios there. But generally speaking, if you're taking it every day, that 1 small scoop is a pretty safe bet. Sparrow asks, any tips for sourcing unique raw organs in countries like New Zealand? I've looked at virtual, unless you're going to like a local butcher and getting the gland yourself, your best bet might honestly be to buy like a lamb or a goat and do it yourself. But there's nothing wrong with the freeze dry
What a fucking retarded piece of shit. Fuck Frank, dude.
powder, so no reason to get crazy with the fresh stuff. Taking probiotic source before meal and digestive enzymes after meal, beneficial or meaningless? You probably just take both at the beginning and try to get the correct dose so that your bowel movements are adequately sized and you're not too constipated, because if you take too many probiotics and too much enzymes, it'll actually just slow down your gut motility and you won't feel as good. George asks, can women absorb nutrients vaginally? Is it possible that some women seek out multiple men because they're malnourished? My experience with vegan girlfriends suggests this might be true. Also, is it possible for a man to detox via seminal release? Oh, God help me. Well, we did a video on this, how a woman does absorb a man's DNA and can become attracted to them.
Oh, this is already so fucking horrible.
Via that. Nutritionally, I would imagine, I guess if they're doing it every day, I think it does make a difference. There is some truth to that question. I'm sure women do absorb it inside them to some degree, more so obviously if they're swallowing it, but I can't imagine it would make that much of a difference unless they were vegan, as you said. But that is true, right? I guess if some of these vegan chicks are down in some baby batter every day, maybe they can't actually call themselves vegan. Sarah asks, will you start drinking water kefir again, or will you stick to only probiotic supplements? I just gotta get the batch correct, and I'll try the water kefir some more, but this natural probiotic that we recently came out with has been working very well. I'm happy to say that I can just take the pill before the meal and then everything digests well and I feel good. With those new probiotics you have that I just bought, once I have them at home, can I leave them in room temperature cabinet with my other supplements I take at breakfast, or do I need to always keep them in the fridge? If it doesn't go above like 75 degrees in your kitchen, you're probably fine, but you might as well leave them in the fridge. Like that's the safest bet. Sparrow asks, if I order the probiotic overseas, might it possibly be less effective? Ideally selecting the fastest express option. Some strains are more robust and resilient than others and could survive longer transit time. Could one take a higher dose to make up for the... there's no telling whether the probiotic is going to be fine and the weather is going to be okay, or if it ends up on like a 120 degree cargo container and it destroys. I can't say that for certain. I don't know. There's no way to know that. If it's on the airplane and it's air freight and you bought express, there's a much lower chance of that happening. Mrs. Wonderland, I've been drinking homemade raw kefir daily for the last 2 months. I took a stool test and my lactobacillus are still non-existent. Why is that? And what other kefir would you suggest to increase lactobacillus in the gut mix? I would imagine you're not making your kefir properly if your lactobacillus isn't high. And if you're not feeling good after the first few times drinking it, the probiotic's not working. We have the new probiotic on organ supplements that you can try out. I would get a new batch of kefir grains and try that out. I would try some raw yogurt as well, because the lactobacillus strains should certainly be high if you're drinking that much kefir. Seminole, you've said in the past that sweating a lot while being out in the sun tanning is bad. Why is it so? I don't know if I've said it's bad, but if you're outside and it's really hot and you're sweating your guts out, you're not going to be able to stay outside for that long and tan. If you want to tan for like 3, 4, 5, 6 hours outside every day, it's got to probably be below like 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
He's recommending people tan for 6 hours a day. What?
Fuck you, James Wade. Why don't you just fuck off to New York and go be gay with Frank? One in the chat if James should be permanently banned from the community.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Poop. Appreciate it. What would happen to the universe if Frank ever becomes plant-based or vegan? I don't know, man. Don't know. Would be very weird.
And a nice breeze out. Otherwise, it's just going to be too hot. You're dehydrating yourself. You're not going to feel good. Clutch Spartan, is it okay to take higher quality fish oil and omega-3? I'm not a fan of any fish oil or supplements, really. We have the cod liver oil, but that's like a fresh, natural extract. The rest of these fish oil supplements, they actually have to like heat and press and filter. It's pretty processed. So just get some caviar. That's why I sell it as like the only fish product we have on the website. Caviar, your safest bet for omega-3. We have the brain options too now. We have the lamb brains, we have the veal brains.
You can even get like the Third Eye and the Big Brain supplements on organ supplements if you want some omega-3. Joseph, what would be the best way to reduce facial bloat as much as possible? Obviously, bone structure is most important for a chiseled face, but do foods, electrolytes make a big difference? Your diet has to be really clean, and you have to sleep pretty well and be in a low radiation environment. So if you have all the lifestyle factors in check, generally speaking, your face will not be bloated, and it shouldn't take too long to get there.
If you're fat, your face is going to be more bloated. Like, fat is stored on your face, so if you're fatter, your face is going to be bigger.
You know, if you guys watch my day meetings, going organic, going high quality, making sure to move and exercise. It's really about getting every lifestyle factor in check, which is easier said than done. I'm not going to explain everything here, but that can be from, making sure you have a filtered water supply, not taking any medications. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. IO9062 asks, thoughts on deer antler velvet? There's a lot of these like testosterone supplements, but...
Is this the same Logan Paul that was to fight Mike Tyson?
James.
When you have actual freeze-dried beef testicle, there's no reason. You're getting the actual natural testosterone extract when you take these glandulars or when you eat animal testicles. So to even consider anything else to me, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Same person asks, is the glandular therapy used to keep hormone production due to lack of fat on the detox diet? It's lack of organ function on the detox diet. So, when your liver's not working properly, when you don't feel good, when you're not sleeping as well as you should, your testosterone is going to be bad. So that's why someone like me might have to take the glandulars almost every day, whereas the average person maybe only once or twice a week. It's more to give the body a boost. You're not only giving yourself the small amount of bioactive hormones to feel better, you're giving your body the cellular components to bring to your own organs so that you can produce the testosterone more effectively. But again, if your liver's not working, if you're in a very poor health state, your body can't utilize those as well, and you might need to take morbid. I know the male virility powder would improve a man's hormones. Would consuming female beef placenta ovaries be beneficial for a man's hormones? With all the estrogen now, I can't imagine. I would, maybe if you took it once a month, once every few months, it's probably not the worst idea, but I mean, it's concentrated estrogen. I can't imagine a guy would need that. Aiden Shea, can you talk about why you're okay with taking synthetic supplements? I'm not sure if you've covered this in another video, but I've always been curious. So when you consume a food that's supposedly high in mineral, like I think a well-known one is Brazil nuts for selenium, the mineral in the food is not necessarily being digested by your stomach because of what it's bound to. So there's the overarching like big problem that you're probably not even digesting the food for the minerals, because you could eat all the steak you want. Like I was carnivore for 8 years and I was still deficient in zinc. So your body might not be in a state of health where it can use all its enzymes in the liver and the pancreas and the small intestine, might not be able to actually extract the minerals from the food.
As far as I understand, he was never deficient in zinc. I think he got a hair mineral analysis, and that was it, but I don't recall him ever getting a blood test and it showing that he had low zinc levels in his blood.
So if you can't even extract the minerals from the food source, your only option is to take a synthetic supplement. And with most supplements on the market, yeah, it's kind of sketchy because the doses are erratic and they're not actually what you would get from food, but I formulated all the minerals on organ supplements to be the correct dose from food, and when you take it, you know it's what you're getting. Plus, the downsides of trying to eat such a large amount of food to get a mineral are probably greater than the downsides of any sort of synthetic supplement. So to make that argument it doesn't make any sense. Joseph, what would be the best way to reduce, wait, we're on the same page. Lumbago, what do you think it was to make your liver bad when you had to start thinking about eating in a way that detoxes your liver over time? It would be nice to know so we can make sure not to face the same trouble. The body requires like a balanced amount of macronutrients and micronutrients. And if you're only eating micronutrients on like a carnivore or keto diet, your liver basically gets overloaded with vitamins. Same thing with all the organs get overloaded with vitamins. And you could have years and years worth of vitamin stores that your body can't remove. And the body uses carbohydrates, fiber, and sometimes sugars to remove it. So you've basically consumed too many nutrients for a long period of time, and you have to give the body a break. That's why my current diet is actually pretty low in meat, pretty low in animal foods. These eye drops I've been using, making my nose drip. Probably need to find something else. What's the quickest way to rid the body of seed oils? I mean, this applies to just being on a standard American diet or eating crappy food in general. You just need to follow a healthy, organic, high-quality food diet for a period of several months. It's more of a long-term thing, and then if you cheat once in a while, it's not as big of a deal. But you are what you eat, so it's going to take X period of time of eating high-quality foods to get your body healthy. Just like a few months of it should make you feel a lot better. Can you ship a probiotic internationally with cold shipping? Yeah, but it should be fine. It's just going to be expensive. So you probably, if you're not ordering like 5, 6, 7 of them, it's not really worth it. I know you need a lot of special products on all your sites, Wi-Fi shielding, organ supplements, foods, and meats. But if you can only sell one product and everything else on your inventory had to go, which would be? I mean, that's a kind of crazy question. But I guess at the top of the list, like the probiotic that just came out with on organ supplements is very important. The clothing on Wi-Fi shielding, I'm always wearing that, guys, is very important. Generally, it'd probably be something that I know that people can't get somewhere else, but
Probiotics do not do fucking shit. Your average person is not going to benefit one bit from taking a probiotic. And the idea that Wi-Fi shielding is important for human health is fucking retarded.
I can't really answer that question because I do have a lot of unique products that, are not available on any other website or whatever. Highly strange. What are your thoughts on lead in food? There's a lot of researchers, more or less people on Instagram who test food items for lead, and I was curious, is there really anything to worry about? I haven't looked too much into that. We did look into like arsenic in rice, so you guys don't see me eat a crazy amount of rice, but as far as I know, the foods that I choose in my liver detox diet, they don't have any lead concerns. I might have to look into that and check into that though. Isaac, do you think you'll ever bring back nature's glucose? I actually think about that almost every week. Maybe. It's kind of hard because I have to buy like a large amount of honey and I don't have that filtering net anymore, but I don't know. I'd like to bring it back. I'd like to do it. Maybe we can. Epic Nate, I've been having issues with dry itchy scalp for months. Tried all these different shampoos. Nothing works. I mean, you can follow my liver detox diet. Get your gut bacteria and check with natural probiotic. Try that for a month or two. A lot of these health issues, sometimes it tends to take like an entire dietary overhaul to fix the issue, remove the inflammation. I am you. What is bioengineered food and how does it affect us long term? I don't know what you're talking about. If you mean like the laboratory meats and stuff, you can just look at what goes into them and then you'll know the downsides of each of those ingredients. It's just generally really bad for cellular health. A lot of them tend to use like oxidized seed oils, a lot of synthetic chemicals and flavorings that are bad for the liver, a lot of like estrogenic tofu and very oxidized, low quality.
Oh, the amount of stupidity that he can spew in just one sentence. I don't know what this whole thing about seed oils, where the fuck did that even come from? It's so weird. There's literally no research whatsoever linking seed oils to heart disease, diabetes, cancer, inflammatory conditions, nothing. And he keeps promoting the stupid bullshit. And he says soy is feminizing, right? That's why you're a fucking twink and a gay prostitute.
There you go. It is very obvious that James is a homosexual who is sexually attracted to both you and Frank Tufano. Honestly, those hour-long work sessions are gayer than sucking dick.
I don't know if James is gay. Like, he is into muscular women, so I don't know. Thanks for that donation, though, Poop.
Body proteins that are just stuff that's very bad for your cellular health. The main downside of any laboratory food is, what we said earlier, the you are what you eat thing, except these laboratory foods tend to choose the worst component. At least like if you're having french fries at a restaurant, like the potatoes aren't that bad, it's the seed oil. So you're just getting one thing that's kind of bad. In the case of these bioengineered foods, everything's bad. Every macronutrient component and chemical component is about as bad as it can be for you. Karar, I am 16, I have irregular periods. My last period was a few months ago. I don't take any medication, my diet isn't so bad, I don't do any strenuous exercise, I lose a lot of weight a year ago, but haven't since then. What factors could cause this? When we do like these day of eating reviews, and you guys can see in my what I eat in days, the diet should be composed mostly of animal nutrition, red meat, basically, and carbohydrate starch with some fiber and maybe some fruits and stuff here and there to enjoy yourself. So my first bet would be the caloric density of your diet isn't adequate. You could have some nutrient imbalances. You probably need to be wearing Wi-Fi shielding clothing if you're not. So there's...
Why in the fuck is this person asking Frank Tufano about irregular periods? How stupid do you have to be to ask him something like this? Like, for one thing, irregular periods are very common for younger women. It's not unusual at all. If they're highly irregular, where you'll have like 2-3 periods in a row in 1 month, and then for like 5-6 months you won't have any periods.
Should Big Lenny and Jason Geneva replace Kamala? Or Frank and Blaha?
I would be more comfortable with Big Lenny and Jason Genova replacing Kamala Harris than Frank Tufano or Blaha. Especially with Blaha, he'd be really bad. Thanks for the donation though, Cody. Yeah, so if you're a young woman and you have highly irregular periods where you won't have them for like 6 months straight, and then all of a sudden you'll have like an endless 1 month period or something, you should probably take a birth control pill That can often make your periods more regular, but go to a fucking doctor. Like, go to a gynecologist. Why the fuck are you... Like, it's just so retarded.
A few things to get started on, if you haven't looked into those yet. Thomas, what do you think about carnivore keto diet and these two can improve hair health? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you just want to increase the protein and collagen content of your diet and make sure you're not deficient in any minerals. And that should be all you really need. A lot of the time, you know, a carnivore keto diet, I mean, we've done a lot of videos on how they're bad for you, how they're bad for liver health. And what we said earlier, you might not be necessarily absorbing the nutrients from these diets. So someone that's eating like organic bread like me all day, but taking the correct vitamins and mineral supplements and having some bone broth every meal is going to actually have much better hair health and overall tissue health than someone on a carnivore keto diet. Odell, what other starch grains, tubers, or fruits do you think are good staple foods besides the ones you usually eat? I mean, there's a reason I kind of only eat these. There's probably a few others here and there that kind of are acceptable, but it's pretty limited. It's pretty limited. Maybe I could do a separate video on that, but you know, there's a reason I'm only eating like wheat and rice, maybe sometimes quinoa, maybe sometimes potatoes, but the foods that I've landed on are the ones I felt best eating. I'm a little worried it's too dark in here now because the sun kind of went out. Yeah, I hope my camera isn't, I hope the camera's okay because I'm definitely not filming this again. Do you think someone can follow a vegan diet and stay healthy? If you do, what supplements would they need? And what are the realistic, least inflammatory sources of vegan protein? If you took my current diet and just omitted the animal products, that would be as healthy as you could get as a vegan, but you would just get really protein and amino acid deficient super fast. It would basically be a diet that's...
Yeah, here I am as a protein deficient vegan benching 410 pounds.
Was it Dr. McDougall that did the high starch stuff? The high starch vegan diet is probably the healthiest. And then if you had a saturated fat like coconut oil, you might be okay. Because...
Yeah, you definitely need artery clogging saturated fat as a vegan.
Vegetables and really colorful fruits and tofu and soy proteins, a lot of the stuff these vegans eat are just a net negative to your health. So literally by only eating a loaf of bread is the healthiest vegan.
He's literally claiming fruits and vegetables are bad for you. What a genius.
Diet you could get, but if you were taking like supplements, like B vitamins and stuff, you might last a little longer, but I don't think those are technically vegan, even though they think they are.
He thinks B12 supplements aren't vegan. What an idiot.
Jess, if I order the probiotic supplements to Australia and it takes 1 to 2 weeks, do you think it would still remain decent? Can I take higher doses? Look, you guys that want the probiotic internationally, I don't really know. Is that rain too loud? Oh, it's like that today. Windy, it's rainy. I think it's raining every other day here in Pennsylvania. You've talked about the needs of soluble fiber, but what about insoluble fiber? Any benefits or issues? I'm not sure if the gut bacteria eats that off the top of my head. Some strains probably do, but the main role of insoluble fiber is keeping the gut motility high, because you don't want, if food is stuck in your stomach, that means that stuff isn't moving, which means that you're not detoxing as efficiently as you should. So you want to keep the caloric density in the diet high, but also be mindful of, you know, is that food like physically dense? Like, is there some bulk? Is there like, that's why I have apples with every meal. That's why I try to have some beans and some fiber.
Mike donates to Mike.
Because if you're only eating like bread and meat, if you were healthy, that might be okay. But if you're not healthy, there's not going to be enough motility to really efficiently detox. You're just going to, because the liver's releasing toxins in every meal. And if the food gets stuck and just sits there for a while and you're constipated, the toxins are going to get reabsorbed instead of being expelled from the body. When I haven't said someone's name, it's because I think half of these questions are from the same 2 people. Whatever, we didn't get that many questions, so I'll just try to answer all of them. I'm curious about your thoughts on supplements like essential amino acids, EAAs, quercetin, bromelain, and antioxidants, especially for people with MCAS. I'm not a fan of any of these things. I do have, like I said, like bromelain, like we had a macronutrient enzyme supplement that we sold, which is the more effective thing. Like you mentioned antioxidants. Well, if
this is what
all your B vitamins are in check and you have enough soluble fiber in the diet to detox your liver, that's going to give you the best antioxidant capacity. You know, having your gut bacteria in check. So basically all the products I sell and things I do in my day of eating are the most effective versions of what you need for the body instead of these supplements. Oh God, do I even want to read this with how it starts? I have a petite Korean girlfriend. Should she be eating any different than me? A tall, Northwest European Oxford study, besides the volume, of course. Do you think that different ethnicities may benefit from eating different in some ways? Not really, because the traditional diet of any group of people that's healthy is, you know, they have grain that they cultivate and they have some high quality animal foods that they cultivate. As long as the base of the diet is starch and meat, then you're getting the caloric and micronutrient nutrition that your body needs.
absolutely stupid fucking statement. In any human population, you see associations between meat eating and disease. So, yeah, don't eat meat.
Ideally, should you not go over more than 2 servings for the liver detox smoothie just because of the sugar content? It depends on how you feel. Like, if you feel okay, if you're not getting digestive issues, if you're sleeping okay, then you could use whatever you want, but that's very, very subjective for that. Ali, again, tell me if I don't eat enough calories, however, I need to lose weight. Is it better to not get sleep and eat less?
Thank you.
I eat as you do, super nutrient dense. Thanks. If your diet's the same as mine, and you're eating only high quality organic foods, and you're using like Wi-Fi radiation shielding clothing, that could be a big thing that people miss for weight loss. Let me blow my nose real quick, because it's true. If you're actually following my diet and you're wearing Wi-Fi radiation clothing and you're reasonably active, I can't imagine your body composition is going to be like not in a good state. Like, I would imagine your weight is going to regulate and you're going to look better over the course of.
Yeah, that's just stupid. Frank literally doesn't understand like calories in, calories out.
At least a few months, so it shouldn't be necessary to restrict calories if you're doing everything correctly. The worst case scenario is you might have to just do a little bit of resistance training and build up some lean body mass. All right, we still got a little bit, so I'm going to try to speed it up. Kira, how can I fix dehydrated skin on the face without using topical skincare products? I think we answered a question about the rosacea and stuff earlier, how you have to do the whole lifestyle change, so just refer to that. Clutch Spartan, what does a fridge water filter lack compared to a 5-stage osmosis system? I just watch my videos on water. Personally, I only drink the last bottle of mineral water because there's a lot that goes into it. I think filtered water might be okay for bathing and stuff and washing stuff, but I still wouldn't drink it if it's not from a good source. Glizzy, hey, I'm a triplet 2. What is the best nutritional advice to gain healthy weight? If you guys watch my day of eatings, it's basically that, but maybe you might need some more fat and some more animal protein. Eric, Spice Addict asks, can you speak about MSG on the negative aspects of it, please? I haven't researched that off the top of my head. There's no reason to have it or put it in the food. I would imagine out of the negative things that you can consume, it's probably not as bad as certain things, but the problem is, generally speaking, if you're eating foods that contain MSG.
MSG is just a flavor enhancer. Just makes food taste better. That's all it does.
There's probably like a dozen other things in that typically Chinese food that you're not going to want in your body. Alex, how bad is it to have a sugar-free drink versus downing a 5,000 to 1,000 calorie dessert? That's a strange comparison. I would guess you'd compare like a sugar-free drink to a full sugar drink. And for me, I would rather have Coca-Cola that has sugar in it as opposed to any of these chemicals. But then when you get into dessert, you're like, okay, what's in the dessert? What are the ingredients? That's kind of like it's too different of a comparison. You have to specifically know what was in it. Because something like croissant is just butter and flour, and that's actually pretty healthy. Something like a New York style cheesecake with eggs and butter and cream cheese might not be that bad. So it's really subjective there. Hi there. How to heal from protracted psychiatric drug withdrawal? Fatigue and many other symptoms can last for years after completely quitting these drugs. If everything's in check, like, you should be fine. Like, I've been using this kratom stuff on and off, and I definitely noticed some physical reactions to it, but if your vitamin C is adequate, if you're getting B vitamins, if your gut health is good, if you're eating healthy, if you're...
So Frank's addicted to kratom now. I could almost guarantee you he's an alcoholic, but now it sounds like he's addicted to kratom.
Sleeping. If you're exercising, if every single lifestyle factor is in check, the reaction you get to drugs should be minimal. You should be fine.
Bend over, donate $2. Let me Ben.
But getting those things in check usually is where people struggle, and it could also be the Wi-Fi radiation thing, which I won't get too much into today. But hypothetically, on paper, if everything's in check, you should be fine. Can removing only upper wisdom teeth lead to structural changes in the face? Yeah, we did a few videos on that. If you want to like search Frank Tufano wisdom teeth, you don't really want to remove any teeth. What causes the white spots on nails? I've been getting a lot of them. I haven't bought my nails right. It's usually mineral deficiency. Like, ever since I started my copper toxicity stuff, I haven't had any white on my nails ever. So probably zinc deficiency, probably. How someone can know their body daily basic protein amino acid needs without overeating or undereating. If you have high quality foods and you're going organic and you make like your protein, your carbs, your starch, and you have all the food in front of you, you just eat as much as your body craves. And then you stop based on your natural hunger signals. What can one do if they found out they have arthritis in one of their knees? I mean, I'll sum this up quickly again. You have to have the diet completely in check. That means going organic, your gut bacteria. You want to be wearing Wi-Fi shielding clothing. You want to be eating properly.
Here
you might
we
have some
go.
nutritional deficiencies. Taking vitamin C, increasing the collagen content of the diet. It could be some minerals too, vitamin K2, magnesium for arthritis. It's hard to say.
I don't know how that helps somebody who has debilitating arthritis.
Bobby asks how to balance female hormones, especially when it comes to uterine fibroids and polyps and painful periods. Also, hormones play a role in spider veins. Like, I don't want to sound like...
Yes, ask Frank Tufano this question rather than a gynecologist.
A broken record, but you have to address the diet, address the mineral and vitamin imbalances, and then maybe there's some supplements here and there that you could take that'll help. But like the simplest way to put it is like if you guys see my baby and eat the exact same stuff, that's not a bad starting point. 1 or 2 breakfast meals that are nutritionally the best for the average person with no health issues. So you can have like a starch, a sweet, like pancakes with protein. What we've been saying this whole video, like starch and meat. Is pasture-raised goat milk okay? I mean, we have a lot of videos on dairy. There's certain things that, and certain, like we talked about the nutrient excess stuff earlier, having too many nutrients in the liver where maybe you don't want to have dairy in your diet. But if you're going to be having those dairy products, usually yogurt or kefir are going to give you a lot more overall health benefits. What's a fast way to get rid of a short bout of ongoing diarrhea, food poisoning, stomach flu? You might need some mastic gum if there's a lot of dysbiosis, but if you just get like the healthy balanced meal in, like that has a nice ratio of meat to fat to carbs and everything with some fiber in there, and you have a probiotic, it should be fixed pretty fast. Thoughts on using SARM's alternative to surgery for reducing gynecomastia? I don't know, I've never researched that. I'm not really nutrition advice. I'm 5'4", 19-year-old male. Is there any way for myself to grow? I think I stunted my growth following a vegan diet at age 16 and starving myself. My dad is 5'8". Yeah, I think once the growth plates close, you might be screwed. Like, you can't really do much for height. If you've improved your diet and you're eating more animal protein and you're getting vitamin D and you're not deficient in anything,
fucking idiot.
19 might be a little too late. Why is coffee on an empty stomach unhealthy? I think it's more coffee.
As much as Frank talks about Wi-Fi shielding, does he use dial-up internet?
As far as I know, he does not. I don't think dial-up internet really even exists anymore. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Coffee in general is not the best thing. If you're going like the highest quality organic, there's still some downsides to the caffeine and stuff. Thoughts on Dr. McDougall diet? Could he have lived healthier if he ate more meat? Yeah, he passed away recently. I didn't really talk about it. And I mentioned him earlier. I'm pretty sure he's the starch diet. So, I mean, even if you're following the ideal vegan diet, you're still going to become incredibly deficient in all the animal-based B vitamins, amino acids, like a lot of the quality saturated fat and cholesterol and stuff you need for cellular health that the body can't synthesize on its own.
Frank thinks your body can't synthesize saturated fat and cholesterol? How the fuck does he think we gain weight? Lord Game, hope that helps.
Call me R-worded, but if you detox your liver once, then you only eat high-quality meat, get sun with no sunblock, and sleep in a no-Wi-Fi tent, then shouldn't you never have to live a detox again? I don't understand Frank and his goofy-ass eyes. Thanks, VG.
Well, you see, Frank is tarded, and nothing he says makes sense, so he says the stupid, dumbest shit imaginable. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
Yeah, my eyes have been really bothering me these past few days, but thank you guys for joining me. If you'd like to support me and find out about some of the things we mentioned in this video, you go to frank-tufano.com, you'll see Frankie's Range Meat, Frankie's Range Foods, Organ Supplements, Wi-Fi Shielding, Frankie's Naturals, and as always, guys.
Well, that was stupid. But we all knew that going into it. I just gotta go take a pee.